Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle, plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood?
Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?"
And then?
Then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers.
Your brothers?
He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen.
Something happened, I suppose.
I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？
See you, Orphe. It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the enigma. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Here you go. Here are the new rules for Deduction Star 2022. This year, the Deduction Star voting will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the same as in previous years. The 2 most popular survivors and 1 hunter selected by the voting will be awarded the title of Deduction Star and will receive the egg costumes of Deduction Star. Starting this year, the second stage of voting will be added. In the second stage, the characters who have been selected in previous years will compete for only 1 Best Performance title and will receive S costume. The rules as follows. The first stage of voting opens by logging in every day, finishing battle tasks, unlocking previous Deduction Star, etc. You can obtain plenty of newsletter voting coupons and event-exclusive rewards. The second stage of voting opens. Vouchers for second stage nymph card can be automatically obtained by converting the voting coupons obtained in the first stage. Meanwhile, you can buy extra nymph cards with echoes. The character with the highest number of votes in the second stage will be the winner of the Nymph Award, and the dev team will customize a special Best Performance S costume for him or her. Vote for your favorite characters now. Good news! During this year's event, the Deduction Star costumes will also be sold at a limited time discount. Make sure you don't miss out. Who will attract everyone's attention? Let's look forward to it.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. When the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts?
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
Somebody save me from the past and take to me. I'm ready to see me. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light, and take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I know my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fate always forgive me and help me go on? The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up from the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep up, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still go lost without chances of a I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! purge thy sins. A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 1 of NAEU IVT. My name is Eli O, joined here with Gaming Grizzly, and we have a very exciting NAEU tournament in front of us. I've actually been looking forward to this one for a little while. We don't get to see NAEU play every day, and we actually get to see it here. We have our top 16 teams here. We did actually have 27. So shout out to the 11 teams that did get removed in the preliminary rounds. We are down to our top 16 here. And yeah, a lot of exciting action in front of us. Grizzly, how are you feeling about today's matchups?
I am very excited, just as you. I mean, we have the first 8 teams competing against each other today, and then tomorrow we're gonna have 8 more teams fighting it out for the number 1 spot on the North American and European server. So that is definitely something that we always look forward to, because this is the tournament that we have once a year for our servers. So I'm really, really excited to see all these teams compete against each other. 2 absolutely action-packed weekends are ahead of us, starting today with day 1. I'm really, really excited to see what these players will bring to the table. And I'm also very, very excited to see which survivors and also which hunters have made it into the meta this time, because we always see with IdentityV, the ever-shifting game, we always see a little bit of a difference when it comes to the meta character. And yeah, overall we have seen entomologists coming more and more into the meta, and I'm really curious to see if we will have more entomologist gameplays. And also, as always, I'm very excited to hopefully maybe spectate some Feaster.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely a possibility here. Always an option for NAU, always an option to see some characters we don't see every day. And something interesting as well, we're going to have the inclusion of Little Girl for the first time in one of these tournaments is really going to come out here. We've seen a little bit over in Japan and China IVL if you happen to follow those. But here in NAU, this will be the first occurrence of this character. So I'm really excited to see how these players have adapted it into their meta strategies. We've seen Little Girl be around the game, be around the rank system for a little while, and it's been a strong character for certain matchups. But we'll go back to that in a moment. We are going to go look at our bracket here. Our first matchup up today, we do have OM versus Last Cypher, followed by FT and N3. Grizzly and I will be here for you for those 2 matchups, and then after that, Poch and Nell will be joining you guys for LVH versus Ravens and Ace versus B4U to finish up today's matchups.
That is gonna be very, very exciting. We have B4U in today's matchup. B4U very, very well known in the community because they did not only win the North American and European tournaments in the past, but also that is the team that was representing our server in the Call of the Abyss tournaments before. And here we can see the matchups, as you already mentioned. OM versus LCR Last Cypher will be our first match of the day, and I am personally very, very excited to see these teams, because when it comes to the hunters, we have, for example, we could look forward to see some Sculptor, Guard 26, Breaking Wheel gameplay, but maybe also a little bit of Dream Witch, and overall the Bloody Queen, just characters that we have always seen, that kind of always have been in the meta. And if we look at LCR, we also have X-Boy potential, so that could be something we can look forward to probably in the later rounds, because you always want to go for the stronger meta characters in the first one and in the second round as well, because again, the bans won't be that permanent.
Yeah, in OM Omega versus Last Cypher, this is a really, on paper, this is a very close matchup. Both of these teams have players around the sort of Hydra level. They've all been, peak tier Titan survivors. So a lot of high tier gameplay going at it here. In reality, it's going to be, in terms of skill and competitive, both these teams very limited on their tournament experience, but again, very strong players overall. Looking at the OM roster here, the starting lineup will be Nickelodeon on the Hunter side. You also have the addition of Zen as a substitute Hunter, and for the survivors, we do have Cloud, K-Dead, Jojo, and FY. So if you guys watched IVT last year, we saw, I don't believe Cloud competed, but he has been a competitive player around the competitive scene. K-Dead did compete on Fusion last IVT. Jojo and FY also newer to the competitive scene as well. But yeah, you do see like a little bit of tournament experience here. Nickelodeon has some in the past as well, Cloud and K-Dead, so that may actually give them the upper hand here going into this matchup against Last Cypher. We'll have to see.
That is definitely something to note right here. Very, very exciting to see that. And I also want to mention that we have a prize pool in this tournament. $9,000 are on the line. The first team alone will take around $5,000, and we also have prize money for the second and third and fourth team that will, compete in this tournament. And here we have LCR Gate coming to the game. As we already mentioned, Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, and Guard 26 might come to the field, as well as that X-Boy that I would definitely like to see. We have seen X-Boy being utilized in the big tournament Call of the Abyss 5, and that might definitely be a character that we could see in this tournament as well. And yeah, that's gonna be very, very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a few survivors as well here. Rizuki, not a player I personally recognize. Fizzy, actually an older player. I know has played a lot in the past. Was with the old PR team, and I believe has come back to compete in this tournament. Neko as well, I'm not too familiar with as well. Zai, known to be an entomologist player and has been around the top tiers over the past few seasons as well. So again, on paper, in terms of ranking, we have a very equal matchup between these two teams. But I think, again, I think Omega having a slight sort of competitive experience gives them a little bit of an advantage here. But again, on paper, very close here, very close matchup. And, it really comes down to how well can both of these teams play. If I'm not mistaken, the first map will be played on Red Church. So looking at these two types of hunters here, we talked about Nickelodeon. We have Dreamwitch, we have Breaking Wheel for him. Also, the Sculptor is a character that he has really been prominent with. That's kind of what the character he's known for in the past. We've seen Sculptor kind of change into less of a winning hunter and more of a draw hunter. We've seen Dreamwitch, we've seen Breaking Wheel turn into our winning hunters, and overall, Sculptor after that nerf has just kind of fallen to more of a draw type hunter. So again, it's really going to be important to see how well these Sculptor players can perform against these survivors. So, it's going to be really important here. Again, Gate as well. I think we're probably going to see Bonbon from him here going into this round one. Breaking Wheel, not too strong on Red Church. You have those really strong windows around Church, which are very difficult to deal with. So I think in reality, we're going to see a Bonbon from Gate. And most likely, Sculptor, maybe the Dreamwitch as well from Nico. It's also a possibility depending on the situation. But yeah, it's really on to how well these hunters compete against these survivor sides here on Red Church. And again, just, if Nico opts to go Sculptor, it could be a very tie-sided matchup. Bonbon being a tie hunter, Sculptor being more tie-heavy now. But if Nico, again, wants to go for that Dreamwitch, we could see things shift a little bit more in Omega's favor.
That is for sure. And since we are going on the Red Church map and we're gonna jump into our round number one, what would you, recommend as player when you're going in as hunter to ban on the survivor side? What do you think will we see on the ban side right here?
Yeah, well, it really depends on what Nico's trying to go with here. If he's going to go for the Dreamwitch here, we're going to see Seer ban first, more than likely. If he's trying to go a little bit different and go maybe a little bit less aggressive, more conservatively with the Sculptor, we may see something like Forward. We may see something like Priestess get banned here. We don't see Mechanic really get banned so much for Sculptor anymore, and with the Seer nerf, an 8-second owl was not as strong, especially as a chip hunter. Looks like we are going to see Seer ban first from Nico, so it's still a possibility of a Sculptor, but it definitely indicates more in favor of the Dreamwitch. Now, if you're the survivor side for last Cypher here, are they going for expecting Dreamwitch, or are they expecting Sculptor? I don't think Nico's planning to play Breaking Wheel on Church. Obviously, with the Seer ban, that could work, but it's not a very strong hunter for this map. So if you are last Cypher here, I think your best bet is to prepare for Dreamwitch and try to force out a Sculptor, force out the tie hunter. That way you don't have to deal with that 4K potential. So if you're last Cypher, we're probably going to see Forward Priestess here. Maybe get locked in, maybe Mercenary, maybe Psychologist, maybe even Little Girl. All of those characters are very effective against Dreamwitch in the long run.
That is for sure, and I'm very, very curious to see if we have that Priestess on the field. Priestess can definitely be a huge obstacle for the hunter, and here we have Forward and Priestess, very, very good meta characters that you just want to pick in round number one when you don't have the bans. And here we can also see, we haven't really talked about the ban system, but here we can see the ban system. We have round number one survivor ban before we have 2 survivor picks, and then the hunter can ban 2 more survivors before one more survivor, before the survivors can pick their rest of the team. And we can see we have the Mechanic on the field, and Sai could, as you already mentioned, potentially come in as entomologist. Yes, could come in as entomologist.
Yep.
That's, I think I'm gonna stay with that statement.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mechanic here getting locked in here, so I think they're really trying to go as versatile as possible here. Psychologist ban for Nico definitely indicates Dreamwitch. So again, we talked about Seer being fan first, maybe favors Nico's Dreamwitch. Psychologist getting locked in here almost for surely secures it. Patient ban not going to go for Mercenary at all. He's giving a 4th character pick selection as Mercenary here, maybe even Little Girl to the Survivors. I think the idea of Forward Priestess here is it's, 2 very versatile characters, work well against Dream Witch and Sculptor. We will see the Mercenary get taken here. And then Mechanic is really just in there for the Sculptor matchup. Mechanic's a very good character for drawing against Sculptor. He can also be effective against Dream Witch as well, but yeah, we'll have to see. This is a very well-rounded comp for Last Cypher. Nico really giving them a lot to work with. We are going to see Dream Witch as expected. So this is just, this is really good. I think this actually right now looks very strong for Last Cypher. These picks and bans went exactly how they wanted. They have double Rescuer, the 2 best Rescuers in the game, along with the best Supporter and the best decoding character. This is a very strong team comp here for Last Cypher going into this Dream Witch matchup.
That is for sure. That is an extremely strong combination of survivors, especially on the Red Church map. Again, if we have the Priestess on the Church, she can really place these portals that might make or break the game right there for the Hunter. But again, we have the Dream Witch. We can definitely look forward to a very, very strong late game of the Dream Witch if Nickelodeon is able to get these leeches on the field. That is the main key. If we look at the just a little breakdown right here on how survivors want to go against the Dream Witch. If we look at the Dream Witch, she is very, very scary just because she can put so many leeches on the field. And if we have so many leeches on the field, especially late game where we have detention, where we only have 2 areas where they can go to, the main exit gates, it is very, very beneficial to the Dream Witch to have a lot of leeches on the field. So therefore, throughout the entire match, you as survivor, you want to get rid of as many leeches as possible, either by deleeching each other, or potentially take the hit from the leech to get rid of that leech, because if you're taking it from your own leech, the leech that is attached to you, that leech will disappear. So I'm very curious to see how Last Cypher will play this out, if they will, really take their time. Usually Dream Witch matches are extremely long. They are a little bit longer than other Hunter matches, not only because the survivors are playing it slow, but also because the Hunter is playing it slow and safe, putting these leeches everywhere. Very, very curious to see that first match on day number 1 right here. We have LCR on the survivor side and OM on the Hunter side. Who will take home the first few points in this first round, first half?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you talked about Red Church, a very small map, the smallest map in the game, actually. So this is going to be typically for Red Church. It can kind of go both ways for Dream Witch. Obviously, it being a very small map allows for a lot of pressure. There's also such thing as too small. Red Church being a very small map, it's hard to actually get your leech out of range. So it'll follow the main body, the spawn will fall back to the main body. It's hard to get the leeches out of range, so the leeches will follow the survivors because of how small the map is. Believe it or not, it actually is kind of a downside for Dream, which is also very easy. There's so many pallets. A key component in defeating Dream Witch is kiting out Patroller. How well can you time those Patroller bites? For those of you who don't know, Patroller bites every 5 seconds, and you can actually cancel the bite animation by interacting with either vaulting a window, vaulting a pallet, throwing down a pallet, and you can cancel the bite animation that way. And because Red Church has so many windows, a pretty good amount of windows, and so many pallets, especially in Graveyard and over on the middle broken side of the map, it's actually very easy to kite out Patroller. So that's why Dream Witch can struggle a little bit here. But we are going to see the top broken spawn here from Nickelodeon, immediately rotating towards bottom. 2 survivors spawning down. There it is, Fizzy and Zai, Priestess and Mechanic. So this is a really good start here for Nico. He's actually going to rotate into Church instead, finding the Priestess. Obviously, in this team comp, you don't want to have to chase forward if possible. You definitely don't want to chase Merc or Priestess. So he's really going to be looking out for that Mechanic, but did not see him, and he's actually heading towards back end and may have to commit to Priestess here as his first target.
And that could be a little bit difficult, but we also have to see that the Priestess is not necessarily in the best area. Priestess is extremely strong inside the Red Church, especially with these supportive portals, but we can see that the Hunter definitely focuses on the Priestess right here. Is getting the first hit while she was trying to put on that second portal. Now she does not have any portals left. Patroller already on the feet, and that might be the first survivor that goes down right here too. The Dream Witch extremely strong and fast early game, exactly what the Hunter needs to make that victory happen. And we can see that Fizzy will be again the first survivor on the chair, has a portal recharged right now in case the rescue is coming in. That portal can be utilized to make some more distance, but that is definitely a strong start from OM's Hunter Nickelodeon.
Yeah, and if you notice, Nico did an excellent job of trapping in that priestess. He had the leech camp one side of the wall. He's able to get the leech hit, canceling the portal, and he had the spawn follower sit on the other side of the pallet. So even if after Fizzy took the hit, he could not. And oh, we're actually the forward hit the patroller. The patroller actually stays online and actually stuns the patroller because of it, and he's gonna cancel the patroller here, go for the hit onto the forward, and he's gonna go right into the priestess. So priestess does force the leech hit, which is strong here, but you also have to consider 2 people injured here. Mechanics decoding slowed down significantly. And yeah, excellent trap again at the early game from Nico, not giving priestess any room to transition away here. He's sending that spawn follower towards that middle here. He's going to camp that middle cipher, break these pallets, and go ahead and just go share priestess with the leech. Now this really comes down to, is the forward here to harass? And it looks like no. He's going to use that spawn follower again, camping that middle cipher, only 1 leech in the area. Forward's going to go ahead and football away so he doesn't get hit by the spawn here. Now Nico knows it's safe to pick up the priestess here. He can pick him up with the leech here, and he's going to force forward to use even more football, and it's now going to go ahead and share priestess for the second time.
Yes, as you mentioned, uses more football. Football is now not a question anymore. Football is gone, so that is definitely in favor of Nickelodeon right here. Again, that is a very, very strong Hunter-sided match right now, because we have the priestess on the chair. Forward can't really harass, can't really come in for the rescue since he is injured too. He has not the chance to really make it in there. What will the team do? Will they sacrifice the priestess right here and play it a little bit on the more decoding side to finish these ciphers off? Or will they come in for a rescue? We can see someone is right there coming in for the rescue. We have the mercenary taking the hit, making the rescue happening, and now we just have to see what the priestess is doing. 2 portals are ready, but at the same time, if she's taking another hit, she will be out of the game, so she better makes use of these portals. And we can see that multitasking while hunting down the priestess, we have to switch to another leech, and there goes the priestess hit. That might be the first survivor out of the game. 3 cipher machines are decoded, but still the next 2 are at around 50, and then there's 1 more cipher machine that hasn't even been started. A lot of hits on these survivors.
Yeah, another free hit here for Nickelodeon. So he has to hurry here. Priestess moves really fast. You have to leech this priestess. You gotta pick her up here. Priestess is able to get up and force a leech hit. No, only 70% of the way down. So Priestess is not going to be able to get up here. He's going to be able to chair Priestess for the last time. Look at this Cypher pressure. As you mentioned, Grizzly, using that main spawn follower to camp the middle Cypher machine. Priestess will not be able to struggle free here. This is going to be Priestess dying with 3 portals. So this is really not a good trade for last Cypher at all here. And, you know, you see the mechanic doll putting in some progress. We also have a slight bug on the gate opening progress. That will be fixed, corrected for the next match. But currently, we are going to see the survivors just stop to heal up and heal leech. This is how you have to play this point of the matchup. Just slow down the game, heal up as much as possible. And Nico does not spot out the mechanic being healed, so no leeches and full health for the survivors here. Still puts them in a decent position. Obviously, it doesn't look too strong because of how quickly the priestess was eliminated. But you have to consider, with the lack of pressure, only 1 follower on board here, the survivors still have good stability. Forward is has a pocket watch, not a character you really want to chase because of that watch. Mercenary 3 elbow pads. He really wants to try to find mechanic and commit to that as his next chase target.
That is for sure, and all of this is really slowing down the game, because we can see they're not really focusing too much on decoding. They're rather focusing on healing up so they can take additional hits. They are focusing on getting rid of these leech. Almost all survivors have the mark on them so they can de-leech each other or de-leech themselves, so that is definitely something that they want to have, because again, the more leeches are on the field, the more pressure is on you, the more pressure is on the survivor side with, you know, leeches on the ciphers, leeches on the rocket chairs, so definitely something you want to do. And we can see mechanic stall is going down right here. That cipher machine was almost done. We have the dungeon right there. Definitely something that the survivors team also wants to keep in mind in case it's going into a late game where they need to get their dungeon, that 1 survivor escape. And now these cipher machines, they are having a huge progress. If we look at the cipher machine, we have 4 different cipher machines that are being decoded. 4, because with the leeches you can easily camp that last cipher machine and you force the survivors to split up between the cipher machines. And knowing that, the survivor team right here, LCR, was already working on different cipher machines to set up for that late game.
Yeah, so really making Nico work here again. Had a good starting position, but hasn't played very well. Oh, beautiful minding from Nico, shining the red light through the wall, forcing, baiting the mechanic into running into him. He's able to get a free hit because of it. That's his second free hit, and every free hit for a Dream Witch really is a difference maker in a match here. We're going to see him use that Spawn Flower, trying to pressure down. This mechanic does have Blink available. Mechanic trying to keep distance as much as possible. It's about delaying the inevitable, delaying that Blink as long as possible here. But, you also have to keep in mind here, even if you do down this mechanic, you have 2 people full health that can rescue. No Tide Turner available, though, so that's going to be a difficult rebound for Mechanic without that as an option. So we're going to have to see what Nico opts to go for. Really taking his time here, giving them a lot of time to work with. No leeches in play. Nico's really just burning leech time here. He really needs to kind of give up on the chase, go pressure the last Cypher. He's going to do that, switching the Mercenary here, but look at the patience and discipline here from Neko, not going too aggressive to finish the Cypher machine. He's going to go ahead and leave here. He's going to head over to forward. They're going to de-leech most likely, and they're just going to continue to decode, and this is how this works. But Mechanic getting a little bit too over aggressive here will probably go down to a free hit here. That's going to be the 3rd free hit for Nico, and this may actually be a difference maker here unless they're able to prime all their Cyphers, which I believe they're actually able to do so. They have a lot of progress here on the board.
A lot of progress. Cypher machines are popping right now. One Cypher machine at 90. That is the one that the Mechanic was trying to finish. But there is another one at 70. We can see the survivors in the top, in the bottom left. They are deleeching right now. They are deleeching. They want to get rid of as many leeches as possible before they enter the late game. Because again, Dream Witch late game, if there are a lot of leeches on the field, that can be extremely dangerous. And we can see Ford is coming in. Ford is making his way to the rescue. Is utilizing that pocket watch. It might give him a little bit of an edge right here to get away, but we have the patroller leeching him right in front of the chair. That might be extremely good. Mercenary is coming in, is very close to the survivors as well. Mercenary needs to get to that last Cypher machine. They need to get that last Cypher machine to 99%. They are currently at 75, and that fantastic job from the survivors. Ford is going down. They are taking turns on the rocket chair. That is exactly what you want to do. You want to take these turns on the rocket chair because that is buying you a little bit more time. You can see that Nickelodeon is trying to place as many leeches as possible because they know late game is about to start.
Yeah, he gets an early hit onto the Mercenary as well. The question is, does Mechanic have this with the Prime Cypher? He does not here. Mechanic's actually dead on chair as well. Oh, this gets really risky here. He can blink Mechanic and actually chair. Mechanic's done. Sure, he dodges the blink though. Does get it down here. Can they get to the last Cypher machine and pop in time? And it looks like no, he's able to get the pickup. Mechanic was, I believe, saved after the halfway mark as well. We're gonna find out in a moment here. And he's gonna go ahead and try to pressure down these last Cyphers here, these exit gates rather. And Mechanic will be placed on the chair. He's able to struggle. You gotta be careful here. Dragging him a long way. He does struggle. He does have the extra follower here. Actually, down Mechanic.
Very true. That Mechanic was immediately down again. Definitely a well thought out plan because now we have the forward right here who needs to get away from the leeches. Will that be enough time? No, we have the forward going down, but it will probably end up in a 1 survivor escape, which is definitely something that in LCR's position you want to go for. Because this is a tournament, every single survivor escaping is not only a point, but if this is going to be a 4 survivor elimination, the team that were able to pull off the eliminations is getting an additional point. So you definitely want to not give the opponent's team more points than necessary. And this was a really, really good start from both sides, I would say. OM getting the 3 survivor elimination, getting the 3 points, but also LCR preventing OM from getting the 5-point game right here with a 4 survivor elimination by having 1 survivor escaping through the back gate. Fantastic start into this tournament. I'm very, very curious to see how LCR on the Hunter side this time will come back in round number 1, the second half, and if they will be able to not only tie round number 1, but maybe even taking home the victory for round number 1.
Yeah, we do, and it's really interesting to see is we had a very stable team comp, Mercenary forward, very stable characters. They're very good rescuers. They're very hard to chase. So it puts put yourself in a strong position overall. Of course, Priestess being good support, also hard to chase, and Mechanic good decoding. This was probably about as stable as you could get, and Nico was still able to get a win. So that's really beneficial for him here. And it's really going to come down to this next part here. You're going into this round here as Gate, the Hunter for Last Cypher, and you're playing on Red Church. Now, Gate's only real win hunter is Breaking Wheel. You can't really play Breaking Wheel too effectively. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, last Cypher picked Red Church here. So kind of what that means is that they were really aiming for Gate's Bonbon to come out and perform. But so now you're going to have to go for a win as a Bonbon, especially in a tournament setting. Bonbon is really only in there for draws. It's really hard to win as Bonbon. It's a heavy tie hunter. And against teams with forward communication and good, just good communication overall, you don't have to overextend. The way Bonbons win games is that teams try to overextend. They try to go for risky rescues, and Bonbon's able to stuff the rescue because they have good camping abilities. But in a situation where Omega only needs to draw, they can simply just give up on rescuing. They can have maybe a mercenary go feed Tinnitus, and they can keep the Bonbon at bay by keeping you at the chair, and you just don't even go for a rescue. You focus on decoding, and you put the Bonbon in a position where they really just have no room to try to push for a win, and they're forced to kind of just take the draw overall, and that would actually give the round 1 win to Omega, which is kind of the goal here for them. So maybe Gate goes more aggressive, maybe you play something like Sculptor, which has a little bit more win potential, but ultimately he's known for that Bonbon pick, so he may kind of just have to risk it with the Bonbon here on Red Church. We'll have to see. Again, it's really that's again why it's so important that Nico got that extra kill. Because if you're Nico here, you saw the Survivors play a very stable comp, a very tie-heavy comp. They really just went for a draw here. Nico was able to get 1 extra kill, and now this is where the Bonbon can actually struggle a little bit in Last Cypher, in the instance here for Last Cypher.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I have to mention that Nico was playing absolutely fantastic. He had a really strong early game with that Priestess, was able to mind game the Priestess, basically trap her in the area where the Priestess went down with the Patroller. Absolutely fantastic. Was also concentrating on the Priestess to get that first survival elimination as fast as possible when we had the Ford coming through with the Pocket Watch. Ford was able to always get away with the Ford's football, but as soon as that football was exhausted, he had the Pocket Watch, which was stopped by the Patroller. So overall, Nico was just very good in utilizing the Patrollers in combination with the Leeches. Fantastic job. It was really good for LCR to get that 1 survivor escape, that is for sure, because this is still putting OM into a situation where they don't necessarily win too easily, even with, as you mentioned, the main Hunter Gate coming in with a guard 26. He could still pull it off if he is getting that, 2 survivor elimination quite fast, and then can concentrate on the 3 survivor elimination to tie up that first round right here. Or, as you already said, he could come in as Sculptor. Sculptor, definitely a character that can play a little bit more aggressive. You can guard the Cypher machines with the ability of the Sculptor and potentially bring down the survivors extremely fast. But overall, if you look at guard 26 as well as Sculptor's skills, they are quite similar. So it definitely is going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off a 3 survivor elimination, just like OM did with the Dreamwitch right here. Very curious to see how this plays out. If anyone can turn this around, I still think that, LCR might be able to do that and might be able to get the 3 survivor, if not even 4 survivor elimination, and secure the first round win for themselves.
Yeah, so just a lot of pressure here on Last Cypher. Looking at how this next matchup is going to play out here, if you're Omega, are you going with, we saw Mechanic get utilized in the first round. Mechanic's a good character for playing for a draw here. And again, it didn't quite work out. They had a drawn position. They had 2 Cypher machines. With 1 Cypher left, they actually had 2 Cyphers that were almost primed. So they put themselves in a position where, even if Dreamwitch is able to camp one of them, you're still able to do that other Cypher machine. However, you saw what happened, in which, you got the Mechanic rescued after half, and they're able to down the Mechanic and pick him up before they pop that prime Cypher. And that was really the difference maker. That was really important. You saw Mechanic. It really goes to show how giving free hits to a Dreamwitch can really make a difference in the match. There was unfortunately just a few too many free hits there for that Mechanic, and because of that, Nico was able to capitalize, put them in a situation where Mechanic is dead on chair, and didn't even have to use Blink to kill Mechanic up until the end. He's able to save it up until then, and then that creates the winning position for Dreamwitch, because Dreamwitch, for the most part, obviously he plays well. If you play well as a Dreamwitch, you can win. But if teams give up free hits to the Dreamwitch, it really puts it into their favor and gives them the win potential they need to take the round number 1. So that was a really big difference maker there. He was able to get Mechanic down that way, put them on the rocket chair, and then with that Patroller, the Pocket Watch, majority of the time will ensure that the Ford gets a safe rescue before the halfway mark. But the Patroller onto the Ford was very important because it prevented him from getting the save before half, made the Mechanic dead on chair, and he was able to get that down and prevent Mechanic from propping that last Cypher machine that was in church.
Yeah, that Patroller was really making the game right there for Nico. That was absolutely fantastic, and yeah, but we can't downplay how well LCR was playing. Last Cypher were able to decode Cypher machines. We didn't really have that extremely long and intense late game where it's just a back and forth. It was, in the middle of the match, it was going a little bit back and forth, but they were really pushing these last Cypher machines, and they were able to get two ciphers at around 90%, one at 99 in church and one at 90 where the dungeon location was. So that was absolutely fantastic on their side. They were really coordinated. They were really playing extremely well. And that last cipher pop, honestly, that was extremely good too. It was just a few seconds too late for the mechanic right here. So it was definitely a really, really strong game for LCR, considering that we had Nico bringing down that priestess so early in the match. That was definitely something that you have to consider too. The first survivor went down quite quick, and I think LCR was recovering from that extremely well. Team coordination, team gameplay was absolutely on point. And again, if that cipher pop was just a little bit quicker, if they were able to get to that cipher a little bit earlier, or the mechanic were able to kite for a little bit longer, because we saw the blink was bringing her down, if she was able to maybe predict that blink, go back into the church, that would have made the difference for the mechanic right here. And yeah, overall great setup on the survivor side. We will now see last cipher on the hunting side with Gate. We already mentioned it, very well known for the Guard 26, but could potentially also come in with a little bit more of an aggressive sculptor to secure that victory for them. Just like OM's Nico did in round number 1, and the OM survivor side definitely looks scary as well. That's definitely something we can look forward to. Very, very curious to see the survivor combination of that team. We can expect a very, very safe team composition, just as we saw before, because they want to get the tie. They want to play it as safe as possible to secure the tie. They don't necessarily have to win. If they get the tie in this second half of round number 1, they will win round number 1. So therefore, we can see that very, very strong priestess as well as a psychologist.
Yeah, priestess and psychologist. Maybe this means that Gate actually will pull out Dream Witch, which is not a character is really known to play that much. I know in my experience playing against Gate in rank matches, I've never actually encountered him playing Dream Witch, but maybe this is something that he's been investing time in and will potentially pull out here. Seer ban first actually indicates no Bonbon. Bonbon never really banned Seer first, so I expect that probably he's trying to play something that maybe something we're not expecting. Whether that's Dream Witch, maybe for Sculptor, but it's unlikely. Maybe for Breaking Wheel. Maybe he's trying to play Breaking Wheel here as well. Psychologist pick here is interesting. Obviously, it's very strong against Dream Witch, but it's risky against Wheel if he does try to play it. Obviously, Church Wheel not very strong, but in this instance, it could actually work against Psychologist. We're gonna see Patient get banned second. Patient ban is fine for both Dream Witch and for a Breaking Wheel, so either of those are on the table for him here. But yeah, looking at this team comp here, I'm not really sure with Seer ban and Psychologist lock. It actually indicates that he might be trying to play Dream Witch, but this comp is really hard for Dream Witch Grizzly. You can't chase Mercenary, you don't want to have to chase Priestess. Psychologist can take 3 hits. Acrobat can cut out Patroller with those bombs, so I expect we're probably going to see maybe Breaking Wheel here from Gate here, if he did go with that Seer ban.
That would be very interesting. Breaking Wheel, I mean, yes, Gate is known for not only the Guard 26, but also for the Breaking Wheel. But we kind of like excluded that option because Breaking Wheel on the Red Church would be extremely difficult, especially if you're trying to chase someone inside the church. So here you can see it. He is trying to play the little bit more aggressive Sculptor over the Guard 26 that we were speculating about. So that definitely shows that Gate wants to get the 3 survivor, if not even 4 survivor elimination. They want to get that round number 1 tie, because if they, and with round number 1 tie I mean they need the victory on the Hunter side, because if they are not able to tie this first round, we already have LCR in a little bit of a deficit position, a position that puts them into a deficit, because again, round number 1 win definitely makes it harder to come back from. And yeah, very, very interested in seeing that second half where we have Gate on the hunting side. They need to get the 3 survivor elimination to tie this first round. And again, if anyone with the Sculptor can pull off a 4 survivor elimination, that is Gate against OM right here.
Yeah, these bans are interesting. You know, we saw Seer ban first, which is not as common for Sculptor, especially after the Seer nerf. We see forward ban was second. Typically, it would seem something more like Priestess or forward ban first. Like Survivors taking Psychologist and Priestess is fine. Obviously, Psychologist works well against Dream Witch. It can also be good against Sculptor if you're able to kite in the open and dodge statues. And then forward ban and Patient obviously work for Sculptor. But yeah, first ban Seer for Sculptor, not very common. So interesting choice here from Gate. Maybe trying to throw the survivors off. Not really sure. It doesn't make too much sense for a sculptor pick, but it could have been he was also trying to play some other type of hunter, such as Dreamwitch, and they played a very anti-meta, or sorry, a very anti-Dreamwitch team comp. As you can see here, this team comp is very difficult for Dreamwitch, Acrobat, Psychologist, very difficult chase targets, Priestess, Mercenary as well. So I think he's maybe just trying to counter that and go with the Sculptor here. And we are going to see the Church spawn here from Sculptor, which means that a Survivor does spawn at Backgate, also behind Shaq, over near Graveyard, God Palette, and top Broken. He's going to go towards Backgate first. Does not see anyone wants to take chase, and go ahead and continue on to Shaq. And that is the location of the Psychologist, so not too bad of a find here for Gate.
Definitely not the worst find. If we have a first hit on that Psychologist doesn't really have too much to do, not too much to, you know, put up a better kite than all the other characters, where we have the Priestess already setting up portals on the map, trying to create escape routes, and that's definitely a really good find. When we can see Jojo really buying time though, getting away from Gate right here, trying to create distance, vaulting over the windows. The statues are not hitting yet, is trying to get these statues hit landed, is looking around on the map where the rest of the team is, because you definitely want to keep an eye on all the survivors. Knowing where the survivors are and who is around is definitely giving you an advantage, and we can see he knows where the Acrobat is. That hit did not connect. Fantastic job, is following up with the blink hit to get that first hit, and now tries to pressure the Cypher machine where the Acrobat is working on. That is a really strong start for the Survivor side. We can really see how they are working together right here. While we have the Psychologist buying time, we can see the rest of the Survivors decoding, and not a single statue hit was hitting so far. Jojo really doing a fantastic job, just avoiding these hits, not only with the statue but also the normal hits.
Yeah, Jojo doing an excellent job thus far. Goes to the pallet. Oh, gets the pallet stun as well. What a beautiful job here from Jojo, not giving up anything free here to Gate. No, oh, there is the first statue though. If you are Jojo here, you want to be careful. Vaulting this window is going to take the vault, and Gate missing the statue. Jojo going to get the broken window speed boost as well. Now already down to 2 ciphers. Priestess about to pop a 3 cipher kite already on the way. The last 2 cipher machines already started, and Jojo is going to go down to half health here and actually misses the portal. There was a portal set up for them there, but a slight lack of communication here, unfortunately, for Omega. Means that Jojo's kite will be shortened a little bit more than ideal, but it still is a 3 cipher kite and already a winning position here for Omega.
Definitely a really strong start right here from Omega. Again, with the 3 cipher kite, they are setting themselves up for a fantastic tie. They have great chances to go in for the rescue, just concentrate on the rest of the cipher machines as well and buy more time. It was definitely, you know, the beginning of the match very favorable for Omega, and we can see the rescues happening. Mercenary took 1 statue hit right here, is also able to dodge so many statues, is taking the hit, and this is buying time for the rescue. We have Tide Turner active, but if Jojo is able to just perform as well as they did earlier, that might be just enough. Last effort is coming in. That is still good, because I think the rescue was happening before half, so therefore if the Psychologist is getting on the chair again, we have survivors that can not only decode but also come in for the rescue. So definitely a strong situation for Omega right now.
Yeah, we're gonna see Psychologist on chair for the second time. I think the big risk here for Omega is that if you're able to spike the Mercenary and actually down him with the full presence statues, then you're in a situation where they may not have someone in the last type, but I think they actually have. It looks like just the Mercenary is there. Acrobat is trying to potentially help. There's the statues. Can Mercenary dodge here? He's kind of just dropping them all in here. Mercenary, does get hit by that 1 statue, but Acrobat can now take over the Cypher. Does take a hit, another one as well, but Acrobat's staying alive. If Acrobat goes down there, that's actually probably a drawn position, but they were able to stay alive a little bit longer here. Acrobat should be able to find the Cypher. He goes portal, but he misses the hit, and now he has no trait for endgame. So that blink there from Gate, actually a huge misstep for him here, because now he has no trait. The Cypher's going to be primed anyways, so Omega should have just a free win here in this position. Yeah, there's the Cypher pop.
Absolutely fantastic late game from the Survivor. As you mentioned, all these statues back there in the shack area were extremely good. We're hitting the Survivors, but at the same time Acrobat was still up and running with a little bit of life left, and that was definitely putting them into a situation where they could prime that Cypher, and they did prime that Cypher. Blink was used, no late game trade is available right now, and now we can see that we have the Priestess just kiting away from both gates, just buying time for the team, just avoiding these hits and buying enough time for the rest of the team to open up the gate right here, back gate. We can see a 3 survivor escape, and that is not only putting Omega into an absolutely fantastic position because they won round number 1, but also point-wise. Point-wise, they got 3 points out of the first half, and 3 points out of the second half as well, really showing that they are not only a very, very well coordinated survivor team, but also on the hunter side they are dangerous. So absolutely fantastic job from Omega so far. They were definitely putting up a great fight. They were definitely putting Last Cypher in a little bit of a tough spot where they had to come back, where they had to push. Again, Sculptor knew that they needed the 3 survival elimination, so they had to play aggressive, and that is sometimes allowing the survivor side to use that in their favor, to really, you know, knowing that they have to be aggressive and then just using that to play just as well as they did, and that is definitely setting them up for a very, very good start in this tournament. Round number 1 goes to Omega, but there's still everything on the table. If anyone can come back, it's LCR. I'm very curious to see how round number 2 will play out.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an excellent job. I mean, it was really just all psychologists. That kite was very good. Yeah. Excellent job there from JoJo. So that's really all you'll need there. If you have a good kite, as a psychologist player, you're able to force just a lot of basic hits. That's really all you really need to do against Sculptor. She did take 2 statues, which is kind of a bit of a downside, and that kite could have actually been extended a long time. If you go through that portal there, if you're able to make it to the God Palace, if you're able to make it to Graveyard, that could easily be a 5-cypher kite. Unfortunately, you know, Omega did miss out on that, but it still didn't matter. They were able to get a 3-cypher kite off, they're able to get a rescue, and they're able to bait Gate into using the blink, so there was no option to trait swap, no option for trump card later in the game. And just because of those things, it really just worked out for them. No need for Mechanic to even draw here. You just have a straight standard, just a stable, well-balanced team comp, and it really just worked out in their favor here. So, yeah, just excellent rescues, and just excellently played overall here for Omega. So 6-2 lead for them going into round number 2 here. It's just been all Omega so far in this matchup. So Last Cypher's really need to put something together here again. It was also Last Cypher's map pick, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So Omega able to get a win on kind of Last Cypher's home field advantage is really going to put them in an incredible position. You know, being up 6-2, having map pick in round number 2 here, it's just looking like all Omega thus far.
Yeah, that does really look like Omega is having a little bit of an, you know, advantage over LCR right now. At least, you know, if we look at the points don't lie. We can see that they're definitely in a better spot right now with having round number 1 in their pocket. And not only by a little bit, no, they actually were able to secure a lot of points. And that is definitely what we want to see in this tournament. We want to see a really, really good matchup between really, really good teams. And I would say that both teams did absolutely fantastic. But at the same time, you saw these small differences that Omega had, these small situations that were changing the game in their favor, and here we can see the overall situation. The Acrobat, definitely one of the main decoders, was just decoding a lot and also pushing that last Cypher machine, while we also had the Mercenary coming in with the decoding speed. Priestess not only decoding but also trying to help late game to prevent that, you know, down of the Psychologist. And overall, Psychologist 7% on decoding, that's absolutely fine with a 138-second kite, as we already said, a 3-cypher kite, as well as a great late game kite where we had the situation that all survivors were up and running. Only one survivor, the Priestess, was the one that was going down late game, and that was absolutely fantastic. Very well played from OM. That is, LCR definitely needs to come back from this. They need to adjust their strategy. They need to put pressure on OM in round number 2. They need to win round number 2, or at least tie that round number 2 to hopefully get a better round number 3, which they can, you know, turn around with potential point advantage. But that's definitely going to be difficult after that crazy 6-2 match in round number 1.
Yeah, 6-2. So now it's still scary for Last Cypher. I think the first 2 rounds are the more beneficial ones for Omega, in that you have Nickelodeon who can play Dream, which can play Sculptor. Those are his 2 best hunters. When you have to go through both of them, that's when it really becomes challenging. So when you're able to get through the first 2 rounds, if you're in Last Cypher's position, if you're able to get to the first 2 rounds with a tie for one of the rounds or win for one of the rounds, then you're in a good spot, because then you're going to the 3rd round. You can ban those hunters from Nico, and he's forced to play a hunter he's not exactly as comfortable with. But now that you have to go into round number 2 already down, he still gets to go Dream Witch or Sculptor. You can only ban one. So they're forced into playing against one of them here. Nico's also going to get the map of his choice, which map he wants to play these hunters on. It's just really difficult for Last Cypher. You can also even put, Gate onto a map he doesn't necessarily want to play on. I actually expect the survivors to I expect them to maybe consider going for something like Arms Factory. What that does is, you can maybe ban Bon. You don't like Gate play Breaking Wheel. And it looks like actually Gate's coming out here, and Fafa will actually be coming in. Oh, I didn't actually realize Fafa is actually on Last Cypher. I'm surprised Fafa didn't start. Fafa is, for those of you who don't know, Fafa is known to be actually one of the strongest hunters on the NAEU server. So he's been around the game for a while. He's been the #1 Soul Weaver for many seasons. He's been a top Breaking Wheel for many seasons. A very good Bloody Queen player, a very good Ann player. So Grizzly, I'm actually very surprised we didn't see Fafa here. He's really known to be one of the best players on the entire server in terms of hunting. So yeah, Last Cypher really needs to step it up here. So bringing in Fafa, I think, can definitely allow them to make this comeback. He's definitely the kind of trump card option they need to go with here if they want to try to upset Omega in this situation.
Which they definitely have to do. They definitely have to win that uphill battle that they are in right now. They need to get this round number 2 victory. At least a tie. Again, they need to get at least a tie, but still with a tie that's still, in round number 3 an uphill battle when it comes to points, because again, a 6-2, that's already a strong start. So what LCR wants to do right here is they want to win this. They want to get the victory. Not only Fafa on the Hunter side needs to get a victory, but we also need to see LCR on the Survivor side being very well coordinated, just as we saw them being very well coordinated in round number 1. Round number 1 was definitely a really good round for LCR's Survivor side, right? Yes, they got a 3 Survivor elimination, they got 3 Survivor eliminated, but at the same time we saw how well they work together, how well coordinated they are, and it was really just a few details that, they couldn't really do anything against it. With the Patroller on the not first officer's pocket watch, but the forwards first officer's pocket watch, that was just a game-changing moment, as well as the mechanic being down before that last Cypher machine could be popped. So overall, again, I think what we saw on LCR's Survivor side was extremely strong. And if they can come back with the same coordination, and this time with a little bit more luck on their side, they can definitely get that 3, if not even 4 Survivor Escape. That is, maybe 4 Survivor Escape is a little bit too much, but with Fafa on the Hunter side, they might be able to secure some more points in this round number 2. That's exactly what they have to do to proceed into a round number 3, because again, if they are not winning or at least tying this round number 2, this could be a 2-match KO for them, so they definitely need to pull off some points right here.
Yeah, so it looks like Chinatown was banned here, so if I'm not mistaken, that was Last Cypher banning that map, which is actually interesting. I feel like Chinatown would have actually been very good for Fafa's hunters. We has Soul Weaver, he has Breaking Wheel. Both those hunters actually are very effective on Chinatown, so interesting choice there. But we're going to see Arms Factory chosen, I believe, from the side of Omega. So Arms Factory here is good. I think it benefits Omega very well, because if you ban Dream Witch, you can still play Sculptor pretty effectively here. If you ban Sculptor, you have a great map for Dream Witch. So that's really just not great at all for Last Cypher. And then for Fafa, both of his hunters that he's known for, Soul Weaver and Breaking Wheel, not very strong on this map. Breaking Wheel, as we know, very weak here. Soul Weaver, it's not good in that there's a lot of open transition areas. It's very hard to web in certain areas of this map. There's a lot of pallets that you can use, force the Soul Weaver to break, and they lose those speed boosts when they break those pallets. So I think that here, Arms Factory is actually a difficult map here for Fafa. But we've actually seen Fafa in the past. For those of you who don't know, Fafa will play Breaking Wheel on Arms Factory. He's actually a very rare hunter that will actually do that. He's actually been very effective with it in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised here if he actually pulls out a Breaking Wheel here on the Arms Factory. So that could actually be very exciting. We don't get to see that every day. And I think that could really go to show the power of the Breaking Wheel, even on a map that's not ideal for that type of hunter.
I was just about to say, that could be very, very exciting to see that Breaking Wheel being utilized in a map that is definitely not meant for a Breaking Wheel. But overall, Breaking Wheel is just an extremely strong hunter. And if you play your cards right, that hunter can also be strong on a map like the Arms Factory. So very, very curious to see what Fafa will pull out right here on the hunter side. But again, overall, they need to be aggressive. They know they need to be aggressive. They could play it safe. Yes, they could push for the tie and be a little bit more, No, I think they need to push. They need to push for a win, because if they are tying again, round number 3 might be a little bit more difficult, because then we have all these bans coming through, and it might honestly, it can go either ways. It can go either ways. With this round number 2, we have to wait and see if it's going to be a tie or a victory for LCR, because LCR is currently in a deficit when it comes to points. And yeah, it's gonna be very exciting if we look at Arms Factory. Do you think we're gonna see some extraordinary survivor picks in this round number 2, or do you think it's gonna be another very, very safe combination on both sides, just as we have seen in round number 1?
Yeah, I don't know. I think for Omega here, they already have the lead here, so they might as well just play conservatively. There's no need to take any risks. As for going against Fafa here, if they do try to go with a Soul Weaver ban, and then go against Breaking, I mean, you have two options. You could ban Breaking Wheel on Arms Factory, which doesn't really feel good. You don't really want to have to waste a ban on Wheel if it is Arms Factory, even though Fafa is known for Wheel here. And maybe you can just go ahead, ban Wheel, play anti, Soul Weaver, play characters good against Soul Weaver, like Entomologist, like even Perfumer is not a bad character for going against a Weaver. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to see here. It looks like Fafa is going up against the Survivors first here, 2 bans right away here. What does he opt to ban? I imagine Seer is going to be one of them, and probably something like, it's really hard to say. You don't have to ban Priestess on this map, so maybe he'll go with a Forward or a Mercenary ban. I actually think that he's expecting the Survivors to ban Soul Weaver, and he's going to pull out a potential Arms Factory Wheel. He also has an option. He has some other hunters as well. And it is going to be Forward and Seer. This is very standard for a round 2 situation. So, and the Survivors ban Bloody Queen. So they give Fafa they give him his Soul Weaver. This is the hunter he's known for, Grizzly. He is, arguably the best Soul Weaver player ever on NAEU. He's always been first Soul Weaver for many seasons. When you hear the name Soul Weaver in NAEU, you immediately think Fafa. So I feel like this might be risky here because, again, like, Omega has the lead. They don't care if he plays a tie hunter like Bloody Queen. So why give him the edge here? It doesn't really make sense to me, but we'll see if it can actually pay off for them. It's just a huge risk, in my opinion.
We will see. We can see that Omega is using Psychologist, Postman, Mechanic definitely trying to push that decoding on that smaller map. Mechanic definitely a good character on smaller maps, and Arms Factory being a really good playground for Jojo right here. Very curious to see if they can come in with a Cypher Rush right here. The thing is, you already mentioned it, Soul Weaver as well as Breaking Wheel might not necessarily be as strong on these maps like the Arms Factory, and maybe OM, they want to push it. They want to push for a victory even on the Survivor side. Maybe they don't want to have the Bloody Queen that could potentially, again, we know Fafa not necessarily be known for the Bloody Queen, but maybe they just want to push him to play that Soul Weaver or to play that Breaking Wheel to potentially get a 3 Survivor escape. Maybe they have tricks up their sleeves. I mean, we have seen Omega on the Survivor side in the last round, and they have been performing extremely well. They got the 3 Survivor escape. Maybe they try to push him to play that Soul Weaver because they know they can do very well against the Soul Weaver. Very curious to see how this plays out for OM right here, or if LCR will turn the tables and take the victory in this first half of round number 2. Fafa definitely needs to secure points, so LCR Survivor side can come in and take the victory in round number 2.
Yeah, we're going to see triple decoder here from Omega. This is a very rare team comp. The only time we really see this used in competitive is over in Japan region. The team RC will sometimes go with a triple decoder team comp, but they actually use it to counter Bloody Queen because Bloody Queen gets countered by fast Cypher Rush. If you're able to out Cypher Rush the Bloody Queen, you can simply win. Even if Bloody Queen hits most of her mirrors, if you have triple decoder, you can sometimes decode fast enough where the Bloody Queen can't keep up and still win just based off of that decoding progress. So they play kind of a comp that's pretty decent in the Bloody Queen matchup, and then they ban Bloody Queen. So again, still very curious here, the route here for Omega. I'm not really sure what the idea is. I guess Soul Weaver being a tie hunter as well, as you can kind of try to out Cypher Rush the Soul Weaver, but playing fragile characters against the Soul Weaver like decoders, Explorer, if gets found, is going to go down very quickly. Mechanic, not a very strong kiter against Soul Weaver. Postman can work, but if you have enough area, if you have a strong area where you can use webs, then you can still catch up even with a dog on you. So playing very fragile characters against a character like Soul Weaver, it can go 2 ways. You can sometimes outside rush the Soul Weaver, or you just get a very fast down, and it's just so hard to come back from. So Omega leading 6-2 here, playing risky. We'll have to see if it pays off for them. Again, we're going to see a deep sandbag spawn here from Fafa. 2 survivors spawning over near factory, immediately rotating in that direction. He does see FY, the psychologist. Will he continue here, or will he change targets? I'm going to go ahead and turn and go towards Shack here, which is the location of the postman. So he's able to find that there. Get rid of that postman, get rid of that decoding letter potentially coming in from him. That could be a pretty good start here for Fafa.
We can see that the first survivor will be the postman that he's chasing. And yeah, I agree that OM is definitely playing a little bit more risky, but they can play a little bit more risky because they have the points from round number 1. They are really trying to push it right here, in my opinion. I think that is a good thing. I think pushing LCR can definitely be extremely good for them if they can push that Cypher machine progress. We have the mechanic on the field, we have the explorer on the field, postman definitely buying time by transitioning into this area where we have all these pallets. Fafa is not necessarily going for it, does know that that is a strong area for the survivors, is going for the mechanic right here, lands that hit in front of the pallet, fantastic job, and is now setting up the webs to get that boost, to really concentrate on the mechanic to get that first survivor down, that first extremely strong decoder as well. So that's definitely something that goes in favor for Fafa, using that teleport just to, you know, get rid of that strong decoder.
And you see, Grizzly, exactly what we were talking about. This team comp can either work or it doesn't. You have a very fragile team, so you either can have very good Cypher Rush, or you just have a very fast down. In this case, it was a very fast down here for Fafa, and it really goes to show why even when you're playing on Arms Factory, a map that's typically weak for Soul Weaver, he's still able to perform very well here. So this is just really difficult for the survivors. Of course, they're going to have a very good Cypher Rush. They have an Explorer in play, they have a Mechanic stall in play, and they have a postman with a decoding letter. So they're still on track to easily push for good Cypher Rush overall. But it's just such a fast down, so it's going to be a bit of a turnaround here. We're going to see, it looks like, I believe that's K-Dead, the Explorer, is going to come in for a potential after-half rescue here. Or maybe just feed Tinnitus and not rescue at all here. Fafa playing very conservatively, trying to scout out that rescuer as soon as possible, but is he able to see him hiding here? He does see the Explorer, goes for the web shot, gets that first hit here. Now does Fafa go immediately for the hit? He may try to go for a terror shot. Grizzly, this is a huge moment. Can he potentially go for this hit here? And we're going to see him go for the swing, and he doesn't get the rescue. He does not get the rescue off, and Explorer is going to take a hit and get slowed down from the webs. He still has web shot available. Fafa can get an instant down with this Explorer if played properly here.
Wow, what a rocket share right there. Both sides were playing it perfect, and that hit right here from Fafa might give him a little bit of an edge where he can really bring down more survivors and secure that first victory on the LCR side that they need to keep it going. Fantastic job. That was a perfect rocket share. Perfect hit from Fafa. That really shows how strong Fafa is, especially right here with the Soul Weaver is landing that hit on the postman. Postman will go down with another web shot, and we can see that I think Fight is slowly transitioning in to potentially push that last Cypher machine. They don't want to go for that Explorer. The Explorer is probably going to be out of the game. There's no chance. We can see that Fight is pushing for it, but might not necessarily be able to do so.
Yeah, and he actually, that web shot, he hit that from really far away. And now he can just teleport back. He has teleport, but he can't make this rescue. This is another stuffed rescue here from Fafa. Goes for the swing, is unable to get it, but the rescue not able to get off here. And wow, this really goes to show this is why Fafa is the best Soul Weaver on this server. He's so it's so hard to play at this level of Soul Weaver here, and we're gonna see him try to get this down on Psychologist on the worst map against a triple decoding team comp. He's on track to win with a tie Hunter. We're gonna see him down the Psychologist here. Probably just gonna go ahead and share here. Doesn't want to risk the Postman popping that last Cypher. And Postman just web shot away. If he finds the Postman at any point, this is a 4 survivor elimination against triple decoder with Arms Factory Soul Weaver. So this is just looking really good for Last Cypher. This is what we talked about. This is what Last Cypher needs to come back here. And Fafa really giving a huge boost here. And again, it really begs the question why we didn't see Fafa right out the gate here for Last Cypher. He's already found the Postman. All he needs to do is down him with 1 hit here, and this is a 4 survivor elimination. Goes for the mind game with the red light as well. Dodges the dog here. Can he get 1 more hit on the Postman? Gets another web shot, another slow down here, and I think this should do it in a moment here, just a matter of time.
Nice hit through the pallet right here. I mean, Psychologist was on the chair, and we could see the dungeon was right where we had the Postman. So absolutely fantastic job from Fafa, securing the points, not securing just a few points, no, getting the victory with 4 survivor eliminated, and that means they are getting 5 points for this round, and that is securing them the tie at least. Even if LCR is getting eliminated completely as well. It will still secure the tie, and that will still secure a round number 3. But at the same time, LCR's team, we saw it in round number 1. They were doing extremely good. They were doing fantastic, and I think they will definitely get one survivor through the exit gate or maybe through the dungeon. So they are set up for a victory in this round number 2 right here. I'm really excited to see where this is leading to. I'm really excited to see round number 3. But for now, let's check out the stats for the second round, first half. We have the decoding progress was very well. We had a lot of big decoders on the field, and even though Fafa was pushing a lot of pressure on the survivors, they were able to bring down all 5 Cypher machines just because we had so many decoders. But at the same time, it can go either way. Either you're getting Cypher rushed, or you can really have a strong early game and then bring down survivor after survivor and protect the survivors. We saw the teleport coming through just to make a rescue impossible from the psychologist, and that was really giving him the edge to secure that 4 survivor elimination. Fantastic job from Fafa, and definitely now they are definitely in a situation where they can come back from this round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you gotta respect Pan the Soiver. You can't give it to him here. You have a good team comp. Triple Decoder, it's fine for Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen's a character that naturally can down survivor with 2 mirrors. The 2 ways you can be Bloody Queen is you can out Cypher Rush the Bloody Queen, or you can play characters that are good at kiting mirror images, like Perfumer, like even something like Magician, something like Patient, or even Psychologist can take an extra hit. That team comp is fine for Bloody Queen. Your Bloody Queen can't really win against 3 Decoders and a Psychologist. You can't down Psychologist quickly because of 3 hits. And the Cypher Rush, you can just out Cypher Rush Bloody Queen. So, giving Fafa Soiver here, it's such a huge threat. It's a ridiculously high risk. Of course, it's high risk, high reward, but when you're up points, when you're up, 6-2, why take the risk? Just play conservatively, take the tie, and just really grind this scratch out and just hold your lead here. And with that 5-point, that 5-point gain for Fafa, 7-6, Last Cypher now leads because of that. So, Fafa really coming in here, really showing that Soiver skill, very impressive. And Last Cypher really started to turn things around.
Definitely impressive, and again we saw Fafa in this match right here doing absolutely fantastic after going for the Postman early game, and Fafa realized Postman is not necessarily the best target, especially in this area. Immediately teleport to a better area, to a better target, which was the mechanic. So overall, if we rewatch this match, it was just a very well played out match by Fafa. Was really putting pressure not only on the survivors, or especially on the survivors, but also on the entire team. Not only on one survivor at a time, but on the entire team, by really pushing for these survivors. They wanted to get the points, and again, you already said it, the survivor combination was not necessarily the best in consideration of the hunter that they were facing, but at the same time, Fafa knew that too. He knew that, hey, I can go for a victory. I can go for eliminations right here. I can get them if I play this aggressive. And he did, and he got the 5 points. Congratulations to that. They definitely made a big comeback already with this round right here. But now we are leading into the second half of round number 2, where we have LCR on the survivor side. Again, I mentioned before, I think LCR did a fantastic job in the team coordination in round number 1. And I definitely think that they will be able to put a lot of pressure on Nico, who we will see on the Hunter side.
Yeah. So now the question is here. You're down 5 points. So what do you go here if you're Last Cypher? I think you have to ban Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch, of course, being the best hunter for 4K potential. I think it's safe to just take a Sculptor here. Sculptor being more of a tie hunter than she used to be. Of course, still has win potential, but is more for ties than she used to be. So now you're looking at a situation here. If you're Nico, how do you bring this back, right? You're gonna have your Dreamwitch probably banned. Obviously, Omega went Arms Factory because they were hoping that Sculptor gets banned, and they're hoping that they're able to play Dreamwitch. But now that Last Cypher has a 5-point lead, 5-point lead for this round, they don't really have to play risky. I mean, they can try to just play conservatively now that they have the lead. They can simply ban Dreamwitch, take more of a tying hunter like a Sculptor, and maybe even just play something like Mechanic, which is a good tie survivor, and just play for a tie against a Sculptor. And Sculptor not being as strong in Arms Factory as Dreamwitch is. So, of course, we saw Soulweaver not being very strong in Arms Factory, still be able to eliminate all 4 survivors. But now you're in a position where it's tough. It's very easy to play something like Mechanic, go for a draw against against a Sculptor. And then you saw Fafa playing very aggressively. It's actually kind of interesting as well that I wanted to bring up, where you see a lot of Survivors go Blink, Detention, and Trunk Card, which is more of a tie build. And it also has some aggression in there. But Fafa went super aggressive and just went straight for a win with the teleport, and it worked out in his favor.
That is for sure. That was a very, again, we said it was a very, very aggressive situation. Obviously, we had LCR in a situation where they had to play aggressive. They had to get the victory. And Fafa was definitely showing exactly that mindset. We need to get a victory. And they made it happen, putting up the LCR team on the Survivor side now in, like, just putting them into a really good position where they can easily tie it, because even if they tie and both sides are getting 2 points in the second half of round number 2, overall, if we look at the points, we would still see that LCR would be in the lead after that. Absolutely fantastic round number 1 for Omega. That would still mean, if they are tying right now, that LCR point-wise would be in the lead. Yes, we would have a round number 1 and round number 2 victory, which means in round number 3, OM, if they are winning, they still have the chance to win against LCR, but at the same time, LCR, with a little bit more, of an advantage when it comes to points, would only need to tie round number 3 to get the victory. So that is definitely something to keep in mind, that Omega needs to get the 3 survival elimination to keep not only the upper hand in round number 1, but also the upper hand after 2 rounds when it comes to the points overall. Because right now they can't really win this second half, the second match right here. They could potentially tie it with another 5-point game for Nico right here, for OM. But at the same time, again, if they are tying, if 2 survivors are escaping, point-wise, LCR will take the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see Nico banning Forward and Seer. This is the most standard bans. We are going to see Dreamwitch, yeah, just as we predicted. Dreamwitch is gone. Don't give him any options to get 4 survivors eliminated. Mechanic, Mercenary, they're just going as best as they can to deal with the Sculptor here. Mercenary, very stable Rescuer. It's very hard to chase. And the Mechanic is just very good Cypher Rush, which makes it very difficult for a Sculptor to get 4 survivors eliminated. So Last Cypher knows this. They're playing conservative. They're taking the conservative route. They're up on points. They're trying to just tie this round here. They're playing the most stable team comp possible for a draw. We're going to see Psychologist get banned here from Nico as well, which, Psychologist, of course, you never really want to have to chase that as a Sculptor. If they're able to force a bunch of basic hits, it's very difficult to deal with. We'll probably see something like Acrobat or maybe Patient as well. Not a bad kiter for a Sculptor. And I don't know, does Nico even play Sculptor here? Does he even have another Hunter that can go for 4 kills? I think in this situation, the goal for Nico is try to get 3 survivors eliminated. If you're able to eliminate 3 survivors, you still lose this round as Omega, but you're still up on points. So even if the last round becomes a tie, then you're still winning if you tie the last round. So the goal here for Nico is eliminate 3 survivors. That's kind of the bare minimum that he's trying to push for here. And if he's able to get 4, then of course that's very strong. But I think you want to at least go for 3 here if you're Nico.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. If the survivors are getting a tie, if LCR is getting a tie, they are in a good position, because then they can only push for, or not only, but they could push for just a tie in round number 3 to get that victory. It's really, really, it's really intense now, because this match right here will most likely decide who might proceed, because if we can, if any of these teams can get the upper hand point-wise, then it's definitely going to be tough for the other team, because again, you can't just push for a tie if you're having the upper hands when it comes to points. And both sides know that. Again, Survivor side, LCR wants to see at least a tie to have the upper hand when it comes to points. And on OM's side, Nickelodeon needs to get at least a 3 survivor elimination to have the upper hand points-wise. And we can see that Sculptor is coming through. Sculptor, definitely a character that can push for that 3 survivor elimination that we are talking about, can definitely make it happen. But again, LCR's survivor side is extremely strong. We have Neko coming in with the Entomologist and CYY coming through with the Acrobat. That can definitely be a little bit of a difficult situation for Nickelodeon, and LCR with that team composition can definitely push for a tie.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really hard chase targets. Acrobat, never really a great chase target overall. Entomologist is a very strong kiter against a Sculptor if used properly. Mercenary can't really chase at all. And Mechanic just in there is really hard for Mechanic Cypher is very hard for a Sculptor to deal with. So we see them finally getting locked in here. And Nico going with the Sculptor. Arms Factory Sculptor as well. Not very strong overall for a Sculptor player. However, You also have to consider that it's a smaller map. Smaller maps benefit hunters in situations where they need high kills, because it's very easy to pressure Cypher machines. So, you know, here, if Nico's going for a 3K, this is probably the map to do it on. But against a team comp like this with a mechanic, with good kiters, with a stable mercenary rescuer, it's really looking tough here. And in last Cypher, it didn't look good. After the first round, it looked all Omega from there. But last Cypher, just one round, one half of a round, putting themselves in the lead, and then now getting a very stable team comp here, a very strong team comp here in the second half of this round, just puts them in a great position right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, just to point this out, if LCR is getting a tie, just a tie in this second half right here, point-wise they are in the lead, which is, again, after this very first round where we saw Omega just dominating, you can't say it any different. That is surprising. That is surprising that LCR only needs that tie, and again, Omega knows that. This is a really intense match right now. Again, we have Omega on the side where they need to get the 3 survival elimination. LCR, they only need to get a tie. Again, we have seen LCR doing extremely well before, but at the same time, will they be able to get the tie, or will OM take the 3 survivor out and will get the points that they need to potentially push for a tie in round number 3, or potentially get a victory in round number 3? We have seen that they have been doing extremely well in round number 1. Why not, you know, come back and just win round number 3, and we don't even have to talk about ties if they are winning round number 3. But for now, we are jumping into the Arms Factory. Sculptor is getting into the match, starting at check, and therefore is immediately transitioning towards Nico, or Noko, I think is the name, and Rasuki. So absolutely fantastic find. 2 survivors are right here, right in front of his eyes. And will this be a strong early game for OM, or will LCR show that the survivor team is well coordinated enough to get the points?
Yeah, we're going to see him go ahead, trying to mind game this survivor here, but we're doing a very good job of avoiding these statues here. Going for the Acrobat first, so this is a pretty difficult chase target. Obviously, you want to try to go for Mechanic here. Acrobat going to use that slow ball at the window, going ahead and get that ball here. No free statue. Oh, does give one right away, actually. So that actually turns things around here for Nico. He's going to try to loop this area as much as possible, vaults this window. Has broken windows, of course, here. In this team comp, the only character with Tide Turner should be Mercenary. You know, there's no need to go anything too aggressive. Again, you're just trying to go for a tie. Beautiful bomb. Oh, but he walks right into another statue. So unfortunately, this Acrobat walking into 2 statues. And actually gives Nico a slight advantage. It was looking very good for the Acrobat, but now it's going to be a little bit difficult. He actually runs himself into a corner, but he goes for the bomb over the barrel here, gets it off, goes for the blink here, and he's able to get it down here. But decent Cypher progress overall with the Mechanic in play here. Still, last Cypher was on track for a draw.
That is extremely good right here. Fantastic hit on the survivor with the blink right there. Really ending that kite of the Acrobat. Acrobat was definitely buying a lot of time for the survivors. Cypher machines are going well. We can see that we have Noko coming in for the rescue. Mercenary, very solid. Again, they only need a tie to secure points enough to have a point lead. Was able to dodge that hit right here, and is able to dodge this. No, not able to dodge the statues. That is really good. If there is another statue coming in that hits the Mercenary, that will prevent him from rescuing. But either way, one of the survivors that will that we can see right now will go down. Mercenary is taking that hit. You can see the Acrobat is running, and Nico definitely concentrating on the Acrobat, since the Acrobat is the survivor that was already on the chair. Mercenary will fall down eventually, and with the Mercenary going down and having that long healing process, that's definitely one survivor that is, you know, not necessarily the main target, because it is slowing down the game immense with the Mercenary on the floor.
Yeah, and the save was after half as well here. And Acrobat in a very good position. I think their best bet is to try to firebomb here. Yeah, firebomb into Factory. He misses the firebomb. He did not get it in that wall there, but Nico still has, you're going to go for the BC, but he's able to get the vault top. He still has statues available. Acrobat needs to dodge all statues. You see the top down, and there's the beast for the support here. He's going to be able to slow him down here, give Acrobat a little bit of distance, and Acrobat able to run, but he gets sniped by a statue here. Going to go down, full presence for Nico as well, and just beautiful statues from Nickelodeon here. Acrobat just ate too many statues, and because of this, Nico's able to get a relatively fast survivor eliminate here, because that survivor was saved after half as well. But look at that Cypher progress, Grizzly. Mechanic really putting in work here. 1 Cypher almost prime, 2 already at 50. So it's still possible to draw here, but Mercenary taking another statue. Nico is so on point here with the Sculptor.
Yeah, fantastic combined statue that was going for the mercenary. Another hit with the statue and another one. He brings down the mercenary right here in the factory, and that is the second survivor on the chair. Again, OM needs to get the 3 survivor elimination, and so far they are doing a really, really good job. Nico is doing a fantastic job bringing down these survivors, but at the same time with the mechanic in the field, you can really see the Cypher Machine progress going fast. Cypher Machine Rush is active. We have 1 Cypher Machine remaining, and that is definitely setting the survivors up for a good tie, because now we have the entomologist nearby. Will definitely stay in this area to force the sculptor to stay here as well. And as soon as that Cypher Machine, oh, entomologist is half injured. That's extremely good. That is extremely strong for Nico. He might be able to bring her down with the statues, force the Cypher pop, and have a good late game. But overall, Cypher Machine progress is going well. We have the last Cypher Machine primed. We can now see CYY probably coming in for the rescue very soon, and going down to a normal hit would be the best option, because if she goes down to a normal hit, she can come. Oh, was actually able to sneak in the rescue right here. Mercenary is getting rescued. The Cypher pop is coming through. Mercenary running into an area where no exit gates are, and buying time for the team to get the 2 survivor escape. Again, the 2 survivor escape is what they need to not only win this round number 2, but also point-wise get an advance. Now Mercenary will go down. Mercenary self-healed. So therefore Nico is just leaving the Mercenary on the floor and concentrating on the exit gate. So that is still a good chance to turn this into a 3 survivor elimination.
Yeah, Mercenary had an overpad and he just didn't use it. So now Nico has Blink. The question is, does he have detention? I don't know. I actually don't know if he had an up-down detention build or if he had... No, it looks like no detention there, Grizzly. Does get some statue hits onto Entomologist, but with no detention here, if this mechanic can force basic hits, and then just force 2 basic hits, he'll be in a good position to kite here. Nico will go for 1 connection on the statue, but mechanic runs into it. He could have hugged the tree to dodge it, but didn't, and now he's going to take a statue hit because of that. He's going to spike the exit gate as well. No statues for Nico here, but he's really making this interesting. Last Cypher, they played a conservative team comp. It worked for a draw, but now he's really playing this endgame so strong. And it also begs the question, why Mercenary even go for that first rescue? It feeds full presence, and it was after half, but it looks like, yeah, just it's really tough here. Goes for another statue, able to dodge it here. As your mechanic, you have to force out a basic hit. Waste extra time as much as possible. Is able to dodge that statue. Does get the basic hit down there. Now, Grizzly, I don't know if Mercenary has self-heal. I really don't. He did get double hit earlier. Yeah, so I don't think he does. And now the question is, do you just take a 3K here? A 1 survivor escape, or do you try to go heal the Mercenary and go for a tie? I think Nico might have actually secured 3 survivors eliminated.
I mean, we have the mechanic, and the doll is running. The doll is running on the field. If the doll is able to get to that Mercenary, we still might see a potential dungeon escape, because we can see that Nico is definitely staying in the area to protect the mechanic. Is a little bit scared of a rescue on that mechanic, and that might allow... Wait, the doll I think ran out, right? The doll is not able to get to the Mercenary, so therefore we have Blink coming through, forcing... Oh! Not only forcing out the entomologist, but bringing her down in time to get that 4 survivor elimination going and to tie this round number 2 completely. So we were talking about an absolutely fantastic round number 2 first half for LCR. They were definitely coming back, but here we have OM coming in with a 5-point game as well, and that is tying up round number 2, excuse me. And OM is now in such a good position, because even if LCR wins this round number 3 first half with a 3 survival elimination, they could still point-wise hide the match and win. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit speechless that turned into a 4 survival elimination right here. Absolutely fantastic job. It is putting OM into an extremely good situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally, they had the 1 escape. I mean, the bare minimum is they needed to get 1 out, right? So Fafa got 4 survivors eliminated. Last Cypher needed 1 out to at least win that round. And they just kind of... I don't really know what happened. Entomologist just left the game. I mean, I guess was trying to pressure Mercenary still, but Mercenary died deep sandbags. Like, there's no way to get to that Mercenary. So why not just take the 1 escape? I'm really speechless here. But yeah, I mean, it's just... Nico got a 4-survivor elimination from a drawn position. If Mercenary, I mean, there's so many ways that Last Cypher could have tied that game. If Mercenary doesn't go for any rescue at all, conserves all 3 elbow pads, has full health, and doesn't feed full presence, the survivors are in a great position. So going for that rescue there was interesting, right? And he also wouldn't have wasted self heal, which means he could have gotten up in the end game. So I don't really, going for that rescue there didn't really make sense. And that's what gave Nico the upper hand. As soon as Mercenary goes for that rescue, it gives him the chance to win. If he doesn't go for the rescue and maybe just feeds Tinnitus or continues to decode, the survivors with a mechanic on the team should almost 100% draw from that position. As soon as Mercenary goes for the save, uses 2 elbow pads, gives full presence, and wastes self-heal, that's when Nico has the chance to come back. And that's really what made the difference there, because then Mercenary can't self-heal in the end game, and then, then Entomologist, I guess, wanted to try to pressure the heal, but wasn't even close, so why even take the risk? I don't know. It's just, at least get one out, right? At least get one out, at least win that round. But now, just some missteps from some Last Cypher, just, it worked in Nico's favor, and he capitalized. He did not give up. He took advantage of that, those little missteps, and that's what gives him, that really goes to show how strong of a hunter he is. And just like that, Omega ties the second round, which means they're still up 6-2 going into the last round. So Last Cypher back at being in a huge deficit. They were all of a sudden in a situation where they could have tied on rounds, and now they're right back to the same deficit they were in round number 1.
That is, yeah, you said it. You basically summarized everything perfectly. That Mercenary rescue, or not the Mercenary, the Acrobat rescue by the Mercenary was really snowballing. First of all, the rescue was after half, so therefore Acrobat was the first target that went out as soon as he went down. Mercenary was also going down, which forced him to self-heal, and that self-heal was basically the rescue. That was the rescue for OM's Hunter late game, because as soon as he hit the Mercenary, he was completely forgetting about the Mercenary. Mercenary will go down, can't heal up. Now you can concentrate on another survivor to not only have a tie, but to secure a victory with a 3 survivor elimination, which, OM did right here. Nico definitely did that by bringing down the Mechanic, and now we had the Entomologist in a tough spot. Mechanic couldn't really get the doll to the Mercenary to heal up the Mercenary. That could have been a little bit of a twist right here for LCR if they were able to heal the Mercenary with the doll, but the doll was already running out of time, couldn't really use it to bring the doll to the Mercenary, so that was just a tough situation late game. It was already looking like a 3 survival elimination, and then that teleport to the gate, which was a little bit surprising to the Entomologist, I would say, was bringing down the Entomologist just in time to get the 4 survival elimination. What an absolutely fantastic second match of round number 2 for OM. They definitely put themselves into a position where LCR is now having such a hard time coming back. They need to get not only 2 victories, they need to get, I think, as far as I know, a 4 survivor elimination or escape and a 3 survivor elimination or escape to win this and to, proceed in this tournament, because this is a single elimination tournament, so therefore if you're getting defeated, you're out of the tournament. Definitely a difficult spot to be in right now.
Yeah, so it's really tough. I mean, Nico brought an interesting build. He had, I believe it was Confined Space Trump card, which is not really standard for Sculptor. Typically you see something like Insolence, you can get that full presence quicker. Sometimes you see Trump card Detention, but he had Confined Space and Trump card, and maybe that's what caught them off guard, but the survivors should have known. As soon as they saw no Detention, and they knew there was no Insolence because he didn't reach full presence fast enough, you have to assume he has Trump card, right? You see Confined Space, you see fast pallet breaking speed, so he has one build, you have the up build, but with no Insolence, and then you see no Detention, you gotta know that second trait is Trump card. You just have to know it. And I think maybe the Entomologist kind of figured Trump card wasn't there, but he'd only taken up one part of that Persona Web, which means he still had the Trump card available. So you have to assume that he had Trump card there. So, I mean, yeah, just from that position, Nico switching to teleport gets that kill. And how this last one is going to play off. So down 4 points. So 6-2 here in favor of Omega means that if there's a 5-point play for Last Cypher at any point, it means that Omega would need to get Last Cypher would need to also get a tie. So so it's a 4-point lead for Omega, which means that if Last Cypher, for example, gets a 4 survivor elimination as Hunter, the survivors tie, then Last Cypher wins because they'll be up 1 point. But they would need, or they can just go 3-3, so a 3 survivor elimination, a 3 survivor escape. That also would tie things up. So it's kind of weird how the points work out. You typically don't see a 6-2 in the first round. I think that's a very uncommon situation where a 3 survivor escape and a 3 elimination. There's usually a 4 in there somewhere, or like a 5-point play somewhere, or a tie somewhere in there. So it's kind of a weird situation that we're in. But yeah, how this really needs to play out is to simplify things. Last Cypher needs 3 escape, 3 kill to tie, or they need a 4 kill and a tie on the survivor side or a tie on the hunter side, and vice versa to win things. That's kind of how it has to play out for them.
That's actually very interesting because we saw Fafa now coming into play, and this will definitely make things interesting in round number 3 because they were definitely able to pull off a really strong first half of round number 2. Round number 2 where Fafa was getting the 4 survival elimination. So the question now is, what will we see? Will we see OM just as strong as they have been in this entire matchup so far? Or will we see LCR coming back? And, you know, as you already mentioned, if this will be a 3-point game for both matches, we will see a tie, and this might potentially push into a round number 4, which could be very interesting for all of us, because then we have a few more bans, we have another round to watch. Very excited to see that, and maybe we're gonna see some more off-meta characters. But overall, again, if we look at OM, they were playing extremely strong. LCR survivor side, I am actually surprised. I would say LCR survivor side is extremely strong, but OM's Hunter was able to get not only a 3 survival elimination in round 2, but also a 4 survival elimination in round number 2. So that is definitely speaking for itself how strong Nico is and how difficult this will be for LCR to win this round number 3 and to at least make it a tie, to potentially a tie overall, to potentially get into a round number 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're in a situation where, I mean, Last Cypher has played very conservatively this entire, in terms of comps, they played very conservatively. Round 1, they had a very stable tie comp for a Dream Witch. Nico was still able to get an extra kill. And then they had a round 1 Sculptor, which is kind of a tie hunter, but the OM survivors were still able to win. Round 2, it was the same situation. You had a very stable kind of tie comp. You had Mechanic, which is a very good tie survivor. It's really that simple. And they had a tied situation, but Mercenary went down too quickly with no self-heal and also going for that rescue. It's just a few things there. Mercenary doesn't save, it's a draw, right? You know, if Mercenary used an elbow pad earlier instead of getting that double statue hit at the end, probably still a draw. If someone stops to heal the Mercenary instead of wasting self-heal like earlier in the game, and he would still have self-heal, it's still a draw. So, again, still in a situation where you have one out, but then Last Cypher, they didn't take the conservative 1 survivor escape, so they played conservative team comps, but overall the survivors themselves have been playing aggressively. A Mercenary rescue there, that's an aggressive play. Entomologist getting out of the gate there to potentially pressure Mercenary Seal, that's an aggressive play. So they're playing conservative team comps, but they're trying to play them aggressively, and it doesn't really work well together, and that's kind of been the downfall for Last Cypher so far. So if they really want to kind of figure things out here, I think the best bet for them is hope that Fafa can come out with a very strong match, get maybe a 4 survivor elimination, and then just play a conservative comp and just play a conservative play style. Get a tie, and you can win that way. I think that's probably the best bet for Last Cypher if they really want to try to win things here against Omega.
I don't think that let me think. I'm not really good at calculating these numbers, but if they get a 5-0 and then they tie it up, oh yeah, no, they get the win. Okay, alright. So it's definitely still possible on LCR's side to come back from all of this. But at the same time, we really have seen OM doing a fantastic job so far, and it's interesting to spectate these matches because not only have we seen very conservative matches with conservative team compositions, but we also saw very risky gameplay on OM, and also very overall risky gameplay on I would say both sides, which again, high risk, high reward can definitely pay off, but also doesn't necessarily have to pay off. And we can see one survivor, Neko, is getting switched out with Pigeon. I'm very curious to see how that works out. Again, LCR, in my opinion, an extremely good survivor sided team. They are playing extremely strong, and I think if they switch it up a little bit like they do right now, Neko is coming in, Neko is going out and Pigeon is coming in, that might be just enough to get them points on the survivor side, which was kind of like the issue in the first 2 rounds. So they might iron out things right here, and they might have a really strong round number 3. I'm very excited to see that, and I'm very excited to see what both of these teams will have in store for us.
Yeah, so if you're Omega here, we kind of talked about the win condition for last Cypher. So now if you're Omega, your win condition is simple. Don't let them get 4 points. You know, all you have to do is just hold a 4-point lead. So here, if you're Omega, if there was any time to play conservative and just try to tie things out, it is now. So they've been playing very aggressively so far. You know, you saw round 1, played a pretty aggressive team comp, and it actually worked out for them. Round 2, they played really aggressively. I mean, they banned a Bloody Queen and they played triple decoder, and it really didn't work out for them, right? You looked into that situation. When you're up 4 points, you don't have to play aggressively, and they went for it, and it gave Last Cypher a chance to come back. And then, of course, the Hunter was able to turn things around. Now you're in the same situation going into round 3. You still have that lead. You were blessed with Nico able to get 4 survivors eliminated. So now just hold the lead. Just play conservatively, hold the lead. There's no need for Omega to go too aggressive here. So we're really going to see if that's what they opt for. And of course, it really depends on who has map selection here, what hunters want to go with, and if you are Omega, if you're Nico, you're gonna have your Dream Witch and Sculptor most likely banned. So I think at this point for Nico, probably just play Bloody Queen, try to go for a tie, and have the survivors, and vice versa, just play a conservative tie team comp as well, and just tie out this last round.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Ultimately, they only need to tie this round number 3 to get that victory against LCR, and that's definitely putting them into a better position. We can see that the map has been picked. I think it is, I'm not sure if I see this right, but it is Arms Factory again. We know that if one side picks Arms Factory, the other side can also pick Arms Factory, which will lead to, us seeing 4 matches, 4 rounds, not 4 rounds, but 2 rounds, 4 matches on the same map. Very, very interested in seeing that Arms Factory right here. Can definitely be good for both sides. But again, as we already mentioned, OM can definitely play it a little bit more safe. Could go in for a Bloody Queen, could go in for a tie, and then on the Survivor side, trying to achieve the same. And that is definitely... ultimately, that's the goal. They just need to keep the advantage that they have right now intact, and they just need to tie it out to win against LCR.
Oh, it looks like we actually have Lakeside Village, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah,
a little bit of a different, So I'm not really sure who picked this map. I think we can actually check in a second here. But Lakeside Village is going to be the map of choice here. I think this actually may have been last Cypher's pick. I know Fafa really likes Lakeside Village here. So that's really kind of a good option for him. Lakeside Village is a pretty good Soul Weaver map. I know that's actually his favorite Soul Weaver map. It's also okay for Breaking Wheel. The problem with Lakeside Village for Breaking Wheel is that there's a lot of really good window areas over near Shack, bottom floor, Big Boat, over near Mini Boat. It can be hard to deal with. But Fafa being has very kind of non-meta map selection. So Lakeside Village, again, we talked about how he kind of will play Breaking Wheel and Arms Factory sometimes. In Lakeside Village, maybe that's also a map he likes Breaking Wheel for. We're not really sure, but and then Soul Weaver is better on Chinatown, but we actually like to see Fafa likes that on Lakeside. So I don't know. This Lakeside is a map that I know Fafa does enjoy, so I think that probably is last Cypher's map selection here, but we'll have to see. And yeah, again, how does this play out here? If you are Omega, you have to ban Soul Weaver, you have to ban Breaking Wheel. You cannot give the Soul Weaver, especially after that last situation, especially on a map that's now better for Soul Weaver. And with extra bans, and you can't give Breaking Wheel, you can't give Fafa a winning hunter. You have to force him onto a tie hunter like Bloody Queen, and just try to tie things out. There's no reason to ban Bloody Queen here when you have the lead. You got to ban Soul Weaver, you got to ban Breaking Wheel, and just try to tie things out. We talked about tying things out, keeping your lead. That's the important thing here. And for last Cypher, Fafa really needs to come through and have a very strong match here.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that we won't see a Soul Weaver on Fafa again after this match. Again, Omega was doing absolutely fantastic throughout this entire tournament so far. Now, the only downside that was happening was, or the only situation that wasn't going in their favor was round number 2, first half, Soul Weaver from Fafa. So that's a given. They're gonna ban the Soul Weaver. They're gonna ban that hunter from Fafa. And again, as you mentioned, they want to ban the Breaking Wheel. All the winning hunters should be out of the game, out of the equation, so they can go for the tie. They can push for these ties, because that's all they need. That's all they need to win. At the same time, we also know that Fafa, extremely strong, extremely good hunter, knows that he needs to get the eliminations. He needs to get the points for the team. He needs to set up the survivors so they can only push for a tie, because that is definitely easier than having it the other way around, right? If Fafa is getting the tie, the survivors would need to get a 5-point game. A 5 5-point game means 4 survivor escape. And that might be extremely difficult, even though LCR is a strong survivor side. They have Pigeon coming in for Nico. That might be something that's, you know, mixes the game up a little bit. But at the same time, if you are looking at LCR on the Hunter side, they want to get the 5 points. And on the survivor side, they want to get the tie. That's the go-to right here if you are LCR and you want to win, which they obviously want, right? That's why they are here. And again, on the other side, we already pointed out, OM just needs to play it a little bit slower. They can tie. They can even let, if they have one tie, they can even let a 3-point game happen. They would still win by points. But overall, it is a little bit more comfortable for OM right now. And it's definitely going to be very intense, especially watching the Hunter side of LCR. Because again, they need to get this. They need to get the 5-point game.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is just it's a lot of pressure for a last cipher. So again, it's still on Omega in that you can't let 4 survivors get eliminated. You have to get one out. That's really just the bare minimum. If you get 1 survivor out the gate here, it forces last cipher to get 3 survivors to escape just to tie. They need 3 survivors to escape just to tie, even if they get 1 out the exit gate. So I think the bare minimum for Fafa is you got to get 3 survivors eliminated. I think is kind of just the goal here, because if you don't, then the survivor side needs to get 4 out for last cipher, and that's very rare. So I think in this situation, Fafa, the goal here is get 3 survivors eliminated at least. Put your survivors in a situation where they can go for a 3 survivor escape, and then maybe, you know, if you play really well, you can get an extra kill and put them in a great position where they just need to tie. So I think that that's kind of the goal here. Again, we saw Fafa just be very strong in that round number 2. And again, I'm surprised we didn't see Fafa in round number 1. Red Church, it's not a bad Soul Weaver map. It's very narrow in a lot of areas, very easy to place webs. So I feel like Fafa wouldn't really mind playing Soul Weaver there. So it's just a very interesting decision overall for last cipher. You know, the team comps have been very good for them, very stable, very tie heavy, but then they've been playing aggressively in the matches, and it's been working in Omega's favor. And then also in round number 1, they played an aggressive round 1 Sculptor, whereas I think it's just playing more conservatively. I think Fafa had a really good chance at getting a 3 survivor elimination with Soul Weaver in round number 1 on Church. So why not just play Fafa there? You do have to, I believe you do have to actually choose which player is starting on Hunter before you pick the map. So I think maybe that had a little bit of a factor, but I still think that round 1 Soul Weaver for Fafa could have been perfectly fine. We are going to see, Fafa on the Hunter side here. So OM, they really need to not let 4 survivors out. You got to get at least 1 out here, and then maybe try to push for a tie. If they get a tie, it's basically over. They would have to get 4 out against Nico, which, with the way Nico's been playing, it's very unlikely. But it's still a possibility. But again, they really need to get at least 1 survivor out here, but the goal is to try to tie if you're Omega survivors.
That is for sure. That is for sure. Again, we already went through this over and over again. LCR on the Hunter side, they need to get the points. 3 survivor elimination at least. That would put the survivors into a position where if they get a 3 survivor escape, they tie this entire matchup between these two, and that would push into a round number 4. Or if Fafa is getting the 5-point right here, that would potentially lead into a win for LCR. And those are basically the 2 outcomes that LCR can go for. 3 survival elimination, 4 survival elimination on Fafa's side right here. Anything else will make things too difficult, because again, a 4 survivor escape on LCR's side might be a little bit too difficult. Now, knowing that, we have OM right here who can easily set up for a tie, right? They can play a little bit more relaxed, they can play a little bit more comfortable, and they know, hey, we just need to get 2 survivors out. If we get 3 survivors out, that would be fantastic, but if we get 2 survivors out, that's still extremely in our favor. And we can see we have the Mercenary, we have the Priestess, 2 extremely strong characters, especially on a map like this. We have Lakeside Village, a huge map, which the Priestess definitely does accelerate him, especially with that global portal that potentially comes in. And we have Jojo coming in with the Psychologist. Psychologist, the survivor that really can buy so much time. We have seen it before in the match on Red Church, where Psychologist was just basically ruling the entire game. We're ruling 3 Cypher Machine Kite, and then after being rescued, pulling off the last 2 Cyphers. So that was definitely extremely strong survivor on OM's side. And then we have Fire right here with the Postman. they are definitely setting themselves up for at least 2 survivors to get out of the game.
Curious decision here from Fafa. Oh, we're gonna see Ripper from Fafa. So this is actually something that he does. Fafa has played Ripper before in past tournaments, which is interesting. In a situation where you need 4 stars eliminated, Ripper is a huge risk because Ripper's not really a winning hunter. But I don't know. Maybe Fafa can pull something out here. The Entomologist ban now makes sense. We actually see Gravekeeper get banned instead of the Mercenary, and it actually makes a little bit of sense. Well, as soon as I saw Gravekeeper over Mercenary, I wasn't actually sure what Fafa was planning on playing because, you know, typically, why not just ban Mercenary? But Gravekeeper is actually a pretty good rescuer against a Ripper, because Rippers will, you know, you go into Shovel, you can Foggy the Grave out of Shovel, but then you lose your Foggy and you don't have that to camp with, so it's hard to double hit. But you can double hit a Mercenary a lot easier. It's also easier to snipe free hits on Mercenary early game compared to something like a Gravekeeper, because they can simply just Shovel and avoid Foggy Blades quite easily, whereas Mercenary, if they elbow pad, you can still catch up and get a Foggy on them. So Gravekeeper, in reality, is a little bit, it's kind of a non-meta strategy from Fafa, not only to play Ripper to ban Gravekeeper, but it actually makes sense, which in this case, it's very rare to see Gravekeeper, you know, actually, it never really happens to see Gravekeeper get banned over Mercenary, but it actually makes sense here for Fafa. So yeah, going into this match here, you have Postman for that extra decoding. Psychologist will be strong against Ripper, can take an extra hit. Of course, Priestess and Mercenary, just staple characters. And now the Entomologist ban also making sense. Entomologist is actually a hard counter to Ripper. If you Foggy, if you try to go for a swing with a Foggy Blade, the bees will completely stop the swing and the Foggy Blade if you're far enough away from the Ripper. So Entomologist is a very good counter for Ripper, so that really makes sense as well. So Fafa going all in with the Ripper here on a big map. It's going to be tough for him, but let's see what he's able to pull out.
Definitely needs to go all in right here with the Ripper. I'm very curious to see it, because we don't necessarily see Ripper too often in a tournament situation. Ripper, one of the OG hunters, and I'm very, very curious to see if Fafa is able to again pull off that 3 survival elimination, or possibly the 4 survival elimination on Lakeside Village. Definitely a hunter that can go a little bit quicker on these maps, because we have the as soon as Foggy Blade is used and his skill is up, he can move quite quick. And you know, Lakeside Village just such a big map, so that is definitely in Fafa's favor. But at the same time, it is a difficult situation. The team composition right here with Postman as well as Priestess and Psychologist was also in the mix. That is going to be very, very difficult for Fafa to get the 3 or even 4 survival elimination. Let's see, we're gonna start the game off right here. Fafa pushing the survivors already. We have Jojo in the shack area. We have Dad right here at Big Rock. That is definitely something that we have to consider. It is the Priestess. 2 portals are ready with the Priestess. Utilizes 1 right away. He follows and now is in a really good spot to get hits on the Priestess. First hit lands, and it was the Foggy Blade, so can immediately follow up on that. We have the Priestess buying a little bit more time. Peoples are coming down. That is a good early game for Fafa, but Priestess again with these 2 portals can definitely buy more time and make some distance. Look at that, going back and forth. Will it be enough? He follows up right here, and K-Dad now being in a tough situation.
Yeah, tough situation indeed. Goes for the Foggy, gets it through the pallet. What a play from Fafa. For those of you who don't know, Fafa is also known to have a strong Ripper. We haven't really seen it that much, of course, because Ripper not a very strong meta character, but wow, Ripper here, Grizzly, may work out for Fafa. Very fast down. We also see, for those of you who don't know, Fafa has his signature blanket emoji, or not emoji, but blanket accessory. He loves to carry that with Ripper. And let's see if he's able to cut off. Wow, he already sees the footprints of the Mercenary. This is an excellent start here from Fafa, cutting him off from so far. Grizzly, I don't think Mercenary can save here. I think their only chance is Psychologist tries to go, but he sees Psychologist, he sees Postman with Wanted Order on Big Boat. He's preventing anyone from rescuing. He's got them all. He knows where all 3 survivors are. He's cutting everybody off here. As long as he keeps checking for that Postman, he sees Postman's not going for it. He sees Psychologist in the distance. He sees Mercenary in the distance. He knows no one can save. 2 survivors are not decoding because he's pressuring them so much here. And Fafa is just playing this so well. Does he find Psychologist hiding away? He does see Psychologist, or rather Mercenary, I think. And yeah, they just can't make the rescue at all. Wow, excellent game sense from Fafa.
really having a sight on all of the survivors, preventing them completely. And that is definitely something that is playing out in Fafa's favor. That is extremely strong. We can now see 2 Cypher machines are decoded, but the rest of the Cyphers don't look as good. Pallet stun is happening. Missed the dog though. And we can see Postman also took a hit right here. So that might, again, be a difficult situation for the Postman. Is coming. Oh! Is preventing that hit with a pallet stun yet again. Absolutely fantastic. Fafa needs to push. We can see that he's trying to get that Postman. Tries to concentrate on that survivor. But again, the Cypher machines are not really in favor of OM right here. LCR definitely having a strong match so far. That dog landed perfectly though, and might give Cloud a little bit more time to get away.
Yeah, actually, that Palestine was really important. If Fafa gets that hit there and downs the Postman, I think Fafa forwards this. He actually goes for the flag, dodges it here, but I think he's probably still going to go down to a basic hit here. Yeah, does get the down here on the Postman, and still the Cyphers are a bit behind. Because keep in mind, Postman was decoding that Shore Cypher that he's getting chaired on, so that means one of the Cyphers with progress has a survivor chaired near it, which means they can't really do it here. Does Fafa cut? Oh, does he see Mercenary already? It really comes down to, and he cuts off Mercenary already. Wow, Mercenary goes for that elbow pad. He's going to force an early rescue here. How well can FY can make this rescue? This is going to be really important. If FY gets here without getting double hit, it's going to be very strong for the survivor. He goes straight in for the rescue, and he does get the rescue without even getting injured at all. So excellent rescue here from FY. This actually gives the survivors a chance to still draw here.
Yeah, that is definitely something they need to do. Cloud getting a little bit of distance, getting away from that Cypher machine, but Fafa putting that peeper, so he immediately knows if someone is getting there. Fantastic job from Fafa, really putting pressure on the survivors. Yes, it is still a good match for both sides. They can still manage to tie. OM can still manage to get 2 survivors out of here with that great rescue by the Mercenary, but at the same time it's definitely going to be difficult, and OM needs to, you know, pull something off right here. They are decoding on the Cypher machine in the middle. We can see Fafa is coming in to prevent that decoding, but we can see Mercenary probably sneaks through right here and gets the rescue. Fafa needs to go back and concentrate again on that Postman right now to really focus on this 3rd survivor elimination, because if the Psychologist is able to finish off that last Cypher machine we have... Oh, Foggy Blade went through and hit the Postman. We can now see the force heal happening, but will... No, not force heal is not gonna happen. Oh! That might buy just enough time for the Psychologist. Force heal might come through.
Yeah, Fafa... he should have just picked up the survivor there. He's gonna wait for his Foggy. Can he get the pickup in time? Oh, he gets the pickup Grizzly, and they pop the Cypher machine, which means he's gonna be able to chair here. Detention. He had slow power breaking speed, so I assume trump card as well. So Fafa can still get 3 survivors eliminated. That's what he kind of needs here. The question is, can he actually make it to the rocket chair? We saw no chair at Shaq there. He is able to make it here, it looks like. Now, Grizzly here, what does Fafa do? Does he teleport right to this exit gate? And he does. Goes teleport onto Psychologist, has found an ideal chase target in that Psychologist, and he goes for that swing there, and he gets the down with the tension through the pallet. And now this is going to be close. I think Mercenary will have enough time to get the gate open, but keep in mind how fast Ripper is. If he can make it across the map in time, maybe there's a chance of a 4 survivor elimination, but Mercenary already on the exit gate. This should be 3 survivors eliminated, though, at least for Fafa. And again, that's what he needed here if he wanted to give Last Cypher any sort of chance to come back.
Wow, absolutely fantastic comeback right here. Is throwing that Foggy Blade just to get a little bit of a speed boost, but that won't be enough to prevent the Mercenary from getting out. 1 survivor escaped. OM definitely wanted to get that 1 survivor out of here, because now we still have a situation where OM potentially can tie, and with a tie would win this matchup between the 2. But again, this was a very, very important match for LCR if they want to come back, because now they have a chance. The chance of the survivors having a 3 survivor escape. That would push them into a round number 4 where everything is still on the table because they are tied up with all the points, and round number 4 would be the deciding round of this matchup right here. There is still a chance for LCR. I mentioned it before, I'm going to mention it again. LCR has been a fantastic survivor team. I think the coordination absolutely on point. There were just a few situations where it was, you know, going in favor of the Hunter and where it was going in favor of Nico, where the survivors were getting eliminated. So if there is any time to get a 3 survivor escape for LCR, it is right now. They need to do it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just Fafa has really just done an excellent job for Last Cipher. I mean, just look at that last round, Grizzly. If they get one survivor out there, if Last Cipher gets one survivor out that exit gate, Fafa gets a 3 survivor elimination here. All the LCR survivors have to do is tie. If they tie, they win the last round and they win this round. Now, because they tied the last round, that put Fafa in such a hard position, and he still got the job done. He still got 3 survivors eliminated. So now, I mean, Soulweaver, Ripper, 4K, 3K, you never really hear or see that, but here Fafa has just really done the job here for Last Cipher. So now Last Cipher really needs to capitalize on this. They really need to come back and get 3 survivors out the gate here. It's going to be difficult. But now this is where things get tough for Nico because, again, his 2 best hunters may not be an option. They may be on Dream Witch, they may be on Sculptor. So Nico can play Bloody Queen, but he's not too familiar with Bloody Queen in comparison to the Sculptor and the Dream Witch. So it's really difficult for him to go for a tie. He needs to get 2 survivors eliminated to win here. And yeah, again, it just really goes back to the same situation as last round. If Last Cipher takes the 1 survivor escape and Fafa 3Ks here, they're in a great position. But now, a lot of pressure on the survivors. You got to come back here. Of course, Nico really needs to get a tie, but even if Nico allows a 3 survivor escape, it's not over. It's still tied up at that point. So it's just really still a good position for Omega, but Fafa's still really giving Last Cipher. If there was any sort of chance for them, it's right now.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And again, if there's any time to get that 3 survivor escape against OM's side right here against Nico, it is right now. We have seen Nico being extremely strong. Round number 1, getting the points, getting the 3 survivor elimination. Round number 2, getting the 4 survivor elimination, securing the 5-point game for them. So Nico definitely a hunter that LCR is having issues getting even a tie. There are a little bit of problems getting the tie, and that needs to change right now. Round number 3, they can ban a few of his hunters, a few of the main hunters of Nico, so that might be in favor of LCR, but at the same time, Nico only needs to get a tie. Definitely something that he is able to do, but on the other side, again, this match right now, very, very intense, because I still believe LCR on the survivor side can definitely pull off a 3 survivor escape, but at the same time we have seen Nico perform extremely well, playing it extremely well, and if anyone can tie, like at least get the tie, it is Nico on OM's side. So it is definitely a match that is very, very intense, and you mentioned it, even if the survivors are getting a 3 survivor escape, it is still going into round number 4, so it is looking better for OM in general right now, but again, LCR is still having the chance.
Yeah, they still have a chance for sure. It's difficult because now you're in a situation where, we talked about how round 3 is going to be better for Last Cipher because you're in a situation now where you can ban Nico's hunters, but now it's just really like it's difficult because you don't want to give Bloody Queen in a tie situation. Nico gets a tie, he wins, right? So you don't want to give the best tie hunter in the game to Nico. While he may be weaker with that hunter, it's still a very hard hunter to actually beat. So I don't know. I think here it's really kind of up to the question: is do they want to give up a Sculptor or a Dream Witch, or just simply take the Bloody Queen?
Yeah, it's definitely a situation I wouldn't want to be in. LCR is in a really, really tough spot right now. They need to get this, and just looking at the situation that they are in with having to get a 3 survivor escape, do you think they should play it risky? Do you think they should just pick survivors that we might not necessarily expect, and also the hunter might not necessarily expect, to really push for it? Or do you think they should just play a little bit safe and really try to, just go through the match normally and try to secure not a tie? They need to get the 3 survivors out of there. Maybe just, being very confident in a very, very meta set when it comes to round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're no longer in a position where they can afford to play conservatively. That's the problem. I mean, they had set themselves up in round number 2. They had themselves set up in a position where they could have easily played conservatively and kept a lead. So even in round number 1, I mean, they had a conservative team comp and it went fine. But now that you're in round number 3 and you're still down this many points. You're still down 2 points. You can't play conservative anymore. They had the option to do it. They didn't take it. So now they're in a situation they have to be aggressive, and they really have to. I mean, I guess what they can do, and here's a pretty good idea, is that if you ban Sculptor, you ban Dream Witch, you can still take Bloody Queen, but just play counters to Bloody Queen. You can play characters that are hard to chase, like forward, like Mercenary, and then you can play things like Patient, which are very strong for kiting Bloody Queen. Acrobat can be strong against Bloody Queen in certain areas, and something like a Perfumer could even be strong against Bloody Queen. So I think the idea here, if you are Last Cypher, ban Sculptor, ban Dream Witch, those are Nico's best hunters, force him to a hunter he's less comfortable with, like a Bloody Queen, and just play a really hard anti-Bloody Queen team comp and try to push for a win that way.
I think that is definitely the strategy to go right here. Really putting Nico into a position where he struggles with the hunter, where he struggles to get the survivors, and where he struggles to, I mean, not only get a victory, but just struggles to even secure the tie. So that is definitely, it's against Nico. Again, we have seen him before in round number 1 and round number 2. He has performed very, very well, even when he was put into a situation where I immediately thought, GG's, that's gonna be a tie. He was able to secure a 4 survivor elimination. So that is something we have to keep in mind. He, quote unquote, only needs to get a tie. So that is definitely something that we can kind of expect from Nico. But again, LCR survivor side extremely strong. Might turn things around. Might be able to get the 3 survivor elimination, 3 survivor escape. And that's the thing. We said it, 3 survivor escape for the survivors in LCR would put them into a situation where they play a 4th round. Now with Fafa on the hunter side, Fafa not only pulling off a 4 survivor elimination in round number 2, but also a 3 survivor elimination in round number 3, might actually give them the chance to win this round number 3. Win this round number 4. So if LCR is pulling off a 3 survivor escape, which is extremely difficult against OM, but that is giving them a really, really good chance in round number 4 in my opinion. So in hopes for LCR, hopefully they're gonna get the 3 survivor escape, but also in hopes for OM, they are extremely strong when it comes to the hunter side. We have seen Nico before, and it might be difficult for LCR to push past that 2 survivor escape and get the 3 survivors. So both sides, I really want to see that 3rd round, 2nd half, because it is going down right now. This might be the deciding match that we are witnessing.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be close for sure. We are having a little bit of technical difficulties with the character selection, so they're gonna go ahead and reset that. We'll be back to that in a moment. But yeah, just talking about how this is gonna play out again. It really just goes back to that round, that one little play in round number 2 where the entomologist was teleported on. If that doesn't happen, Last Cypher has a winning position. They have a good position. They just need to tie. And now it's just really good here for Omega. So now, yeah, I don't know. Looking at other hunters, maybe Nico will go to, because if they go too hard with anti-Bloody Queen, then maybe Nico will be forced on something else. He does have Breaking Wheel. Again, we talked about Breaking Wheel on Lakeside. It's okay hunter. But maybe it's something that he wants to try to play here. But the problem is characters that are good against Bloody Queen are also good against Breaking Wheel. So Patient is a good kiter against Breaking Wheel. You have good transition. It's very easy to dodge traps if you use your hooks properly. Perfumer can perfume off spikes. Acrobat, just a good kiter overall. So these characters that we talked about that are good at kiting a Bloody Queen are also good at kiting a Breaking Wheel. So it's just, it's really difficult for Nico. And then who knows, maybe he'll just pull out something we don't expect. I know Nico has played Axe Boy in the past. He's played a little bit of Bonbon in the past. Maybe he'll even pull out Geisha. Geisha here would actually be strong against something like a Patient. So I think that's still an option for him.
Axe Boy, you just mentioned, I totally forgot about it. I mentioned it earlier when the tournament stream basically started, that we might see an Axe Boy. Axe Boy might actually not be the worst pick right here, especially with the ability to transition from one side of the map to the other quite quick with the Pine Road that he can create, and also with the Fireball boost that he gets. So that actually, I would absolutely love to see Nico's Axe Boy, absolutely love to see how he performs. And you also pointed out one thing that I think is very, very interesting. We saw the teleport on the entomologist, and with Nico getting that entomologist, that was really changing things up, because if that entomologist just left throughout the gate, the open gate where she was waiting at, if she would have just left, if we would see a tie right now in this upcoming match, that would mean LCR would have won. But now a tie would mean that OM wins. So that was really a very, very deciding situation for OM right there. It just dawned on me that that's actually something that happened right here. Very, very strong for OM. They really have put themselves into a position where they can win this if they are tying things up. And again, with the X-Boy, I would absolutely love to see Nico's X-Boy, because I think that is definitely a hunter he can secure the tie with, if not even 3 or 4 survivor elimination. That's definitely on the table as well on the Lakeside Village map.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a possibility. And Lakeside Village is actually not a bad map for Axboy. You know, any map where you can utilize the, as you mentioned, where you can utilize that restless road, where you can create your speed. You can share survivors on cipher machines. That's what makes Axboy have win potential. Is if as a survivor, even if you die like really far away from a cipher machine that's being decoded, you can just use that path to get a speed boost and drag the survivor all the way back to the cipher machine. Or you can drag a survivor all the way to basement or something like that, right? You know, you have those kind of things to work with. There have been so many situations that I've seen where a survivor will get basement, they'll get rescued with a tide turner, and they'll immediately just run out of basement and get as far away as they can, and they still get dragged all the way back because of Axboy's path. So that's why Axboy, as long as the map is open and he has like open areas to create the path to go all the way to a rocket chair, he can drag survivors halfway across the map and share them on cipher machines and slow down cipher rush that way. So you know, Axboy, it works here in this situation. If you go for something like, you know, Perfumer and Patient, they're just kind of okay against Axboy. Perfumer's not bad for you able to dodge flames and force basic hits with the perfumes, but Patient can be difficult because of how fast Axboy is. Even if you dodge a flame and Patient uses the hook, you can still catch up to the Patient so quickly because of how fast you get that speed boost. So Patient can sometimes struggle against the Axboy. So even if you try to play, again, anti Bloody Queen characters, and I think in the situation as well, Nico should be banning. I think his first 3 bans here actually should be Patient, Seer, and Forward, and then try to go Bloody Queen that way. You get rid of the best kiter against a Bloody Queen, which in this case is probably Patient, and you just kind of try to go for a Bloody Queen strategy. But I don't know. Again, anything's on the table here. It's difficult. It's difficult for Nico. It's difficult for Last Cypher. They don't want to give Sculptor. They don't want to give Dream Witch. So I think the best bet, again, is just give Bloody Queen, try to counter it, and hope Nico doesn't pull something else out that you didn't really expect.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's tough for both sides. It's definitely tough for both sides. But I would still say it is a little bit of an uphill battle for LCR right here. Last Cypher still needs to get a 3 survivor escape. And that is just something that it's difficult to pull off. It's difficult to pull off, especially against a hunter that you have faced twice before, and you weren't really able to get a lot of survivors out there. You weren't even able to tie that match. And again, a tie would secure the victory for Omega, for OM. And that is just something you need to keep in mind. Hunter needs to get the tie, and that is definitely something that Nico can pull off. So uphill battle for LCR, but at the same time, LCR have proven to be a very, very strong survivor team. And if anyone can come back from all of this, it is the survivor side of LCR. Now is the time to shine for them to get at least 3 survivors out. This would push them into round number 4. If they are getting 4 survivors out, which we have seen in tournament situations as well, 4 survivor escape is not impossible. Is it difficult? Yes, for sure. It is extremely difficult. Imagine having all survivors going through the exit gate. That would put them into a situation where they win against OM. But for now, let's look forward to a potential 3 survivor escape from LCR, because that is definitely something that's what they need, at least. The minimum amount of survivors they need to have go through the exit gate or through the dungeon is 3, and that is definitely a very, very exciting match that we are going to spectate in just a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just waiting on the final technical difficulties with the picks and bans to be resolved here, and we will get into our match. But yeah, again, it's a close matchup. Again, we talked about at the beginning how on paper this is going to be close. Omega's going to have a slight advantage because of their past competitive experience, and so far it's played out exactly like that. You saw, I actually think something interesting as well is that in a rank match, if you're the Last Cypher survivors, you'd probably push for the heal on the mercenary because you want to go for a tie. Because, you don't really, if you lose if you get a 3K, if you get a 4K, it's really just like, you don't really lose too many points in difference. So in a rank situation, maybe it could have been simply that Last Cypher had a rank mindset and they tried to go for something like that. and that's kind of what turned that match into a win for Nico. Because if you get that extra kill in a rank match, it's not too much of a difference. It's, you know, you still lose points. It is what it is. But in a tournament, you have to get that one survivor escape. So that's when those points really matter. So I think you know, maybe, you know, Last Cypher having a little bit less competitive experience is backfiring a little bit. And it's also, you know, you also have to think about the Hunter side as well. If Fafa starts as Hunter in round number 1, I think Last Cypher will probably have an advantage overall, because Fafa's Hunter, as we saw, has been very good. It's round 1 Soul Weaver, especially on Red Church. If that ended up being the case, which, you know, obviously it did, then that works really well for Last Cypher. So I think just having that slight lack of tournament experience here is really kind of bad. It's hurting them a little bit. But who knows? If they're able to come back here, it could really work out in their favor. And then this also begs the question, we're going to see, okay, looks like Priestess instead of Patient. It also begs the question, Grizzly, are they going to ban Bloody Queen, or are they going to give it? I still think the best instance here is give Bloody Queen and try to counter it. But in rank, a lot of Survivor teams in rank actually ban Bloody Queen. And there we go. Okay, so they are going Dream Witch, they are going Sculptor ban, and I think they're going to try to counter Bloody Queen to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Nico will go with. Because again, yes, we know he plays the Bloody Queen. He could potentially even come in with a Breaking Wheel, but he also plays... No, wait, is that X-Boy on... I think that's... Nico is not necessarily playing the X-Boy. I think Nico is playing the Guard 26, so... X-Boy would be absolutely fantastic to see, but I think we mixed things up a little bit, and we might not necessarily experience the X-Boy, which, again, would probably be an interesting Hunter pick. I'm very, very curious to see which Hunter Nico will pick. Probably the Bloody Queen. Again, they need to secure a tie. Bloody Queen is known as the tie queen. She might still be able to get the tie, even with a team that is countering the Bloody Queen. Very, very interested in seeing what's going on. It seems like we are not really seeing the Survivor and Hunter picks yet, but we can already, again, talk about the bans. Priestess is just a character you want to ban on big maps like Lakeside Village map, as well as Seer and 4. Definitely the main meta characters you want to get rid of. Very, very curious to see the Survivor side. Mercenary is allowed, so that's a character we see. You already mentioned it. Patient, Survivor that is extremely strong against Bloody Queen, is being picked. So we definitely will see a counter to the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, so Nico does have Bonbon, but it's not a Hunter he plays very often. He also has Axe, so it's actually interesting. So Nico in the past has played Bonbon in the past, he's played Axeway in the past, and he hasn't played a lot of them recently. So he kind of has both as an option. The reason I was mentioning Axeway is I think it's just more likely that he goes Axeway just because he ultimately has had more experience with Axeway in the past, and also Axeway on this map is stronger. Of course, Bonbon's a good tie Hunter. In a situation where you need a tie, that's great. But Bonbon's also very weak on Lakeside. And look at that. We are going to see, Perfumer, Patient. 2 hard counters. This comp hard counters Bloody Queen. Cannot chase Mercenary. Difficult chase against the Patient because of the hooks. Difficult chase against the Perfumer because of those perfumes. And Gravekeeper or Rescuer you never really want to chase. So this is the strategy. They're playing a hard counter to Bloody Queen, and they're banning his other 2 hunters. So now Nico, you can't play Bloody Queen. You can't play Bloody Queen into this comp. You will most likely lose. So I think that Nico has to take a risk here and play Axebear or Bonbon. I think that's simply how it goes. Bonbon here is fine. Oh, he's going Bloody Queen Grizzly against this team comp. He's playing Bloody Queen against probably the hardest counter team comp to Bloody Queen in the game. So I don't know. This is really tough for him. This is very interesting. I'm really interested to see how this actually works out.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. But again, it is going to be tough on both sides. Bloody Queen, definitely a character that can secure the ties, but now with a heavy counter team to the Dream Witch, we can also potentially expect a 3 Survivor escape. Exactly what LCR needs, exactly what LCR is setting themselves up to. They want to get the 3 Survivor escape, they need to get the 3 Survivor escape to push into this round number 4. Nico, definitely a Hunter you don't want to underestimate. Even with a lot of Survivors that are countering the Bloody Queen right here, we still know Nico is a strong Hunter who might still be able to secure that tie. The tie is all they need to win this round. And not only the round, but to win the fight, the matchup right here by points. So that is definitely going to be very, very interesting. What an amazing matchup so far, and this might be the last match. Who will take it home? Will Nico get the tie and secure the victory over LCR, or will LCR push into a round number 4, or potentially again get this game going by getting the 4 survivor escape, which is definitely difficult, but we have seen it in tournament situations. 4 survivor escape is possible and secure the victory right away for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the endgame kiter, they have good endgame kiting, with the exception of Perfumer. Perfumer is a very good early game kiter. Not very strong against attention hunters, but Patient, if is able to save hooks, is a very good character for kiting to dungeon. Mercenary can take a detention hit and his elbow pads. Grapekeeper has shovels. We're going to see the short spawn from Nico. Will he go towards middle orb Shack, or will he go towards Big Boy? Looks like he's going to go towards Shack first, which is the location of Zai the Perfumer. So, again, not a very chaseable target for Bloody Queen, but not a whole lot of options in this team comp. And it looks like we're going to see Perfumer try to hide out here, try to feed Tinnitus. Good rotation from the survivors, but you have to make sure you're promoting Cypher Rush as well. Goes for immediate mirror image here. Goes for the switch. Goes for the... No, he perfumes early. He perfumed too early here. Will Zai take the hit, the perfume back? Oh, he gets the perfume back, Grizzly, and he's going to be able to kite out. This mirror, Nico cannot switch because he already switched, and Perfumer is going to have a lot of distance to work with.
Extremely strong start right here from LCR. That mirror was perfect. We didn't really have any chance for CYY to get out of this area, but with that perfectly put and perfectly timed perfume, that was really putting pressure on OM right now, because we have CYY still having 2 perfumes left in a really strong area. Is baiting the hit right here. Now we can see most likely the mirror is trying to catch up, is switching over directly. Will the perfume be ready to get another? Oh no, will not prevent another damage strike on the perfumer. We now have 1 perfume left. We have the perfumer injured. Will she be able to keep up that kite? Oh, definitely buying a lot of time right here. Use that perfume, but that perfume was not necessarily in the best spot, and therefore we now can see that CYY is the best target on the field. No more skill on the field right here. The hit will come through that pallet. First survivor is down. First Cypher Machine is also decoded. So overall, it's not going too bad for Nico right here, considering that the Perfumer is such a strong character now being in the basement.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good start for last Cypher. Perfumer, yeah, a lot of missteps there on that, unfortunately, in that situation. Perfumer went to the window with no broken window speed boost. You have to go to the Shack pallet instead, throw that pallet down, and force the Bloody Queen to mirror image you. If you just go to that window, it lets him vault after you bait out the perfume early. He also just baited out. He got his perfumes out too early. You have to wait for them to swing. You have to try to instant perfume a Bloody Queen. Didn't go for that. And then on top of that as well, just kind of ran back into the Bloody Queen, which allowed him to get it down without having to use Blink or Mirror, which allowed for a lot faster down than they would have liked at all. Will Nico go for a Blink Trick here? He may try to Blink Trick on the stairs, get no attack recovery. Are the survivors prepared for this? Nope, he's going to go straight for the hit on the Perfumer again. Playing conservatively. He's going for just downing this Perfumer, getting him out of the game. That's kind of the goal here. And he should be able to get a free hit on the Gravekeeper as well, unless he opts to use the shovel, which I don't think he will. So, free hit on Gravekeeper. Cypher Rush isn't bad, Grizzly. They have 2 Cyphers remaining, so maybe if the next Rescuer can body block long enough, they can kite it out. But, oh, does he know where Perfumer died?
That might be a different... Oh yeah, found out the Perfumer right away. This is definitely a good match so far, but for both sides. It can go either way. We have the Perfumer on the rocket chair again. Gravekeeper definitely getting out of there because can't take another hit. We have Fizzy right here. Mercenary trying to push the Tinnitus, pushing Nico to basically stay in this area, and he's not being able to really prevent Cyphers from being decoded. He has the mirror image over there, but at the same time, one entire Cypher machine still needs to be decoded. So that is a lot of progress that the survivors still need to do. We have the Perfumer now kiting. If the Perfumer takes the hit, Perfumer will be out of the game. Blinks through the Mercenary who was trying to body block, secures that Perfume down, and that will also secure the first survival elimination, which will set Nico up for an absolutely fantastic tie again. That is exactly what they need. That Cypher machine will not come in time to bring up CYY, and that is definitely putting LCR into a tough situation. We can see they are decoding on the same Cypher machine, and that might be extremely good for the Bloody Queen, because if she utilizes the mirror and gets closer to that Cypher machine quick, that could push them to really having to pop that Cypher machine in front of the Bloody Queen, and it is definitely looking good for Nico right now.
Yeah, they're really committing. I think they can probably pop this, but oh, are they gonna go? No, it's not primed yet, Grizzly. It's 97. Are they gonna go for the pop? Nico's just gonna wait here. He's gonna wait for them to pop here. He's also just gonna wait for his teleport. You can just stand on the Cypher, wait for the teleport. So if you're the survivors, you should be waiting for Mercenaries to start a new Cypher. And I still think Nico's probably just gonna wait. Yeah, he's just gonna stand here. He's gonna wait till his teleport comes online, and then he's gonna go for the hit. I actually don't think switching to teleport is beneficial for Nico. I think it was better if he held his blink, so he could get a kill in the endgame, because he only needs a tie here. So, but now, yeah, just a waiting game at this point. He's probably going to swing. As soon as that teleport cooldown hits about 5 seconds, he'll probably go for the swing. Or he'll just go for it now. About 10 seconds remaining. They're going to pop the last Cypher. Oh, this is still not out of it for last Cypher. They have good kiters here. He's going to go for the mirror. Patient needs to hook this mirror image right away. Can he get this hook off? And he goes for the hook here. Oh, nobody messes up the hook. He drops down too early. A huge misstep from the Patient here. And just like that, Nico can get the down. Oh, and I think this is going to be it. I think this is going to be it for Omega. No Tide Turner remaining detention on this Bloody Queen. I think Nico secured the draw that he needs.
That is definitely looking like it. No matter what is going to happen, Nico will stay on that rocket chair. He won't go to another Cypher machine, to another location. He won't. He might use the mirror to maybe swing at survivors at the gate, but he is not leaving this area. He's not letting the survivors rescue it. Or he hits the mercenary right here, which could now be the third survivor that he is eliminating. We can see that the survivors are rotating in. Pigeon is coming in because they know if they are leaving the Patient on that chair, they would lose this match. So they try everything they can to make this 3-survivor escape happening. We have Pigeon coming through with the shovel that he was saving earlier. Mercenary will fall down, most likely right at the gate. There we go, goes through the gate. We have the Gravekeeper now deciding to turn around. Mirror images coming through. We have the Gravekeeper getting pushed out. Gravekeeper can't really do anything. We have Teleport coming through, trying to get that 3-survivor elimination going, and that might actually be the... Ooh! Good job. LCR is securing the tie right here, or the other way around. Nico is securing the tie, because that means Nico secured the points for OM to ultimately win the matchup between OM and LCR. Last Cypher was putting up an absolutely fantastic match against Omega right here, but overall we really saw how Omega on the Hunter side was always providing the points they needed, and also on the Survivor side they were doing absolutely fantastic. Fafa was a huge challenge for them, but again, with that first round victory, the point deficit of 4, it was definitely an uphill battle for LCR, and congratulations to OM for winning against LCR. Here we have the results of this second half in round number 3, the last match that we'll see from these two teams. Absolutely fantastic teamwork on LCR. Again, I loved watching LCR Survivor. They were absolutely fantastic. The team coordination was just on point, but it was just not enough to go against Nico.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a very hard anti-Bloody Queen team comp, and it looked good. They were able to perfume the first mirror hit, but then Perfumer just a few little missteps there at the during that kite. Perfume too early on the second one, which allowed him to bait it out, and then just kind of was able to give a free hit because of that. Perfumer, as a Perfumer, your goal is to make it so you can perfume every mirror hit, and you don't have your perfume baited without a mirror. If they're able to bait a perfume without a mirror, they can just wait for the perfume to wear off, then mirror and get a free hit. And that's what happened. So Perfumer, taking the route going to the shack window instead of going to the pallet, made it so Nico could have simply baited out that perfume. He's able to catch up and go for that basic perfume bait without you having to use the mirror. So, and then on top of that, Perfumer also tried to go for that perfume while at half health to try to separate the Bloody Queen from themselves, but they kind of ended up running into the Hunter. It allowed Nico to get a free hit without blink or mirror, and that was a really big turning point there. And, you know, it still was a situation where Last Cypher could have still won if they were able to have a good endgame kite. They had good endgame kiters. They had a Gravekeeper with a shovel, Mercenary with 2 elbow pads, and a Patient with 3 hooks. So all 3 of those characters can easily kite a detention from Bloody Queen to dungeon. But unfortunately, the Patient, just a little bit of misstep using that hook, wasn't able to gain distance. He kind of got knocked down. When you use Patient, you have to make sure you propel yourself off of an object and push forward. But he kind of just ended up running into the object, dropped down, and Bloody Queen was able to get the free hit. So, yeah, again, Nico taking advantage. Just, you know, Last Cypher, of course, they played very well. But little missteps Nico did not let slip. He took advantage of every single one. He was able to capitalize. He was able to get a draw here. And yeah, absolutely, just I have to say, just an MVP, job here from Nico, really clutching up for Omega.
Yeah, that's That's true. Clutching up right here, getting the victory over LCR. It looked extremely good for OM very, very early in this matchup in round number one. In round number two on the other side, LCR was definitely coming back, was able to secure the tie, which could have potentially been a victory. Honestly, it could have been a victory. It should have been a victory. This would have put LCR into a better position. I want to mention this again. Omega, Nico securing the 4 survivor elimination in the last round was making that game. Because with a tie on LCR's side right now, if that entomologist went through the gate and escaped, that would have been a victory for LCR right now. So with Omega getting that 4 survivor elimination in round number 2, while Nico was playing Hunter, that was really making that game so interesting, because now it was reversed roles. Right now LCR has a tie, but that didn't mean that they won. No, it actually meant that Omega won. So that is absolutely fantastic to see here in this tournament, how it can go like in both directions. It was a back and forth, it was a neck and neck, head-to-head race right here between Omega and Last Cypher, and that is exactly what we want to see in this high competition, in this extremely strong competition, where we have two teams that are basically on the same level and they don't give each other anything. They are fighting for the spots in the tournament. They are fighting for, you know, the winning spot to move into the next bracket. And this time, Omega was the winning team. Omega is the team that will proceed into the next bracket, which we will see next weekend. And for now, that means Omega has won over LCR. Absolutely fantastic job. Next up, we can keep our eyes peeled for FT versus N3.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be a good matchup in there as well. And yeah, our competition is not over. This is just the first matchup of our top 16. We have 3 more matches after this coming up. And we will have another 4 tomorrow. So, yeah, just make sure you guys stick around for all of those. It's going to be very exciting matchups here. Again, the best of NAEU going at it to see who will be victorious and who will claim victory as the number 1 NAEU team in this tournament. So, yeah, as Grizzly mentioned, FT versus N3 next. Should be a very exciting matchup.
Absolutely. And here we can just to talk about the stats from the previous match that we have seen. We can see how the survivors were doing. They were doing great. Overall, fantastic. Again, LCR on the survivor side, I am still very impressed with them. Even though they are out of the game right now, and even though there were a few situations where we could have expected a different outcome, LCR was doing extremely well. They were definitely performing extremely well under such a pressure, going against OM's Nico right here, who is a strong hunter as well. They were performing great. I really enjoyed watching the gameplay of the survivor team, as well as Fafa coming through with the securing the wins for the team. They were extremely strong. LCR was definitely not underperforming. They were doing a fantastic job. But after all, OM was coming through with Nico on the Hunter side, who was not only securing the victories, but also that last tie that they needed to proceed in this tournament. So congratulations to OM for proceeding into the next brackets. And now we are going to witness the next teams. Very, very excited to see that. I'm very, very excited to see more Hunters and Survivor picks, because again, I am a big fan of, you know, round 3, round 4, where we have a lot of bans and then a little bit more off-meta characters will be picked. Maybe we will see a Feaster. I am still, like, that's what I am looking out for in all of the tournaments. Feasters. But unlikely, sadly.
Yeah, maybe it's possible. I know there are some players out there who could definitely pull it out. I think we actually have a Feaster player on one of the team's rosters, I believe, for LBH as well. So, I don't know. Anything's possible, Grizzly. I would love to see Feaster too. I've actually been starting to play Feaster more again as well. So, you know, it's actually, I know it's a little bit off topic, but it's actually interesting. Feaster, for some reason in NAU, the Feaster players have very high win rates typically. So, you know, maybe it's something that one of these players wants to bring out. Who knows? But yeah, again, looking back at this match, you know, we were able to cover most of it as the match progressed. But yeah, for the most part, it was just Nico playing really well, taking advantage of everything. Didn't let anything go. He did not give Last Cypher any breathing room. Every single free hit he had with the Dream Witch, he took advantage of that and was able to turn a tie into a win. The little misstep with the entomologist at the end there and Mercenary going for that rescue, wasting self-heal. He turned, I mean, if you look at that situation, right, the Mercenary doesn't save, it's a tie. Because there's no full presence, Mercenary has full elbow pads, doesn't waste self-heal. If Mercenary hadn't wasted self-heal in the endgame, then, he can easily just get up and go to the exit gate, and it's still a tie. But Nico knows this. He takes advantage of Mercenary wasting self-heal, gets him down quickly, leaves him on the ground, and goes for the mechanic. Then he spikes the exit gate with the chisel, sees the entomologist out of the gate, and teleports behind them and prevents them from getting out. So, and then also in the third round as well, Perfumer, with one little misstep on the Perfume, he took advantage of that, got a free hit. Then another little misstep, he was able to get a free hit without Blink or Mirror. Every single little, little thing from Last Cypher, Nico immediately took advantage of. He didn't miss a single one, not one that entire time. And that's why Omega was able to come out on top. And that's why he played so well. Obviously he played very well as it was, but, he took advantage of everything. And he used everything into his favor.
He really grabbed the chances when they were giving to him. Yeah, that is for sure. That is true. That is very true. And again, just to highlight this one elimination of the entomologist was literally make or break. This was the key moment in these in the entire matchup between these two giants right here, these two extremely good teams. That was the moment, because if that entomologist would have left the game, right now the outcome of the game would be LCR proceeding into the next bracket. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. What an absolutely important key moment that happened right there with the teleport on the entomologist and bringing her out of the game as well. Absolutely fantastic job on OM. Definitely well deserved right here for them to go into the next brackets, even though LCR would have deserved it as well in my opinion. Still very, very curious to see what we can expect from this tournament, because again, I was mentioning Feaster just because I'm a huge Feaster fan. I have been playing Feaster in rank lately because, I haven't really played rank in such a long time. I am currently almost in the top 10 for the Feaster on our server. Absolutely enjoy the rank session, and it's a lot of fun to play Feaster, but overall it's also fun to see other characters being played, and we already saw it today. Fafa coming in with Soul Weaver, coming in with Ripper. This really threw us back to the very beginning of IdentityV, when we only had a handful of hunters on the field, and where we just saw Ripper and Soul Weaver being utilized because they are strong characters. At least when we look back at the game, the OG game, when it was just released, these few hunters that were available. Again, two hunters that were very, very often used in the past. Nowadays, not so much, have been shown today by Fafa. Would have loved to see Fafa proceed into the next bracket and just see more of these hunters, because again, OG hunters like Soul Weaver as well as Ripper, it's nostalgic. It's really throwing us back. But hopefully the other teams will also show us either some OG hunters or maybe some variation when it comes to hunters overall.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally talking about this backstage before the match. We were talking about like the old hunters. We were talking about how it's kind of just shifted overall. You'll get a character like Ripper, right? When Ripper came out, he was the best character, one of the best characters in the game. He was S tier. And, and then over time, he hasn't really been changed at all. He's still the same character he was. He hasn't been nerfed. He hasn't really been adjusted at all. And now he's considered to be bad. He's considered to be one of the worst characters in the game, right? But then Fafa comes out here and he plays this character, and he's able to get 3 survivors eliminated. Soul Weaver as well. Of course, Soul Weaver got nerfed a lot, but Soul Weaver's gone from being one of the best characters in the game to being, still good, but not as good as she used to be. Fafa still comes out 4 elimination, a tie hunter against 3 decoders, still wins. So that's just really impressive. I mean, it really goes to show how these old characters are still viable.
Yeah, that is for sure. And again, not only seeing these hunters coming out on top right here, again, Soul Weaver extremely strong, as well as Ripper. I am just curious to see all of the hunters, all of that. No matter what hunter. I know I am mentioning Feaster a lot because I am a big fan of the Feaster, and I literally only play Feaster because I'm enjoying that so much. I would absolutely love to see someone else playing the Feaster, another top Feaster player. That would be absolutely fantastic. But overall, just seeing all the other hunters that are available. We could see Wu Cheng, we could see a photographer. Those are characters that we see every now and then. An Anne might come to the field. Again, maybe a Ripper, a Soul Weaver. We haven't seen Guard 26 today. We have seen the Sculptor though. So I am very, very excited for the upcoming days. We have another 3 matches today. Tomorrow another tournament day, and then next weekend we will decide the winner within 2 more days. So we definitely have a lot of tournament days in front of us, a lot of opportunities to spectate top hunters with hopefully a few off-meta hunter picks as well. But of course also the meta hunter picks, for example, Breaking Wheel. We haven't even seen Breaking Wheel today because of the map picks. We had map picks that were definitely excluding the Breaking Wheel from the list of hunters that you want to go for. So we definitely can look forward to see maybe some Breaking Wheel on Ever Sleeping Town. And overall we just have a lot of hunters and survivors to look forward to. Now the MVP, Nico, as we said, he was really using every chance that was given to him, and he turned around matches. He was coming through with, you know, a tie situation turned into a 4 survivor elimination. Or late game right here with the Bloody Queen, he needed to secure the tie. Yes, he did that. First round, 3-point match, absolutely fantastic. Overall, we can see total strikes 50, a lot of hits on survivors. Really concentrating on the eliminations. Average eliminations are 2.5. Fantastic job from OM. Nico definitely securing the victory right here for OM with that last match. Congratulations again to not only Nico but OM in general for proceeding into the next bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. As we talked about, Nico 100% deserving this MVP. Very good gameplay overall. And yeah, it's just it's really great to see. You know, just him playing characters. You know, again, we talked about Bloody Queen against a team comp. Very difficult, still able to come out and win. We saw him, the Sculptor, take advantage of little things, able to turn, I mean, a drawn position. I mean, he literally had 3 survivors up at the exit gate. That should be a tie in most circumstances, but he gets 4 down because of it. I mean, that's great. That's incredible. So, yeah, just really propelling Omega to a victory here, especially after the survivors had a difficult time against Fafa. Nico's still able to keep the lead for Omega. That was the key there, holding the lead. Nico did it. Excellent, you know, an excellent job of doing so. And Omega will be advancing to the next round. So, yeah, we're going to see, I think it's the winner of FT versus N3, which is our next matchup. We'll be playing against Omega next weekend.
That is for sure. Now, overall, I am very, very excited to see Omega because we have to say, there was one thing that Omega did that was happening in round number 2. On the survivor side, they picked a very, very risky team composition when they could have played it safe. And now I'm curious, are they going to, you know, pick a few more risky team compositions in the future? Will they do? I would absolutely love it. I love to see more risky situations. I love to see the action going on. Or will they play it even safer and secure even more points, because they were able to secure points already? And if they would have changed the team composition in round number 2, I'm sure they would have secured a few more against LCR2. So it's definitely a team that I am really, really excited to see more of. Omega right here winning the round number 1 and tying round number 2, which ultimately by points led to a victory, even though last Cypher was taking the victory in round number 3. Again, by points, the winner is decided. Omega will proceed, and we will see more of Omega next weekend.
Sorry. Very exciting matchup. Just my mic was off for a second. Didn't even realize that. Yeah, very exciting matchup between these two teams again. On paper, very close. Omega having a slight advantage because of tournament experience, and that's what happened. I mean, perfectly worked out for them there. So they will be advancing to next week's competition, as you mentioned. So our next matchup will be FT versus N3. Again, another close matchup here, I think, between these two teams going into this. FT having slight tournament experience as well, giving them a slight advantage as well. Have a very strong hunter with Saber, if any of you recognize that name. I'm not sure if Saber will be playing Hunter or Survivor. If he is on the Hunter side, I think that could be very good for FT and making it very difficult for N3 to actually be able to defeat them.
Yes, very, very exciting. FT versus N3 is coming up. Before that, we're gonna jump into a short 5-minute break. Really, really excited. I hope to see you guys. Stick around. Just a short break, and then we're gonna see the next matchup.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？
See you, Orphe. It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear, requiem for an exercise to extend the enigma. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew, and cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back.
Here you go. Here are the new rules for Deduction Star 2022. This year, the Deduction Star voting will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the same as in previous years. The 2 most popular survivors and 1 hunter selected by the voting will be awarded the title of Deduction Star and will receive the egg costumes of Deduction Star. Starting this year, the 2nd stage of voting will be added. In the 2nd stage, the characters who have been selected in previous years will compete for only 1 Best Performance title and will receive S costume. The rules as follows. The 1st stage of voting opens by logging in every day, finishing battle tasks, unlocking previous deduction star, etc. You can obtain plenty of newsletter voting coupons and event exclusive rewards. The 2nd stage of voting opens. Vouchers for 2nd stage nymph card can be automatically obtained by converting the voting coupons obtained in the 1st stage. Meanwhile, you can buy extra nymph cards with echoes. The character with the highest number of votes in the 2nd stage will be the winner of the Nymph Award, and the dev team will customize a special Best Performance S costume for him or her. Vote for your favorite characters now. Good news! During this year's event, the Deduction Star costumes will also be sold at a limited time discount. Make sure you don't miss out. Who will attract everyone's attention? Let's look forward to it.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers others to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second matchup of today. We're gonna see FT going against N3. It's gonna be a very, very interesting matchup. We already spectated OM versus LCR. OM was taking the lead right here. It was really a head-to-head. It was a neck-and-neck race right here. So congratulations again to OM for making it into the next bracket. Omega is proceeding in this tournament. And now, again, we're gonna have FT competing against N3. I'm very, very excited to see these two teams. They are definitely having some hunters up their sleeves that I would definitely want to see as well. Some more off-meta hunters. So I'm curious to see what we can expect. Also on the Survivor side, we might see something else. Very, very curious to just overall get into the second matchup of the day. We have a total of 4 matches today, so make sure to stay tuned, make sure to stay in the stream and just, you know, support your teams that you enjoy seeing the most or just the teams that you want to see win this tournament. Now, Eli, what are your thoughts on FT versus N3?
Yeah, so going into this one, FT has some players who I think some of them have come back to play in this tournament. In terms of the Hunter side, I do know they have a player called Saber. I'm not actually sure if Saber's going to be playing Survivor or Hunter. We'll have to see here. They also have Slade. Slade is a top hunter, but don't actually play a lot of non-meta hunters, and Ripper and Axeboy in particular. So we may see something like that come out from Slade, but I'm not quite sure. Again, we don't know if we're going to see Saber or Slade here. Saber could also be on Survivor. I know I've talked to a few of the FT players, and I know they wanted Saber to get some Survivor play in as well. So maybe that will come out. We'll have to see. But Saber does end up hunting. Saber is known to be a good sculptor player. Also has things like Dream Witch and Bloody Queen as options. And then on the side of N3, I'm not really too familiar with this team. So honestly, Grizzly, we're gonna have a surprise from them. We'll have to see what they have to pull out here.
That is for sure. And if we look at the data that we have, that we were given from the team, we have what, why, yes is the hunter of N3. And if I'm looking at it, we have X-Boy, Breaking Wheel, and Disciple. Again, those are hunters I would absolutely love to see. Breaking Wheel, one of the more meta characters we haven't seen yet because of the map picks so far. Here we have the team of FT. As we already mentioned, Slade on the hunter side. Very, very curious to see if he's coming through. And X-Boy, Ripper, also characters that we could expect from Slade right here. And the entire Survivor team also have Elfman as second hunter, so we might see a supplement hunter coming through as well. N3, what, why, yes as hunter again. X-Boy, Breaking Wheel, Disciple. Breaking Wheel, a character we haven't really seen, but definitely a character that can accelerate in these early rounds if the map is right. And again, we talked about X-Boy already. X-Boy could be very, very interesting to see. As well as, you know, the Disciple. Anne. We have seen Anne coming out and, you know, being utilized in the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament before. So that's definitely a hunter that isn't necessarily a character we shouldn't expect, right? It definitely is a character that we can expect because she is being utilized in the big tournaments as well. So very, very curious to see this matchup between N3 and FT. And as you mentioned, we don't really have a lot of intel when it comes to N3. So I am extremely curious to see how they will perform today.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have Lakeside Village Band and Red Church picked first. So Lakeside Village Band, it would make sense if that's something that Slade would want, because you are playing Anne here. Lakeside Village is very weak for Anne. It's a very big map. There's a lot of areas you can easily cut out the cats, whether that's over at Shack, Mini Boat, Big Boat. So I think that Lakeside Village here being banned could make sense for Slade. But then again, maybe it's also N3's option. And, you know, the Red Church selection makes sense for Anne as well. So that would also maybe be Slade picking the map. We don't really know, but we'll have to see here. It looks like we're going to have Slade on the Hunter side here on the map of Red Church. And it looks like FT actually stands for Fairy Tale. Okay, so I was a little unclear on that, but it looks like Fairy Tale. And then, yeah, so it looks like we're going to have the Seer Band here from Slade here. Let's see what the Survivors opt to lock in. If they are preparing for Anne, I would expect us to see probably your standard Mercenary, just a good rescuer over against Anne overall. And then Priestess as well. Of course, a very standard character, but N3 being a team, again, we're not really sure what they're going to pull out here, so I guess we got to be prepared for anything here.
That is for sure. We have to be prepared for everything. And we can see the normal picks, right? Priestess on the Red Church map, definitely a character that we have seen before. So far, I would say Priestess was not necessarily doing the, like, you know, we see these portal setups on Red Church, and they can be extremely devastating. So far, we haven't really seen the Priestess performing that well on the Red Church map, but that can change within a few minutes when we see this match N3 on the Priestess right here. We also have the Mercenary as well as the Psychologist characters we have seen before, and we also have Ford as well as Entomologist being banned. Nothing too uncommon, nothing too unexpected right here. We have Hein coming through as Acrobat, so definitely a very, very decent setup on the Survivor side. Now we just have to wait and see what Slade will pick. Slade, again, could bring out that N, could bring out the X-Boy, Ripper. All these characters could be utilized by Slade.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to see Anne here, yeah, as you mentioned. So this is interesting. This comp is difficult for Anne. Psychologist being a character that can take 3 hits, which is actually kind of challenging. Anne's really a character that likes to go for those 2 hits and get it down that way. Acrobat can also be difficult to deal with, as you do have that slow bomb in certain areas to slow down the Anne jumps. And the red ball as well. And you also have Priestess setup, which can be very strong. Mercenary, good rescuer as well. So a good map for Anne ultimately. It's just going to be kind of a difficult comp in terms of chase. So I don't know. Yeah, Slade's really going to have a bit of an uphill battle for him against this team comp. But N3, again, a newer team here, really needs to try to prove themselves against a good hunter, a top hunter like Slade.
Very, very excited. As you said, uphill battle, considering that the team composition is extremely strong right here on Red Church against an Anne. That is definitely something we have to keep in mind. But again, overall, everything is on the table for both sides. They definitely can both take a victory out of this first half in round number 1. And it's going to be interesting, as you mentioned. N3, a team that we haven't really seen too much of before. So that is something we can definitely be excited about. Definitely. The thing is, if we haven't seen a lot about this team, that doesn't mean that they are not too experienced, right? Like, even if they don't have the tournament experience, they can be extremely well coordinated. They can really bring some moves to the table that can get them the victory. And if anyone wants to make a name for themselves, that's here. That's the Northern American European Server Tournament. And, you know, maybe N3 might be one of the teams we haven't heard a lot of yet, but they might just make it to the finals. They might just be the new victors of this tournament, just as FT, right? FT can also make it. Slade, very well-known hunter, very curious to see how he performs. Everything is on the table. We are jumping into round number 1, the first half. Both teams are fighting for the points to win this matchup between FT and N3.
We're going to see the wedding spawn here from Slade, using these cats right away here just to try to close a little bit of different distance here, and rotating straight towards bottom broken here. Finding the location of, let's see which character this is. I think this is the Psychologist. So Slade's actually got them caught in a bit of a weak area, and he's going to get a free hit. Psychologist runs right into the Anne there, and just like that, Slade already has a really good start here. Goes to this cat as well. Can he hit this onto the Psychologist? Psychologist, wasn't even a beautiful job from Slade. Psychologist wasn't even able to even go for a dodge there. Just kind of ate the cat. I guess was trying to break line of sight, but yeah, it doesn't really work. And we're going to see Slade a second hit right away. One more cat away here for Slade, and he should have a very fast down on, honestly, a character that's strong against Anne.
That is for sure, that is for sure. And that is actually, oh, look at that, look at that. Oh, it just ran out. The ability to heal herself just ran out. If that hit would have come a little bit earlier, the Psychologist could have been rescued from a chair and immediately got a little bit of heal, so therefore could have taken an additional hit, which would have been fantastic for the Survivor side. But this just plays out perfectly for Slade. Psychologist got rid, exhausted her skill, cannot utilize the self-heal anymore. Absolutely fantastic for Slade right here. Already figured out where the next Survivor is coming from. Destroying the portals of the Priestess, putting so much pressure on the team that didn't have the time to decode Cypher machines too much yet. We have the Acrobat coming through. We have Blink ready. Will there be? No. Concentration on just hitting the Mercenary away. And now definitely focusing on the Psychologist with the skill right here. That is such a strong start right here. And Blink might come through to... Oh! still is taking the hit right here, even though she was able to ward that pellet.
Yeah, able to get the down there. I think Slade had fast power breaking speed, so this might be an up-down blink build. I think the downside here for Slade is he missed out on potentially stuffing the Mercenary, or at least double hitting the Mercenary. And has very good camp. It's a character that can, if used properly, double hit rescuers, so allowing the free rescue of the Mercenary is not ideal for Slade, but he at least gets one injury down and kills the Psychologist before Tide Turner has weared off, so we'll see if the survivors go for rescue. I don't think it's a good idea to rescue here. Your main rescuer, the Mercenary, is already down. Acrobat is coming in for this rescue, but Slade knows exactly where they are, and he's actually going to cancel the cats a little bit early here. Can he potentially prevent this rescue? Acrobat's going to come for this. All the way up to the chair here. Will Slade go for the terror truck? Go for the swing. Gets the hit, but doesn't get the rescue. He did not get the rescue off here. Acrobat's going to go down immediately to his cats as well. You cannot dodge out of full presence and here. What a turnaround for Slade. Yeah, there's no reason to go for that rescue. Just sell that. Acrobat saves Tide Turner. Has full health. Focus on decoding there. Slade has no trade swap. You know it's up-down blink most likely. So there's no way for him that he can teleport to a new Cypher machine. So if Acrobat just pushes Cyphers, keeps full health there, N3 has a tied position. As soon as you go for that rescue and risk the potential stuff on the rescue, you give Slade the opportunity to win here, and he's taking advantage of that perfectly.
Oh, look at that. Destroying the escape route that was created by... Ooh, that was created by the Priestess, and that was a free hit again on the Acrobat. Absolutely fantastic with the ants, cats, and another chair for the Acrobat. He is still alive, he has still a chance to get rescued, but at the same time it is difficult. Mercenary already damaged. Priestess not having a lot to play with right here. Can utilize the portals. Oh, we can see Mercenary getting out of here. This might be a rescue from the Mercenary, but again, that is very, very risky. Mercenary will fall down. Acrobat, if he is taking another hit, that will be the end. Acrobat is trying to cancel out the skills. Not taking it though. Slade is not taking it and will have the skill ready by now, and there comes the cat, is attached, is stopped, and there goes the Acrobat. Double down. Mercenary is down. Acrobat is down. Acrobat will be out of the game as soon as he hits the chair. Absolutely fantastic game by Slade right now, and yeah, that's just a tough situation because the last two Cypher machines, they're at 40 and at 0%, so there's not a lot of chance for the Survivor team to actually finish these Cyphers now that Slade can concentrate on the last two. The main thing that the Survivors can do right now is, ooh, that portal didn't really play out as the Priestess was hoping, but again, the main thing that the Survivors need to focus on right now is to get at least one Survivor through the dungeon. It might be a back and forth. Slade might try to get as many downs as possible just to have them, you know, lay on the floor, exhaust their self-heal, and then get the full Survivor elimination. But if the Survivors can take one Survivor through the dungeon, that would be, in my opinion, the most optimal outcome.
Yeah, just like that, yeah, no Cypher progress at all here. We're going to see him get the down on the Priestess as well. And it's just, yeah, a lot of little missteps here for the Survivors. Unfortunately, Psychologist giving a free hit early. And then just going for that rescue. Again, if you conserve your items. Slade's already wasted his trait, so he has no blink available. If you just conserve your items, I don't even think he would have had full presence. I'm not mistaken. Actually, he might have gotten a Terror Shock on. No, he didn't. Yeah, I'm not really sure then. Yeah, he's going to just down the Mercenary. Priestess is going to go ahead and get back up, but again, just a matter of time here. Grizzly Mercenary will hit the ground here with 2 elbow pads remaining, which is just kind of unfortunate. Yeah, items just not being utilized perfectly, and we're going to see him go back for the Priestess. All Slade has to do, down this Priestess, chair these Survivors, and this will be 4 Survivor relation with Anne. Round 1 Anne here for Slade. Again, up-down blink is a very tie-heavy build here, but Slade playing very strong here. You know, still 2 Cyphers remaining, and just a lot of progress still to go here. So Slade really on track to put FT in a very favorable position right away.
Yeah, and you can see that Pine is just around the area where the dungeons is trying to get at. Again, they need to get that one Survivor escape, but it is difficult because we have the Mercenary on the ground, and Mercenary can selfie, will get up right now, or at least I think can selfie, right? Or yes, selfie gets up right there, and now it will be a back and forth. The thing is, with the Mercenary on the ground and that very, very long bleed out time, it is gonna be difficult for the Priestess to just wait around and stay alive for that period of time for the dungeon to open up. It's overall just a hopeless situation for the Survivors, I would say. Extremely strong played by Slade right here. Extremely strong match, because if you look at the Cypher machine progress, there's, I would say, no chance for them to come back from this. He is healing up with a syringe, that might not be enough time because we already have the cat attached to him.
Yeah, already has the cat on him. He was able to pick up the yellow pads. He's going to go ahead and blink through that wall. They're just going to, use those drums, closing the distance. Is going to get the down on the mercenary. And this should be, I believe Priest is already a self-heal as well. This should be a 4 survivor elimination here for Slade. Excellent job overall. Mercenary, I guess, just going to try to get the heal off, but there's no way. This is going to be the last survivor eliminated. Slade securing that down there. And 4 survivors out here. We should just see a surrender at this point. And yeah, excellent job from Slade. 5-0 in favor of FT right away here. I guess, yeah, there we go. Okay. Slade with the 4 survivors eliminated. Still 2 ciphers remaining, so just a dominant performance here. And, looking into this match, I mean, how could N3 play this differently? I think the big thing was as soon as Psychologist gave a free hit in that early game, you have to force 3 cats. If you can force 3 separate cats, that guarantees, a certain amount of time, right? 3 hits, 3 cats is a good time wasted. But as soon as free hit, then you only have to use 2, and that makes it puts it in a situation so
And here we can see the stats.
I build with a yeah, okay, sorry. I think was I lagging a bit? My apologies.
Lagging a little bit, yes, but it's fine now.
Yeah, okay. All right, should be good now. But yeah, as I was saying, we're gonna look at the stats here, and as we were saying again, and as soon as you go for the rescue with Acrobat, you give him a chance to stuff the rescue, and that's the turning point, and that's what gives Slade an opportunity to win.
And I mean, you just have to see how well that was played by Slade. Absolutely fantastic. Every single cat was on point, right? Every single cat was attached to a survivor. Every single cat was basically securing a hit. And at the same time, if you look at the early game, we had the Psychologist who was trying to kite as much as possible, but at the same time, the perfect timing on that 3rd hit on the Psychologist, preventing the Psychologist from getting that little bit of self-heal as soon as she's rescued, or in general as soon as she's able to heal after potential tide turner run out. That was just perfectly timed by Slade, and overall just shows how well known that Hunter player is about, just overall awareness of the game. Extremely strong start right here from FT. I'm very, very curious to see the survivor side now. And I'm also very curious to see the Hunter side of N3, because we have WhatYes, who again mains X-Boy, also Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel definitely a character we can't really expect on the Red Church right here, but he also mains the Disciple, which we just saw. So maybe we have N3 coming back with a little bit of a mirror match, also bringing out the Disciple. That would be very interesting to me, because that could be a statement, right? Like, that could be a statement of, hey, Slade did an absolutely fantastic 4 survival elimination. I can do the same. I am as scary as Slade, and that could definitely be a statement for N3. It would be absolutely fantastic to spectate. Very, very curious to see, again, N3 on the Hunter side, as well as FT on the Survivor side this time. And overall, it looks really good for FT right now, because if they can secure at least 1 survivor through a dungeon, or maybe through the exit gate, they already won round number 1. And at the same time, if they're, able to even pull off something even better, for example, a tie, or maybe even a victory with 3 survivors escaping, they are setting themselves up really, really strong in round number 1, with not only winning round number 1, but also with securing a lot of points that will give an advantage later on in the game, in case, later rounds like round number 2 or 3 will end up in a tie.
Yeah, for sure. And it's gonna be interesting again. Yeah, as you mentioned, FT survivors. So Elfman, also known as Saber, will be playing Survivor. So known to be a Hunter player playing Survivor. We'll have to see how this goes. So, sometimes we see these Hunter players transition over to become Survivor players, and sometimes it'll benefit teams, sometimes it doesn't. We've seen, for those of you who watched IVL, we actually saw PP Shaw, who was a very formidable Hunter on GG, shift over to become a Survivor, and so far it hasn't worked out too well for GG. I know he hasn't played too much on the Survivor side, but then again, for some other teams, it really does work. So it really just depends on how well coordinated it is. If you set up for that, if you set up the teamwork well, because as a Hunter, for the most part, you're very solo, right? You're really relying on yourself and how well you play. And as a Survivor, you have to rely on your teammates. You have to be able to communicate. You have to be able to work together with the rest of your team a lot more than you would as a Hunter. So it just makes it. It's a whole different experience. So let's see how well Saber is able to make this transition. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm always interested to see how well these players can make this sort of transition, especially going from Hunter to Survivor, where you're really required to become more of a team player, engage more with the team, and really just put together that communication and teamwork.
That is for sure. I mean, that is an experience that I think everyone already had before. Like, if you're playing in a team, survivor rank, let's just say survivor rank, you're playing in a team, you definitely have a better time if you can communicate with your team than, you know, just kind of playing solo rank where you are just jumping into a random match where you can't communicate with your team. I think everyone made that experience that survivor is just highly team focused. You just have to be able to, you know, rely on your team, as you already mentioned, and also be able to support your team when needed. When on the other side, as Hunter, you need to rely on yourself, and you need to be able to make the right decisions, and nobody can help you if you're not making the right decisions. Nobody can help you come back from a match that is going in favor of the opponent's team. That's just how it is, right? So you're very, very, I would say you're put into different situations depending on which side you are playing. And making that transition from, you know, going from a hunter where you're mainly on one side and you're dependent on yourself and you have to play well, you can't really do anything if you are making mistakes. Nobody is there to help you. Now you're in a different situation if you're switching to survivor, because you have to not only support your own team, but you also have to communicate well, to the point where when you're making a mistake, it's okay. It's okay as long as you have good communication. Your team can get you out of that chair or get you out of the situation that you're in, and it can turn around everything. So I'm overall curious to see all of the players, no matter if they were survivor player before or hunter player before. If anything, in my opinion, if you were a survivor player and you turned hunter, or the other way around, it gives you more experience in that field. Because yes, you have to communicate different, or you have to be more dependent on yourself, but you also know how the other side works, right? You also know, if you have been a survivor player for most of your time, if you're switching to hunter, you kind of know what the communication is. You kind of know what the most logical step is that the survivors will take, and how the game will most likely play out, what the steps will be that the survivors will take to come in, for example, for a rescue. So that is definitely knowledge that you have if you were a prior survivor player switching to hunter. That might be might be a huge advantage for yourself. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Again, FT so far doing an absolutely fantastic job. We had Slade as N on the red shirt doing a great job showcasing the Disciple with a full survival elimination. Now we have N3 on the hunter side. They have to get the full survival elimination as well, the 5-point game, to tie up, at least tie up that round number 1 right here. Meanwhile, FT on the survivor side just needs to get one survivor through the gate or through the dungeon to secure a victory in round number 1. I'm curious to see which character what YES will bring to the table.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see as well. Again, in a situation where you need 4 survivors eliminated, it's going to be really challenging to kind of turn things around here in Red Church. You know, we talked about how Breaking Wheel is kind of not very strong in this map. It's probably the best hunter for getting all 4 survivors out, but yeah, here it's just really challenging for this type of map. We also have actually Webbs on the survivor side as well here, who's a player that I actually know. A personal friend of mine has also been around the top tiers as well, so we should expect some very strong gameplay from them. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see here. It looks like we're going to have Gravekeeper actually locked in as well, so maybe they're just kind of preparing for Breaking Wheel. You know, Gravekeeper, of course, being a nice rescuer against the wheel here. I don't know if FT... It looks like FT does not actually have a forward player here, Grizzlies, so we may actually just be seeing no forward ultimately. And just kind of a standard 1 rescuer, a few supporters here in the decoder with the postman. Of course, the Seer Owl can be very important. Actually, interesting, N300 did not ban Seer. What YS did not ban Seer, so we actually see Mercenary ban first, which typically, okay, Axeboy, yeah, so I was actually about to say, but typically the most common character for banning Mercenary is Axeboy, simply because Seer Owl you're not really too worried about, especially if you have Blink. You can, you know, bait it out early, maybe get a Flame Snipe to knock it off. But Mercenary is first banned for Axeboy because Axeboy relies partially on stuffing rescues as well, and Mercenary obviously you can't stuff. So getting rid of, removing the stability of having a Mercenary is very important for an Axeboy player to succeed.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's a very valid point. And I mean, we talked about before what YES, the main character, main hunter is the X-Boy, also knows Breaking Wheel, also knows the Anne. I would have loved to see a little bit of a mirror match with Anne coming through again. Breaking Wheel, as we already discussed, is not the best character for the Red Church map, so therefore it is kind of like expected that we won't see the Breaking Wheel. X-Boy on the other side can definitely accelerate with the Restless Pine, with the speed boost of the Ghost, with the Flame Snipes. Definitely going to be an interesting match right here, because again, what YS needs to get a full survival elimination to just tie this round number 1, else FT will take the lead after the first few matches. That's gonna be something we need to keep in mind. And on the other side, yes, FT doesn't really utilize the forward, even though they had the chance to, but at the same time, it's okay. It's absolutely okay. If we look at the team composition, you don't necessarily need to come in with a forward right here who can harass a lot. You have Priestess who can definitely buy a lot of time, especially inside the church. If you have a proper portal setup going, it's gonna be very, very difficult for the Hunter to catch up in general to whichever character is kiting, right? Because every single survivor could use these portals in advantage. And then we also have the Seer coming to the ground. Yes, the Seer's Owl can potentially be sniped out with a flame, can potentially just you know, get rid of by a swing, and then using the Restless Road to close the gap again. But at the same time, even though you have a strong character that can go against the Seer, Seer's Owl can always make or break the game. Even if you're coming in with a Hunter that is strong against the Seer's Owl, that could potentially cancel out the Seer's Owl, it can be dangerous. I'm curious to see the Seer in this match, because I would assume we're gonna see a lot of Seer bans in the future. We have the Seer coming in as first target right here in the church, and we can also see that what YS is concentrating on that Seer, is focusing on that first survivor that he found, and is trying to bring him down as soon as possible.
Yeah, is going for a web Seer. Oh, it's an early flame snipe. Wow, beautiful job here from the Axe Boy. That's really what they need to see to start things out here. Webb's going to go ahead and vault that for a speed boost transition away here. Look at this kiting job from Webb's, actually staying away from all ciphers. You see all three survivors doing the other side of the map here. Beautiful mind game, tries to go for this here. Will he pull a flip here? You need to dodge this one, goes for that. No owl. No owl from the Seer at all. So Seer goes down with owl still online here. So if there's any chance for N3 to come back here, that's exactly what we need to see from this Axe Boy.
So that is very, very strong. Seer still has the owl, and that might definitely be something we need to keep an eye for when the Seer is getting rescued right here. But at the same time, it's a strong start from what YS. Immediately brings down the first survivor. The Cypher Machines didn't really have a chance to be decoded. We have the Gravekeeper coming through. Will we see Flame Snipe? Oh, missed the Flame Snipe right now. We're gonna see what YS concentrating on the Seer. We have the stun. The Seer's Owl should disappear in just a few seconds, because again, there was a huge nerf. 8 seconds of the Seer's Owl and it's gone. Now it's really just raw kiting right here on Webs. Needs to provide a kite that is really giving the survivor team a lot of time. We can see the flame snipes are coming through, and what a snipe, really taking that hit on the Seer. Fantastic job. What YS really showing that they might be newer in the competitive scene, but they definitely can put up a strong fight. We have the first survivor on the chair for the second time. 2 Cypher Machines are being decoded already, which is not too bad on the survivor side, but at the same time you can really see how what YS is putting pressure on the survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to maybe force them into going for a rescue here. That really gives them the opportunity to potentially come back, to be able to stop that rescue. But it looks like, see, this is what you have to do as a survivor side to secure a draw. Telling the survivor, not feeding extra presence. See, the Axe Boy really is not full presence, so they're not going to sell. They're going to sell. They're not going to save. It prevents the Axe Boy from reaching full presence, and it doesn't risk any sort of stuff of a rescue, and it also promotes Cypher Rush. Look at that, already 2 Cyphers remaining, and the last 2 Cyphers are already 30% plus progress. So it really just goes to show why, you know, allowing a survivor to be eliminated on the rocket chair, pushing the Cypher Machine, preventing the Hunter from getting full presence, and just going for a draw is really beneficial in this sort of tournament situation. And this is going to work out perfectly for FT, considering their Hunter's already eliminated all 4 survivors in the first round. We're going to see the postman. Oh, he goes one way and actually runs back into the Hunter for a brief second, but I think he was trying to avoid being mind game there. He's going to go ahead and head towards Middle Broken here. Has to be wary of these flames. There goes for the pull, and he gets out of range just in time here. Blink is still available. We're going to see him go for the dog, and he does get the dog, which will gain him more distance as well. I think if you're what YS, you probably want to try to save your trade as long as possible here, considering the Cyphers are already almost primed, but Postman throws the pallet. on the wrong side, and it's going to give him free hit, unfortunately, and it's going to kind of just keep transitioning away here as long as possible.
But at the same time, you need to re-look at the Cypher Machine progress. This is definitely a different match than we have seen it before, just by, you know, the team work right here. And Blink was not going through. Is that going to be... It's going to be an extremely strong kite from the Postman, buying more and more time. The last Cypher Machine might be primed before he even goes down. That's absolutely fantastic for the survivors, for FT. And that flame, it didn't hit. Cypher Machine is at 90% right now. Great kite by the Postman. And again, it's a complete different story if the survivors are not going in for the rescue. You don't have a fat hunter, you don't have the entire presence up, and you really have the chance to decode faster. And there we can probably see the survivor going down to potentially a flame. What YS needs to flame that to bring down the survivor immediately. Swings again, picks him up. Nice team communication. They knew that that was a flame hit, so therefore they didn't pop the Cypher. They can still easily come in with a rescue, right? Postman was on the chair for, I think, the second time, so therefore they have time to rescue and potentially body block with a normal swing attack, and that might actually give them enough time right here to pop the Cypher. Look at that, forcing the X-Boy to swing at the Gravekeeper, but he's waiting for the flame to come through.
Yeah, he's waiting for that cooldown. He's going to try to go for the flame. Oh, they get the heal off in time. Can he dodge the flame this time? He does dodge it this time, Grizzly. So now it's just same situation here. Postman's going to try to position themselves in an area where they can pop the Cypher Machine, avoiding all flames. He's going to go towards Graveyard because it's a good kiting area. Tries to go for the dog, but yeah, you gotta be careful. Here's the flame, and he doesn't dodge it. Will they just pop it this time? And they pop it, but he picks it up. They pop him, but the Cypher Machine, but he picks him up in time. Oh, a huge misstep from FT here. Now the teleport's still online, so I think the game plan here for What YS is you have to go break this long portal first, and then go for the teleport and hope Gravekeeper can't make the rescue in time. That's your only chance, but no, he's going for Gravekeeper, which means that Priestess can get the gate open. He should be able to get this Gravekeeper eliminated, most likely, unless he's able to kite the dungeon here. That's kind of the only chance here. We're going to see Priestess took the portal. Grizzly, this is what happens when you don't break the portal. They had to break that portal. Priestess took it, went back to the chair, and now gets a free rescue because the Hunter did not break the portal, and now they actually will be able to most likely draw this match.
Look at that, and the Gravekeeper really buying a lot of time. He's not kiting towards the dungeon because the survivors were there, and then he had to make sure that... Oh, look at that teleport. That might be a 3-survivor escape. That was definitely the teleport to the wrong gate because 2 survivors, Postman and Priestess, went to the back gate again through the portal. Gravekeeper is still here. Gravekeeper could still potentially... could still potentially be the survivor that will secure the tie for What YS. Definitely fantastic late game on the survivors right here. Also from N3 because they were securing the tie. That is at least preventing the survivors from getting too many points. They were able to get 5 points in the first round, and therefore with this tie right here, it will end up with a 5-point deficit on N3. Definitely a deficit that isn't really too... It's an uphill battle, a huge uphill battle. That's what I'm trying to say right here. 5 points after 1 round, that's definitely something that N3 needs to take in consideration. Because now, best option for N3 is to just win round number 2, win round number 3. No matter how many points difference, as long as they can win it, they will take it home. But at the same time, we also have FT already being set up to an absolutely fantastic start right here. Absolutely fantastic matchup between these two because they won round number 1. Absolutely fantastic fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just that one little play. You have to break long portal. You cannot leave the long portal up there because if you break that long portal and then go for Gravekeeper, Priestess doesn't have time to make the rescue. The only reason Priestess made that rescue on the Postman was because she could go back through the portal, immediately place herself inside the church, and then go straight for the rescue. And then because the portal's still there, then Priestess just goes back through it, escapes out the gate. Postman follows through the portal, escapes out the gate as well. And then the Axe Boy, teleports to the wrong gate. They actually had a 3-survivor elimination set up. If you're Gravekeeper there, instead of running around, just all you have to do is hide and wait for your shovel cooldown to come up. You use your second shovel, and you can make it out the gate or make it to dungeon. But unfortunately, Postman got a little bit impatient there, running back into the Hunter. So What YS was still able to get that 1 extra kill there. But What YS had a chance to eliminate all 3 survivors, maybe even 4. If you're able to break that portal, kill Gravekeeper quick enough and teleport to gate, or simply break the portal, teleport to gate, kill the survivor, knock down the survivor on the exit gate, share them, head back to the other gate, and then kill the Gravekeeper, you can actually eliminate all 4 survivors there. But you have to break the long portal. And if you don't break the long portal, it gives the Priestess way too much room to work with. And just because of that, they're able to turn, honestly, a losing position into a drawn one. And just like that, yeah, FT taking round number 1, 7-2.
Yeah, that was a really, really good start. Definitely a great outcome for FT right here. Overall, we can hopefully expect a little bit more on N3 side. And N3 needs to definitely step up their game on the survivor side. They need to prevent these 4 survival eliminations, the 5-point games for the opponent, because that is definitely putting the Hunter into a tough situation as well, especially now proceeding into round number 2 and round number 3, knowing that they lost round number 1 with quite a point deficit. So again, if they could win just by a few points round number 2 and round number 3, they don't necessarily have to worry too much about the point deficit overall, because if they win with a few more points, they won the rounds period, that will give them the victory. Or they could really just come back with a, 4 survivor escape or elimination on their Hunter or survivor side to get a lot of points, so they can set up for potential tie in round number 3. There is a lot on the table, but overall, you also have to say FT won round number 1, has 5 points, did an absolutely fantastic job. I would say Slade really did nothing wrong. Slade, every single chance that was given to him, and even if there wasn't a chance, he was creating one. He took them. He took all of the chances, and he brought down the survivors extremely fast. I think 2 ciphers were remaining. That was extremely strong, so you really have to give it to Slade. And on the survivor side, same thing. Great communication, great teamwork. Seer on the chair quite early. That was an absolutely fantastic start for N3. They were really showing off what to do with the exploit when it comes to, chasing down an Seer, chasing down an Eli, right? So that was an absolutely fantastic start, but at the same time, team communication is key, and that team was doing absolutely fantastic. Not rescuing the Seer a second time because they knew, okay, a fully fed exploit might be dangerous. And then we had the Postman kiting for long enough to make that last cipher machine happen, to make that last cipher machine primed, and that was a great late game for the survivors right here. You can't say it any other way. And you mentioned it with the global portal right there that wasn't destroyed. That was just a setup for a tie. Overall, I think fantastic match from both sides. N3 definitely needs to step up their game a little bit, and I'm curious to see what we can expect from round number 2.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just looking at that match overall, I mean, yeah, it was a good start, as you mentioned. Seer went down, no owl was even used. But then you look at the point of not rescuing, right? So the Axe Boy, at that point, I believe he had 3 hits. So he needed 2 more hits to reach full presence. So if you go for a rescue, you give 1 hit on the rescue, and then you give 1 hit on the survivor that was rescued. So then the Axe Boy is full presence. Or if you're extremely unlucky, the Axe Boy just stuffs the rescue, gets full presence, and you're all of a sudden in a losing position. So at that position, exactly, why would you risk going for that rescue? Just a code, you can get down to 2 cipher machines for free and make it so the next kite just has to be decent and you get a guaranteed draw. And you prevent the Axe Boy. The Axe Boy at that point, he's not even close to full presence. So you keep him far away from full presence. You allow for cipher rushes to get down to 2 ciphers. And the last 2 already had progress on them. And you just simply take an easy draw from that position. And it goes back to the same situation in LCR versus Omega. And if the mercenary doesn't rescue there, you get a draw, and your team wins that round. And the same here, 4 survivor elimination, you get a draw, you win 7-2. It would have been 7-2 in that game as well. It looks like we are going to have a ban. I believe that's Leo's Memory or Sacred Heart Hospital. I'm not quite sure. But it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town, which will be the map that is picked here for this matchup here. So FT currently in the lead, 5 points. Let's see if they can hold it.
Let's see if they can hold it. Definitely going to be interesting. Round number 2 right here. If FT is winning this round number 2, that will mean that they will take the victory over N3. Definitely something that we have to keep our mindset on, because again, if they win, they win. N3 also knows that, and they need to come back. They need to show that they can deal with, for example, Slade on the Hunter side. That's definitely a huge task, since Slade is such a strong Hunter. But they have to come back from this. They have to get survivors through the gate. They have to take points in these matches when they're on the survivor side. Very, very curious to see if they can perform a little bit better in round number 2 to, at least secure a round number 3 and potentially come back in these 2 rounds. It's going to be interesting, because now we're going to see bans on the Hunter side as well, but are we actually seeing an Anne ban, for example? That might be the respect ban that we can expect from N3, banning Slade's Anne, because that was just such a... It was a perfect display of a disciple. Again, no missteps, no mistakes, no chances not taken, and if there were no chances, again, he was creating them. Absolutely fantastic job from Slade. So I would assume we're gonna see a respect ban of that and then Slade could still come in with, you know, other characters like the X-Boy or the Ripper. We have seen the Ripper. What was the map, did you say? Was it Lakeside Village?
Lakeside, yeah.
So we have seen the Ripper on Lakeside Village performing extremely well earlier in the matches, where we had a 3 survivor elimination by a Ripper on Lakeside Village. So that could also be another mirror match, another match that we kind of already have seen. So very, very curious to see how round number 2 will play out. Overall, we just have to keep in mind that N3 definitely needs to at least tie this round, else FT will win.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's the goal here. Again, for FT, is we talked about this in the last round. It's just gonna be a common theme in these situations. Is just play conservatively. You know, just hold the lead, play conservatively, play to tie. So I think here, if you're N3, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Slade is on the top leaderboard for Anne. I believe he might even have been S1 at some point. I'm not sure if he still currently is, but so I think here, Anne being a very good tie hunter, I think if you're N3, just go ahead and ban the Anne and hope you can win against his other hunters as well.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet right here. After that perfect display of the disciple right here in round number 1, why would you not ban the N, right? Like, there's no reason to let the N on the field again. Definitely something we can expect, but for now we're gonna see what YS on N3 side again on the hunting panel, and this time we can expect the Seer ban, Priestess ban as well on a bigger map like the it is actually the Ever Sleeping Town. Did you say Ever Sleeping? I'm sorry, wasn't it Lakeside Village? Never mind. Ever Sleeping Town is the map. We have a Priestess ban, that is for sure. Such a strong map for the Priestess, as well as a Seer ban. I'm very curious to see what we can expect from What YS. Again, he is known for X-Boy, which we already have seen, and also for the Breaking Wheel. So we can, yeah, Breaking Wheel. FT definitely did their homework. Breaking Wheel is very, very strong hunter on the Ever Sleeping Town map, and after tying against the X-Boy in quite a good way, and they thought to themselves, why not ban the Breaking Wheel and let this X-Boy on the field again, because we can deal with this X-Boy. We know how to kite the X-Boy, we know how to secure a tie, and then we just have Slade do the rest with a 3 or even 4 survival elimination when we have Slade hunting. So that is the game plan right here. We have a mechanic ban as well. Meanwhile, mercenary, entomologist, as well as postman already have been picked.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think the idea here is you ban this Breaking Wheel, and then they immediately take Entomologist. And Entomologist is not a character that you typically will immediately lock in. But I think the idea is they're countering they're removing Breaking Wheel and they're countering Axe Boy. So Entomology, a very good counter to Axe Boy because it can absorb those flame hits.
And we have the female dancer, very, very interesting. Nana coming through with the female dancer, another character we haven't really seen yet. So that is definitely something to look forward to. What YS coming through again with another X-Boy definitely needs to at least secure the tie, I would say. Definitely needs to put the survivor position, the survivor of N3 into a position where they can come back and at least secure a tie overall in this round number 2, if not even a victory. And I'm very curious to see how that plays out. On the other side, we also have one more player on this map, which is the Tram. Always have to keep our eyes open for that. Tram can make or break a game. Even though you won't take damage anymore from the Tram, you will get stunned for 5 seconds. And that can definitely be very, very devastating, especially if you are a survivor that is putting up a crate kite. You're taking the Tram, Hunter will get you. Hunter will 100% get you. On the other side, if you're kiting and the Hunter is taking the Tram, you are across the entire map. 5 seconds, that's a lot of time to make a lot of distance. So the Tram, another player we have to, keep in mind, else we might see an MVP Tram on the Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, definitely possible. It always seems to come up here and there where the Tram is really just the MVP for some matches. So I don't know if you remember those days, Grizzly, back when the Tram used to immediately knock down survivors all the way down
Yeah.
to 0 health. That was if that ever came back. I don't know how a lot of people would actually like this map. I don't think it would be enjoyed as much as it is. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the Tram will come into play here. But yeah, this comp is difficult for Axeboy. I mean, Mercenary can't really chase. He didn't ban Mercenary first. We saw him ban it first in the last round. It ended up being a pretty good ban for him. But he actually instead goes Priestess Seer, gives Mercenary away. So Mercenary and Entomologist is going to be very strong here. Postman, of course, is a good decoder. Dancer, I don't know. So Dancer is actually decent here because when you drop down from like a 2-story area, you hit the ground, Dancer gets a 40% increased speed boost when you drop down. So, having the holes in those 2-story buildings can be very important. We're going to see the fake 8 spawn here from YYS immediately rotating towards the middle area here. Does immediately catch onto the site of Freed. I believe that's the Mercenary, so not going to commit here. And instead go towards the middle. Actually go towards Geisha. You don't really see a Survivor rotating over here, so I don't think... Yeah, he's actually going to change targets instead. Head over to the Entomologist. So this is not a good find here for the Axeboy. Entomologist, as we mentioned, a very strong kiter against Axeboy, and he may actually just leave the Ento. No, he's going to commit here. So this might be a pretty easy kite here for the Ento, actually, if he decides to stay on this target.
Might be a tough first survivor. We can see that YYS is trying to still find another survivor, even though he has his attention given to the webs, to the Entomologist. So definitely, look at that patience. But going up right here, that doesn't really help the Axeboy. Oh, really good kite from the Entomologist already. Strong game from the survivor side. Postman would definitely be a little bit of a better find. Even the Female Dancer. Female Dancer, you already mentioned. Female Dancer is a character that I personally have seen a lot in rank when I was playing rank lately. And I'm curious to just have a quick question to you. What is your opinion on Female Dancer and her improvement with the little swirly action where she can move a little bit faster away while she's having the music box?
Yeah, so Beautiful Dancer goes for the blink and misses it. Dancer is really good on certain maps. Any map where there's a 2-story opportunity, you can simply drop down. We are going to see the hit onto the Entomologist. You can drop down, get a speed boost from dropping down, and also in tight kiting areas, Entomologist can be very strong. Dancer can be very strong because it forces the hunter to walk through the boxes. If they break them, then you can get a pallet stun with the box, and if they do catch up to you, you can just spin away. So Female Dancer actually is a kind of a non-meta character, but it's actually good in later rounds as a potential surprise option. So yeah, not really a bad character overall here, especially here on this map in the 2-story areas. Entomologist can be strong, so maybe we'll see that come into play at some point. We're going to see the Axeboy go for a charge attack, but yeah, the pallet's already been dropped here. Webs already off to a very strong kite here, and with a stable rescuer like the Mercenary, Webs... Oh, he swings too early! He could have actually gotten that hit, but swings too early, and Webs is able to last even longer here. He's going to make it back to the window, able to vault this again, transition away here, and this is a very strong kite for Webs, and already it's looking like a very strong position, probably winning here for FT.
That is, yeah, very, very true. Very strong position, really able to dodge these hits and dodge these flames, and strong kite, as you already mentioned, even being able to get away from the dungeon. We had the dungeon over there, and that one swing could have hit, but we saw the Entomologist avoiding the hits and really transitioning away from the dungeon as well. This is definitely putting YYS into a tough situation because 3 Cypher machines already being decoded, 2 more at 80, even over 80%, so basically primed. We have 1 survivor coming in for the rescue, and Entomologist is off the chair. YYS did not expect that. The Mercenary would come around and rescue from behind, so absolutely fantastic job with the last Cypher machine already being primed. And I think YYS does not necessarily expect that because he's going for the swing now. With the vault of this window, we already have the Entomologist across the entire map. Absolutely fantastic late game. And we can even see the Tram is kind of cutting off the way, now forcing YYS to kind of go for the Mercenary. But at the same time, Mercenary, that is the only survivor that is on this gate, which means we could see a potential 3 survivor escape in this map. Look at that. Maybe even 4 survivor with the elbow pad really getting distance, and has 2 more elbow pads left and could potentially take 1 hit. There we go. Yep. Tries to go for a charge attack. Gets Dungeonist right there. That could be a potential 4 survivor escape.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4 survivor escape here, and here comes the Mercenary. He has to go for a flame snipe right now. Will he hit it? Either way, it's not going to matter. Mercenary out the exit gate, 4 survivors. out here for FT, and they are going to go up another 5 points in this matchup. And yeah, I mean, that just excellent kite from the Entomologist. You see them position themselves very well. Entomologists position themselves to go for dungeon. If you're what YS there, your only chance is to try to go for at least 1 kill. Just try to down Entomologist with a flame, and then maybe you're able to maybe go for an extra kill, but it's unlikely. You cannot afford to commit to a Mercenary endgame. As a hunter, you have to know that Mercenary is the one on that gate. Mercenary came for the rescue, so you know he's in the area. So if anybody's going to be on that exit gate, it's going to be the Mercenary with 3 elbow pads in full health. So as a hunter, you cannot afford to change targets to a Mercenary there. But unfortunately, YS did go for that. And FT taking perfect advantage of that. Mercenary using those elbow pads, making it all the way to dungeon. And without a flame available, it's very easy just to force a basic hit. With detention, of course, Mercenary still lasts 30 seconds, and he's able to get out that dungeon. And just like that, 5-0 for Survivor Escape here. Excellent job here from FT. The strategy worked for them. They banned Breaking Wheel. They played anti-Axeboy. He was forced to chase the anti-character, you know, the Entomologist, which is a counter to Axeboy. And it worked perfectly. And just like that, we see FT taking advantage. 4 Survivor Escape, 5 points here. And now N3 is going to need a 4 Survivor Escape against Slade if they want to even just force a last round.
Wow, that is extremely tough. That just sounds like such a monumental task you have right in front of yourself. Like, going against Slade, first of all, is such a difficult job. Imagine just having to pull off a tide. That's gonna be difficult. But now having to pull off a 4 Survivor Escape, not having 1 Survivor eliminated, that is definitely something that is, I would consider that is an uphill battle right here. And yeah, N3 really needs to come back if they want to stay in this tournament. They need to tie this round with the 5 points, with the 4 Survivor Escape. And we will see how this plays out in round number 2, the second half. So far, we really can say that FT has performed extremely well. That 4 Survivor Escape that we just saw on Ever Sleeping Town against the X-Boy, absolutely fantastic. The early game kite from the Entomologist was just going on and on and on and on. And then the rescue from the Mercenary, kind of like, you know, behind the back of the X-Boy, really allowing them to get a little bit of distance and allowing the rest of the survivors to prime the last Cypher machines. And then, you know, X-Boy, I would say, N3 did not necessarily expect that the Cypher machines were already primed, because he landed a normal strike, which allowed the Entomologist to not only, you know, have the attack recovery of the X-Boy, but also ward that window that was right there and get even more distance. And overall, just very well played from FT Survivor side right here, and really setting FT up for a victory, because now, again, Slade, who is already an extremely strong hunter, we have seen him with the N. Not a single misstep, not a tiniest slip has been seen when he was playing the N. He just has to get 1 survivor eliminated, and I think this is not only an uphill battle, this is almost an impossible task. Against Slade, we have to be honest, that is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, definitely. It's very challenging. You know, even if you're able to get 4 survivors escape here against Slade, you know, you're still down as N3, you're still down 7-2, you're still down 5 points. Even if they somehow manage to get 4 survivors out against Slade, who played very well in the first round, then you have to go 7-2 or better in the last round, which is already next to impossible. So just getting all that, you know, all that setup, all that pulled off, it's just really difficult. I mean, it really goes to show. I mean, right now, yeah, FT has a 10-point lead in terms of points. So it's just, it's very difficult to come back here. So N3 is really going to need to kind of surprise us here. They're going to need to play more, you know, obviously very aggressively. The conservative strategy we talked about in not rescuing and playing for ties, you don't have that as an option anymore. You have to play characters. The only way, the best way to get 4 survivor escapes is survivability in endgame. So that's having characters that are good at kiting to dungeon or kiting to the exit gates against detention hunters, against full presence detention hunters. So the key to that is playing characters that have items that can really thrive against, against hunters that have detention and have full presence. So we're going to see Seer and Priestess get banned here for Slade. So I expect the survivors probably to take Mercenary. That's a very good character in terms of survivability. And then probably some sort of kiter that just has good endgame kiting overall.
I mean, overall, let's be honest. If N3 can pull off a 4 survivor escape against Slade, I would say they have a good chance of winning round number 3 as well, with a huge point gap. Maybe to, you know, tie it up overall and push into round number 4, or even to get enough points to just finish it up completely, right? So if N3 gets a 4 survivor escape against Slade, they will definitely make a name for themselves right here. Can see the bans from Slade, Seer, Priestess, as well as Entomologist, just extremely strong characters here on the Ever-Sleeping Town, that is allowing the Mercenary on the field, as well as the Mechanic that could come in with a lot of decoding, and the Psychologist. We can also see the ban of N. That is, again, respect ban of N. You want to avoid that N to, for Survivor, eliminate the team again. You want to have 4 survivors surviving, so you definitely want to avoid that N.
Yeah, so unfortunately here for N3, they're playing 2 characters that are really weak in getting 4 survivor escapes. We're actually going to see Wu Ching here from Slade, which is fun. It's always fun to see a character like this come out. Psychologist and Mechanic, unfortunately for N3, are very bad characters when trying to go for 4 escapes. Psychologist doesn't have... Psychologist is there because she's a good... she can last a long time in the early game mostly, because you can take 3 hits. But end game, you have no items to kite detention hunters. Even if you can take your 3 hits, you're still dying instantly. Same with Mechanic. Mechanic's good for ties and for Cypher Rush. Mechanic also has no end game kiting potential, so Mechanic is not a good character for going for 4 survivor escapes. So unfortunately for N3, Acrobat and Mercenary are great. But unfortunately for N3, they are going with 2 characters that are very, very weak for survivor escapes. So it's already just looking really tough just based off of these picks and bans. They weren't able to get characters here, unfortunately, that are beneficial for them in this situation. So yeah, it's just gonna be really tough here. All Slade really has to do is just play kind of a detention Blink Wu Ching build, and he shouldn't have a problem getting at least 1 kill especially against a Mechanic and a Psychologist. I guess the N3's really their only real chance here is that maybe Acrobat gets first kite and he stays on Acrobat the whole game, and you're also able to conserve some of your balls for kiting in the end game. That's kind of the only real chance you have. Unfortunately, if you're N3 against Psychologist, Mechanic, not strong endgame kiters by any means.
Yeah, that's true. Looking at the situation they're in, having to play it a little bit more risky. Again, high risk, high reward. That is definitely the motto right here, because N3, they need to get the 4 survivor escape. That's definitely going to be a little bit more tough if you have survivors that are not really, as you already mentioned, having the survivability. And we already found the Mechanic. We have Slade going for the Mechanic so early in the match. That could already be a very, very good start for Slade, especially, knowing how good Slade is, how well he has played in round number 1. He will definitely not allow that Mechanic to take too much time from him. And there comes the first hit through the pallet. Fantastic job by Slade. A lot of patience, and then with the fast attack, he really was able to get that hit on the Mechanic. And here you can see he's coming through with the Blackguard, who has just a very, very long hit range. Might be able to land that again before the Mechanic is able to wall. There we go, Mechanic goes down. First survivor is down. All Slade has to do is he has to concentrate on the first survivor elimination, and that's basically it. Then he obviously wants to prove that, he can eliminate all of the survivors, but just 1 survivor out of it means that they will proceed in the tournament, and that's definitely what he wants to do.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Mechanic wasn't able to drop the bot either, so that means there's not going to be any added Cypher Rush here, and the bot's already been eliminated once. So I guess the best chance here is we're going to see Slade going to go ahead and go for Psychologist. He's going to be able to get a free hit here on the Psychologist using that bell. Probably will go back here. I think Acrobat going for the rescue here is able to get the save before half, so it's an uninjured rescue, which is always ideal. But again, Slade right back to the Mechanic. All you have to do is chair this Mechanic 2 more times, and it will be a final victory here for FP. So if you're Mechanic, you need to save your bot. So your only chance here for Mechanic is save your bot for endgame kite. Try to use it to body block a detention hunter. He goes for the swing. No, she's going to use it now. Does get the block, which is nice, but now Mechanic does not have anything to work with. So even if you do manage to get to the endgame, Mechanic still will just go down right away against a detention hunter. He has that Soul Siphon, which is going to trap in Mechanic here. He's unable to vault, and this will secure the down. And again, with no bot available for a body block later in the game, yeah, Mechanic just has no items to work with. I guess the only chance here for the survivors is Mercenary can search a chest, maybe drop an item near the Mechanic that he gets out of the chest, or maybe drop her the elbow pads if you can tie with that. But besides that, yeah, Mechanic using kiting in that situation, you really just have to save it there. But unfortunately, Slade was able to get it out, and it's already looking good here for Slade.
That definitely does look good for Slade, and he's immediately going to teleport over here to, or not at least throwing the umbrella over there to put more pressure on the survivors. At the same time, he knows someone needs to come in for the rescue. He knows that that survivor cannot die because they need a full survivor survive. Nice trick right here from the mercenary. Was crouching down to pretend that he was rescuing, was taking that hit. Now is trying to body block as long as possible. Is taking the bell right here. Fantastic job. Another bell. This might be... Oh, we might see that the link is coming through. That the mercenary is not going to body block. The mercenary was trying to get away, was hoping that the mechanic would be able to make more distance. But again, Blink is securing the first survivor out of the game. Cypher Machine progress is not going too bad. We have to point that out, but at the same time, the situation is the following. One survivor elimination by FT means FT wins against N3 overall. And that is the case right now. Now, Slade can just concentrate on eliminate more survivors. Is going for the Psychologist, who is the best find because Psychologist is not having the ability to heal herself up again, will now not have any items to protect herself, and that might bring her down within the next hit.
Yeah, and again, we talked about Mercenary. You mentioned we're gonna see that swing, beautiful drop from Slade to get down. One Cypher remaining. Last Cypher is actually almost done, so survivors can tie, but again, it really doesn't matter. Slade did get the one kill that he did need there. The only chance for N3 is Mercenary had the body block. He had the body block and tried to just keep body blocking until that last Cypher was primed. Interestingly, Mercenary, I guess, just left. I'm hoping Mechanic could kite, but yeah, you're relying on a mechanic with no items to kind of full presence hunter all the way to the end game, and cancels the elbow pad as well. Beautiful job from Slade here. We're going to see Acrobat go for that rescue. I expect him probably just to slug Mercenary. Yeah, he's going to slug Mercenary, go back to the share here, and just try to, just get as many extra points as possible here at this point. It's pretty much just a fun match, and we'll see what Slade, just kind of trying to show off his skill here as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm very excited how this match will end, because at the end of the day we have the last Cypher Machine almost primed, but we don't have a survivor on that Cypher Machine, so that is definitely something we have to consider. They are relocating. We have the Acrobat now here in the area. Acrobat could potentially take a hit and then pop the Cypher Machine off, but is trying to get away from the Cypher Machine, trying to give the chance to the Psychologist. Psychologist on the other side is getting cut off. Now it's going to be a fight for this last Cypher Machine, and Slade is having a really good spot right here because all survivors are already injured. He can go easily for the Psychologist. Acrobat was picking up the Mercenary. That means they are still away from the Cypher Machine. Now picking up that Psychologist is forcing them to... One survivor has to go in for the rescue, which will most likely be the Mercenary. But Basement is such a difficult situation, such a difficult spot for the survivors now, especially since they are all injured. Yes, Mercenary can take that hit, but we could see Slade dropping down to get more damage, going to avoid the attack recovery. And we can see the rescue will happen. The Cypher Machine is primed, and we have the Acrobat right on it.
Cypher Machine is primed here, but we have a very large hitbox. He's going to be able to go for the charge attack, but
this
is actually... Can he get this charge attack hit onto the Psychologist? Here's the charge attack, gets the drop down. They're going to go for the pop, and Slade can easily just hit him right back down. He's going to be able to put the Psychologist on the rocket chair, has his umbrella available, has Blink available as well, Grizzly. He can easily push this to more than just a draw.
Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic for Wu Cheng, who is now able to utilize the umbrella to go all the way over there to the one exit gate where we have both survivors. Both survivors are trying to be in the same area. We have the Mercenary, who will go down to a detention hit, and he didn't heal himself up, but at the same time we're gonna see Slade just picking him up, bring him to the chair, and even with the Acrobat being able to cross the map, Acrobat will not be able to open up that gate in time. There's no chance to have enough time before the umbrella is ready to teleport all the way over there. And at the same time we have Slade, knowing that the dungeon is here, now has the earmark. Tinnitus is giving him the hint that the survivor is here, and is not able to find the Acrobat just yet, so that is definitely a situation that might lead into a rescue potentially. Or he's just waiting here until the Mercenary is out of the game so he can transition over to the dungeon.
Yeah, he does have Tinnitus. I think Slade will probably shortly figure out that the survivor is in two-story. He's going to check Graveyard here, doesn't see any... He's going to switch to Graveyard, interestingly enough. Loses Tinnitus, so because of that he should pick up that Acrobat's in 2-story. Will Acrobat try to save? No, he's going to wait in this upstairs 2-story. 30 seconds left in the detention. So if Acrobat can evade Slade long enough, he can wait at the detention, then go for the dungeon. At least try to get one survivor escape here. But yeah, I think Slade's now caught on to Acrobat is in 2-story. Or maybe not. He's still looking around here, maybe he's trying to bait the Acrobat to drop down. I don't really know. But Acrobat can simply just stand in this 2-story until the last 10 seconds of detention wear off.
Very, very interesting. It might seem like Slade now found the Acrobat, but that might be enough time for detention to run out and for the Acrobat to get that one survivor escape that they were waiting for. Nice, good job right here. Acrobat gets the dungeon, is avoiding FT to get another 5-point match, but ultimately they had to prevent them from getting any points in this match to proceed into another round. Fantastic job from FT. Fantastic job by the Hunter as well as Survivor side from by FT. They were doing an absolutely fantastic job just overall. Can't really pinpoint where they made any mistakes. They did absolutely fantastic. They definitely deserve to get into this next bracket. Very excited to see more of this team. Very, very excited to see them in the next bracket on the next weekend. We're gonna jump into the details of this last match again in a few seconds into the stats, but yeah, what is there to say? Fantastic job from Slade yet again, not only with the Disciple, but also with Wu Cheng here on the Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, just a very FT just really came out to play here. Really just kept things in their favor the whole time. They just kept the momentum. I think the only slight momentum shift was there was a chance for the N300 to potentially come back again, breaking that long portal and trying to go for some kills there at the end game in the first round. But from there on, yeah, FT just holding the lead. Slade, an excellent job overall. With a 4 survivor eliminated, 3 survivor eliminated, and then it's just kind of a route from there. FT survivors again also playing very well there. Grizzly, we saw 4 survivor escape, also securing a draw. Just very good game sense, acknowledging that if they don't go for that rescue, they can easily just secure a draw. They went for that play and they're able to tie the match. And then also in this last round, trying to bait the Hunter into chasing the survivor of the exit gate. In that case, it was the Mercenary. The Mercenary is easily able to get dungeon with those elbow pads. On top of that, also banning the breaking wheel on Ever Sleeping Town, and then playing an anti-Axe Boy team comp by using that Entomologist, using that Mercenary, and that worked very well for them. So FT just really showing off how strong their game sense is. And they kind of just really out-game sensed N3 in this matchup, and of course, the Survivors just playing very well as well with a 4 survivor escape in that second round.
Yeah, you definitely have to go to FT. Overall, just fantastic matches. Great game sense, great team communication. On the Hunter side, great hunting skills, just overall game awareness, and yeah, overall well deserved to proceed in this tournament into the next brackets. Very, very excited to see more of them. Also very, very excited to see the upcoming matches. We have LBH versus Raven next, and those will actually be matches that we will give over to Poch and Nell. So I want to see Nello, I want to see a lot of support for these two casters in the chat, because it's gonna be very, very exciting rest of the day. We have still 2 more matches to go in today's tournament day. Very, very curious to see them. I will be sitting here watching them and see how these teams, the upcoming teams, will perform. We will also see Ace going against Before You. So definitely make sure to stay tuned in this live stream, because there are a lot of great teams coming up. A lot of great matches coming up. For now, FT versus N3 was ending for in favor of FT, and we also had OM going against LCR. OM won that matchup. Here we have the stats for these 2 matches. Fairy Tail FT proceeding into the next bracket with an absolutely astonishing 7 and 8 point game against N3, which were only able to secure 2 points and 1 point in the second round. Overall, fantastic matches that we have seen today. Definitely very, very excited to see OM and FT in the upcoming tournament days, in the upcoming brackets, and I'm very curious to see who will make it to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just a very decisive victory there for FT, 15-3 in terms of points. You know, N3 of course did have a strong Hunter performance in round 1. They were able to secure a draw, almost able to push for a win with some nice flames at the end. But yeah, just the one little portal there allowed for FT took advantage of that, was able to get a tie, but still getting a tie in this situation, N3 coming in, I believe, first tournament they've ever probably competed in, coming in and putting up a solid round one from the hunter side there is always very nice. And they were still able to get one survivor out against Slade, who was a top hunter. So that's always nice to see. But yeah, FT does have some players. Obviously Slade been around the game for a while. We saw Elfman, also known as Saber, and also Webbs, very competitive players. They've been around the tournament scene for a little while. So they really use that to their advantage. And we really have seen these teams who have this tournament experience really be the teams that have propelled to victories so far. And I think that's going to continue to stay the case here, unless some of these other, newer teams can really just come out and surprise us. It's always a possibility. But so far, we've seen Omega and FT, the two teams with a lot of experience so far in this sort of competitive scene, be the two teams advancing to week 2 of competition.
That is for sure. That is for sure. Oh, this tournament day is already starting off very, very intense. Not gonna lie, again, I just want to mention this. We had OM going against LCR already, and that was a really, really neck-in-neck matchup between these two teams. And honestly, it could have went either way. OM as well as LCR definitely both deserved a spot in the next bracket. They were doing absolutely fantastic. When we look at FT versus N3, we could definitely see that FT was having the upper hand with securing the victory within 2 rounds, so well deserved for FT to proceed into the brackets. I want to give a shout out to N3. They were performing well, and if they could have made that comeback, I would have been #1 fan. I would have definitely cheered for them, because that would have been such a fantastic comeback. Sadly, they were not able to do so because Slade just such a monumental task to go against Slade, and here you can see it. Slade definitely deserving that MVP, securing these survivor eliminations, average elimination 3.5 in the first match, 4 survivors, in the second match 3 survivors. The end, we can see it, Disciple. Slade was really just going all in with that Disciple on the red shirt. Very scary, very, very scary. I wouldn't want to face Slade in the match, never ever. Would probably just hide in the corner, wait until the terror is over. But overall, fantastic matchup. MVP goes to Slade, well deserved.
Yeah, and with characters you don't really expect. I mean, Anne getting 4 survivors eliminated, Wu Chang getting 3 survivors eliminated, characters you don't really expect. So a very nice job there from Slade, very impressive, and very impressive from FT. We are going to be going to a short break here. FT, again, congratulations to them moving on to the next round of competition. We will have our next 2 matchups coming up for you. Nell and Potch will be in, so me and Grizzly will be out for today, but we will be back tomorrow with more action on the other side of the bracket for the first 2 matches, so stay tuned for that as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll see you guys then.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man. And after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IVT, Poch Spice and Nello Mello at your service. And, we're blessed to be here. Nello, how are you feeling today? Well, tonight, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling like an early bird because I want to catch some worms. In this case, it's IVT. Hello, guys. I'm so excited to be here. And thank you so much, Posh, for introducing me here. The very powerful Posh. And I'm so excited to work with you because, you know what? Who better to have as a partner than you? Just to cast today's matches. We've seen such amazing matches for the first two rounds casted by Eli and Grizzly. So for these two matches, especially since I've seen some pretty big names. And one that made it to COA 5.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
very
definitely going to
excited.
see them later. That's going to be the main event for this evening. But as you
Okay.
mentioned, we are going to see LBH versus Ravens. So I'm excited to see that. But also, I want to give the chat a chance to congratulate OM and FT because they played an amazing game and they will be moving on to next week's game. Since this is a single knockout tournament, that's why the stakes have never been higher here at IVT. But also, a big shout outs to Last Cipher, LCR, and N3. You know what? They really gave it their all. And you know what? That's the point of like tournaments. You want to just go up against the best of the best to see who will come out on top. And unfortunately, you know what? Some players and some teams will be dropping out. So unfortunately, it was those two teams. But you'd have to give your kudos to OM as well as FT.
Yeah, for sure. But for me personally, no one walks away a loser because you can take away if you win, you move on. That's great for you. We're proud of you. But even the people who did not make it, as long as you learn something, take something to take back for the experience, the learning that you can take for the next tournament, you still walk away with something. You're
Oh yeah.
still a winner in our books. So yeah,
And
good luck
I
to all
like
the
that
teams.
and I like that you mentioned learnings because right now, you know, we're accustomed to Southeast Asia. Now we're kind of introduced to the NAEU, it's that style of IdentityV, and honestly, pretty scary hunters out there. You got some very very formidable hunters so far. So I'm excited to see more of that, some more Survivor gameplay, and some excellent mechanics because we're playing with that new meta. We haven't seen Little Girl just yet. I want to
Not
see if
yet.
she'll be able to make it out. We've seen Wu Chang. We haven't seen a Feaster yet, and I think in LBH, Ellie Otter, if ever she will play, she might be bringing out that Feaster. So shout outs to Grizz. I know you're watching. We might again. It's the Grizzly curse, right? Whenever Grizzly's off the mic, a Feaster comes in.
And he has to come back.
Exactly. So, chat,
Sure.
summon Grizzly to come back just to cast a potential Feaster match. So, I'm pretty excited to see what other meta or what other techniques that the NAEU server will bring to the table. But right now, let's introduce the team. Starting off with LBH, we're starting off with a Hunter, DTM. We got Holt, we got Kotato, we got THEHRE. I'm gonna call him THE, the her, yeah, and
theater with the T.
I hope I can
No, I'm
pronounce
just
that.
kidding.
And we got Ellie Otter, who is also not only the survivor, but does have a hunter. So we'll see if Ellie Otter will be hunting. But so far, is in the survivor lineup.
My goodness, I almost called it as Eli O, but
Eli. Oh yeah, true, right? Shout out to Eli.
yeah, we're very excited to see these players. But now we're gonna move on to the next lineup for Team Raven, and that's an even harder name to pronounce. Cthulhu Linux. And then that's the Hunter for Team Ravens, and then followed by the Survivor teams. Agramon 13, Angel D, Angel ID. They're so creative with their names, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Felchup and Pablo ZG.
I think
those are the Survivor.
K Tulanix? KT. I'm just gonna call him KT Tulanix. Yeah, it will be the hunter. You know what? Ravens kind of positioned to be the favorite into this match, but I mean, looking at the first match, right, it almost went to the tiebreaker. So really, when it comes to these tournaments, even though they may be the favored ones coming into it, you cannot count any team out. So chat. Again, make your voices be heard. Are you for LBH? Are you for Ravens? It's going to be an intense match because coming off the heels of what we witnessed with N3 versus FT, I mean, that was a pretty intense match. And we did see a Wu Chang, we saw an An, we saw some very interesting hunters. So, Nell, any hunters or survivors you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, I'm happy to see Disciple. Definitely looking forward to see the Feaster as well. But if we can see a Mad Eyes player, that'll be awesome. Especially since we're seeing Ever Sleeping Town a lot, so that'll be awesome. But you know what, Posh? I'm on YouTube chat because everyone's so positive and they're just giving us a very warm welcome. So thank you guys. Just a little bit of shout out if you don't mind. Just the loves for you guys, please. And Fio, yeah, Chantel, thank you so much. Lacrimosa, she's here. Princess Pasta. Shimbia, Karina, Pollens, Heywu, Kaiser, Chihaya, Fio, so many people giving us shout outs here. IDV Fussy, Kaiser. Guys, thank you so much for welcoming us, and hope that you guys will keep supporting the teams and us as well.
Honestly, yeah, we're in a position of we're blessed here. Apparently, the ban is Red Church, and we see. I think that's the Arms Factory. It's kind of small, but we're gonna see if that's we'll see if that is the Arms Factory. If not, Ever Sleeping Town. We'll get to find out. But again, big shout out to everyone that's supporting, that's staying up late, that's also it's supporting their favorite teams. Honestly, IdentityV, it's not just for the pro players, the people competing. It's also a very community based type of what's that game wherein everyone just supports each other. So hopefully you guys can support your favorite teams. And yes, it is gonna be Red Church that was banned, and they picked Arms Factory. Nell, give me your thoughts on Arms Factory as a map.
Well, Arms Factory is a very common ground for Bonbon players, for Bloody Queen, for Dream Witch especially. So I'd say if they're going to this map, we're probably going to see one of these hunters. And yeah. And right now we're going to the ban pick phase. And yeah, going into the Arms Factory, they're just going to take out Eli first. And sorry, Eli, you're just going to be in jail for a while now.
I don't know. He hasn't been seen a lot, but we saw him in the first 4 hours, I believe, and I feel like we did see too much of him. I think he's too OP. You got to ban him right away. But very interesting first round picks. You got a psychologist and a mechanic, so they want to promote that Cypher Rush. They want to have the brawniness of that psychologist. But I like what Eli mentioned. These two characters actually they struggle a lot in endgame. So I'm pretty sure LBH is gonna have to prepare for that, because when it comes to endgame, the tension hits. Mechanic doesn't have enough to offer since her doll is probably depleted, as well as the psychologist's whistle can't tank that. And also to note, KT Lanix does have a Bloody Queen, does have a Dream Witch, has a Breaking Wheel, and a Sculptor. So like you said, Nell.
Precisely why this map is being chosen, and I would love to see a Dream Witch first match, especially here. And it does counter mechanic to a certain degree, especially if the Dream Witch can manage to get the bot first, get to the mechanic first, or even just left and right, just tackling anyone who can see first, like unsuspecting survivors just running around left and right. But you know what? They're very coordinated, so I'm pretty sure LBH is definitely ready for whatever a Raven is going to pick up, especially since it's Arms Factory. I'd say they see Dream Witch from a mile away.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, I forgot to mention also in our notes that the prod gave us, Undead might come out with this hunter. Who knows? We'll see. I don't know if he's feeling that confident, but yeah, Dream Witch looks highly likely. Since this is a small map that you can make things claustrophobic. Again, the only survivor that could pose a threat to Dream Witch in this lineup as of now would be probably I was going to say Gravekeeper, but we do also have a batter coming in for a little more harassment. So pretty well-rounded. I mean, you got some kiters, you have a rescuer, you also have a decoder. So it really depends on how this is how they're going to play this one out, and who the Dream Witch will be locking into first.
Yeah. I mean, technically, his best bet, as I mentioned just now, would have to be the mechanic or even the psychologist, because even though psychologist has 3 hits available, but just taking away the remote heal would be beneficial for Dream Witch, especially going towards the mid game. But again, it's really more about their playstyle, and it seems like they do have a harasser. Instead of going for the forward, they actually opted for a batter. So interesting choice. So we'll just have to see how they fit this into their composition. Maybe constant parrot style harassing with
protect the king, don't
move.
Exactly. Turn the corner, all of a sudden cricket bat, boom. So yeah, and it seems like there is supposed to be a third ban, but I'm not sure. Maybe the hunter kind of forgot, but let's see. Maybe again, a lot of people are speculating in the back. Maybe it's a secret strat. Maybe I don't need the third ban. We're gonna see. But then again, we are adopting the new IVL rules, ladies and gentlemen. So it does ban more survivors, and you do see a pick and ban at the map at the start. So really exciting times to be playing competitive IdentityV because of all the changes in the game. Like Grizzly said, an ever-evolving game, and I can't wait to see how this match will shape out because. I mean, I really think that the difference maker could be that batter, because depending on how precise he is on the cricket bats and depending on the positioning, it could be tough. But if the Dream Witch could find the mechanic first, it's going to be a tough first early seconds. They might have to sell.
Sure. And if I'm if I'm in the position of the batter, I'm not good with balls, so definitely not gonna work as well. You know what,
I'm
guys?
not. Yeah. Mhm.
You know what, guys? LBH versus RV right now. If you're for Team Raven, let's see some crow emojis. If you're for Team Labyrinth, what about fire? Let's see it in the chat right now. S tier, Geisha is gonna make his rounds towards the shack. And he missed the bot.
I think he did. Yeah, just spawning over there at the corner of the shack, and now the bot is crouching. Oh no, the bot is actually way past his line of sight. So that's a great job on the mechanics side. So still looking for a body to leech, and it seems like he has a hold of the batter, going for a main body hit now.
Yeah, that's the batter wasn't aware that the mother host is probably there, because there's actually a symbol up there, an icon if the host is there, and probably missed the direction, didn't see where. Sneaky, good job by the Dream Witch. Now we're gonna release the patroller. Just gonna get this second hit very soon, unless if you can make something happen with the balls. But again, it's so hard to use the balls.
The sequence there, did you see he blocked the window with the main body, and now he's gonna leech, so that was very efficient use of the main body. So unfortunately, unable to use the skill of the batter, and now this is the first down. Wanted to go for the mechanic, but you know what, if the batter presents itself, all right, I'm gonna down this kiter, and the bot is actually close by in this area.
Katulanax, thank you, Anonymous Assassin. Yeah, Katulanax doing a very good job right here. Just securing the down batter very soon, even though it's not what she hoped for. The mechanic first, but again, still good, because technically there are still 4 people decoding here, and Gravekeeper gonna make his rounds towards the batter.
Let's see how the camping of Katulanax will hold up against this Gravekeeper. I wonder how patient he's going to play. Oh, that's so good. He's going to try to go for the save and saving from behind, but now he tries to go for a hit, but the batter is winding things up.
Oh no! But Katulanax there, he's like, no, I'm not taking any nonsense from these balls. I'm not afraid of the balls. And just like that, before the batter swings, the Dream Witch swings first.
Yeah, so that was an excellent scramble in Katulanax's favor, able to down the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper did get an anti-curse, so that's pretty good. Already expended 1 shovel, second time on the rocket chair for this batter. So it's going to be a pretty tricky situation now, because 4 ciphers still remaining.
Yeah, I mean, at this point though, Psychologist probably needs to heal up the Gravekeeper and go, but then again, there are still 4 ciphers remaining, so I'm not really sure what their game plan is, but to be honest, if no one else has a tide, and even if they manage to rescue the batter, it's really hard.
True, and now the Gravekeeper able to remove the leech just in time. But we see that the mercenaries, the mechanic is actually in this area. Gonna try to go for a main follower hit. He's gonna be able to down the Gravekeeper just in time for the batter to expire. So the proactiveness of Katulanax is just showing here that Cypher is about to pop, but now the main rescuer is gonna see a rocket chair with no rebound kiting options. He used his last shovel, and now he's gonna have to kite out of this water tank area, which is one of the hardest places to save.
Wow, I definitely see that they're trying to rescue at the very last minute, I think. Otherwise, it would seem like the mechanic missed it. But right now, mechanic is going to be the target of choice for Katulanax here. Patroller is up and biting Kotato right there. I can imagine any second now, unless he can time the pilot down. No. Yeah, he really decides to just leap past the pallet there, and just like that, 2 players are half health with a leash on the Gravekeeper, and things are looking good, looking great for Katulanax.
Wow, yeah, great, like good to great. When you drop that pallet, Gravekeeper was able to get stuck on that second that second kite. And yeah, that exchange, you know what, the mechanic was trying to buy time, and now the Psychologist has to be very careful. Eats a hit. But the Psychologist is kind of brawny, but I mean, now we see that the mechanic has found a football here, so she's going to play Stutter. Let's see how they will respond to this situation. A lot of pressure being applied to the survivors here. Kotato, not much health. 1 hit, she will be falling down, but you still have the Psychologist here that can tank 2 more hits.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the pace of the Psychologist, he's not gonna rescue. I just feel like this game is gonna be really hard, and that's the second time the drop. the drop pal is just happening so well in favor of Katulanax. He just knows the timing and the pacing of the survivors, and just like that, 2 survivors out, 2 survivors at half health, and 3 ciphers remaining. Posh, I'm calling it. I feel like it's gonna be a very possible 4K for Katulanax.
That's the Nell guarantee, guys. And it seems that way. 3 ciphers, 2 survivors remaining, and now the mechanic, no anti-curse, but we do have a leech. Nice, able to use the football and activate it just in time to move on away, but it seems like only a matter of time because there's only a pallet to use here. The main body is trying to transition and trying to just cut off this mechanic, while the psychologist is still trying to work on some ciphers. Mechanic does a full 180 and tries to go back, goes for another activation of that football. Can't vault in time because it's too slow, gets the main hit. Mechanic is down.
Yeah, and this is where you can see, like, especially even if you don't get the mechanic first early in the game, but when you get the rescuers down, the people that's supposed to harass for the team, who's supposed to protect the king, has been removed first. It makes it so much harder. It makes it so much harder for mechanic. It's Tarot now. The Squire's down. The king's just exposed.
No. Yeah, the king's exposed. It's about to be checkmate. Katulanax now applying more pressure here, leeching the psychologist here, just cutting her off the route of running into the factory, which is one of the strongest areas here. Doesn't have anything to use, and the psychologist falls down. It seems like it's going to be a GG. Mechanic is going to go up. They're going to try their best to try and go for an the seesaw scenario here between like them exhausting their self heals. But I mean, with the way Katulanax has been so laser focused with each survivor, I don't think Katulanax is going to like let go of this lead he has.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we've seen this kind of situation happen so many times before, you and I, Posh. And usually this kind of situations, 3 ciphers remaining, 2 players at half health, exhausting the self-heal one by one. And that's the result right here, like, using the self-heal. Mechanic's gone with the self-heal, and Psychologist is the one left with a blink up on Dream Witch. I'd say it's a matter of time right here before Katulanax seals the deal.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. And you know what, just recalling the way Katulanax started things off, going with I mean, it was kind of a slow start. She missed the mechanic spot, like in just the early seconds, so important. But you know what, that's the mark of a good hunter. Just trying to just roll with the punches, and once the chips are down, still able to employ that game plan. And now the blink gets popped. Both of them have exhausted their self-heal. GGs will be called, ladies and gentlemen. And RV takes the first half of this game.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the way the Dream Witch controlled the ciphers, like what you said, just rolling with the punches, like missing the mechanic and the doll, both of them all together, to be honest, at the shack, but still managing to get to the batter first. I have to say it's a very well played game on the side of Katulanax. And as for Labyrinth, though, I have to say Labyrinth right there, as you can see, the containment time isn't exactly long. And the rescues didn't exactly happen. Like after the first rescue towards the batter, that's basically it. And Psychologist just trying again to do the rescue, but unfortunately, when you have half your team gone, sent back to the manor, it's really hard. It's really hard to play, especially with a Dream Witch.
And I have to say, Nell, and you can agree or disagree with me, but you know, Katulanax didn't really do anything fancy. Just standard Dream Witch play, which we're accustomed to seeing. Patroller, camp the cipher, go for main body hits. Honestly, like he downed the batter with the 2 main body hits and leeched him once he was down. So I mean, that's all you can ask for in a Dream Witch match. Didn't really need any time leeching, and that's usually when survivors can transition. So we have a contender here with one of the potential MVP Dream Witches of this entire IVT. So shout outs to Katulanax.
For sure, shout outs to him, Katulanax, for such an amazing dominance, I would say. Even though it's standard, but he didn't do mistakes, and that in itself is already carrying a lot of results. Just one thing that I want to say. Usually when you want to play against a Dream Witch, it's so hard, especially since Dream Witch can just appear out of nowhere, and it's so hard to pay attention to the icons. But one thing that I've learned from people, like if you're facing a Dream Witch, just do a marathon kite. Number 2, you have to have a good set of earphones if you're playing with earphones. Make sure the volume is up. Yeah, because that's very true actually. It's because you can hear the footsteps. You can hear where it comes from.
I have a funny story because with my friends, and shout outs to good job man and those guys in the PH, they talk a lot. So we have good headsets, but if your whole team is screaming, I'm here. Oh no, I can't hear where the footsteps are.
Imagine.
you need nerves of steel, ladies and gentlemen, when you
For sure, for
participate in
sure.
competitive Identity 5. Anyway, finish your thought, Nell. I just had to interrupt there.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
not just your sight, not just through icons, not just through seeing left and right, but also turning on the volumes can help sometimes. So, guys, if you guys are new towards in this game, or you're trying out kiting against a Dream Wish, that is definitely one of the very basic things you need to have at least have, because if the moment you hear footsteps,
Uh-oh.
it's time for you to leave the cipher and
Oh
not
yeah.
there. Yeah.
And yeah, just sound cues are so important. Like sound cues
Sound
when the
cues.
hunter gains presence, sound cues when the
Mhm.
breaking wheel starts changing forms. It's like, oh, picture's gonna be taken. So yeah, sound cues super
Yeah.
important,
But
especially
one
with
thing,
dream. Go for it.
but one thing is very sad though. Like, we used to be able to hear when the patroller is released, and now the dog just came out of nowhere. Like, what?
Yeah.
We used to
You
be
just
able to
start
hear
hearing,
when it's released, right?
but by the time there's a patrol, like it already bit your ankle. Like, oh darn. Okay.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
that's true.
yeah. I love dogs. Why is it biting me? So, yeah,
I know.
yeah.
But when it comes to recalling how Catu Lennox played that, again, I would say solid and flawless, very stable performance. Can't wait to see more. Let's flip things over and talk about how the survivors kind of handle it, because again, that was an excellent rescue on the Gravekeeper side. It's just I think in those scrambly situations, like you said, the batter's skill, the cricket bat we didn't really see much. Actually, I don't know if anything connected. So again, I think that just shows the excellent intimidation, and also probably the way he's able to switch followers. That by the time you hit this follower, I'm just gonna switch. I'm just gonna switch. I'm
To
not
another
gonna get
one.
affected by
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, yeah, you hit the left twin, the right twin comes in. And
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like
It's the mind
you
games.
you avoid the left slap, the right slap comes in. So
Left front hand, backhand. We can pick.
and backhand, yeah, I know. And I would say that the batter is probably more prepared, like through the way that he plays, is probably more prepared to help to harass. But when it comes to dealing with it himself, like being chased, I think there's definitely some room for experience there to kite against a Dream Wish. Yeah, because we've seen a lot of people, they choose rescuer and they think that rescuer is a safe role, but unfortunately now choosing the rescuer roles doesn't mean that you won't get chased first.
Yeah, and I want to bring that up because sometimes, right, usually the golden rule, the gold standard is don't chase the rescuer, it's gonna have a hard time. But hunters have been chasing those rescuers for that exact reason, because the rescuers aren't ready to kite, they're not used to it. And I think also, like you said, in tarot mode, the squires have to protect the king.
It's
If the
gone.
squire gets chased, right? And I think it showed there how Catu Lennox rolling with the punches. And let's talk about the mind games as well that he played, because I think you called it twice. The pallet drop on the psychologist, right? Playing the mind games, being very patient, waiting for the animation of the pallet drops, goes for the swing at safe distance, not getting that pallet stun. Very experienced Dream Witch, and just excellent performance so far.
Yeah, for sure. And people in the chat, they're talking about, performance, really, really great performance by a great team, but especially towards the first half, the Dream Witch by Catu Lennox and IDV Fussy. Posh and Nell, you can mail me my goodnight kisses. There you go.
Oh, wow. Okay, just P.O. Box where? Send it. We'll send it.
P.O. Box, yeah, we'll send it there. But I'm really excited for second half because we've seen what Ravens Hunter can do. So right now we've seen the Ravens in action in the Hunter side. Right now I'm ready for the Labyrinth Hunter. So that's what LBH stands for, Labyrinth, and I will see what the Hunter from Hell is capable of.
We'll see. Labyrinth, we did talk to Eli a little bit. Since we did see Ellie Otter surviving, so it's going to be DTM. And DTM has a breaking wheel. Usually that's his DTM's go-to. It's the breaking wheel. But in a map like this, not sure if DTM would bring that out. Has a Naiad, has a Guard 26, which I feel like could thrive in this map. But you know what, Nell, we've seen before, like, you know what, this isn't a map for Breaking Wheel, this isn't a map for Guard 26. But there are some hunters out there that, you know what, that's their main. They'll just go with the flow.
Sure. Like, they can go with their flow, but that's the thing with having a one or two hunter, main hunter, go-to hunter. Because if the other teams are hardworking and, you know, very, very investigative, if they research that, they know that you're going for Breaking Wheel no matter what map you're in.
Right.
it makes it so easy for them to counter your pick.
True.
Yeah, because because when you know what this hunter is gonna bring out, fine, we know you're coming with the Breaking Wheel Arms Factory. Instantly, all those characters that counters Breaking Wheel will come out, and especially with now, Enchantress is also one of the choices that comes out to counter.
Especially with the new ban system, Enchantress.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. And like you said, it's art of war. Know thy enemy. If you know that this is gonna come out, let's pick the forward. Let's pick the mercenary. Let's try to deter you from choosing that breaking wheel. Not to mention, also in the notes that was sent by Prod, DTM also has an An. So who knows? Maybe an An might come out.
Oh my god, I would like to see an An. I would love to see an An. Disciple is really, really strong, especially with the cats. But one thing though, if you're in that kind of distance where An can just be calm and position the cats, it's very hard for you to escape.
True.
But with basic character anti-meta anti-An characters, I would say Prospector definitely can give a lot of problems to An, even the Batter. So if you try to jump, boom, you fly all the way back. No, I have a girlfriend back at home.
Stay away, Temptress.
Valak, stay away.
Stay back and don't stun me, ma'am.
Don't stun me, ma'am.
I am with someone. Anyway, so going back to the picks and bans here, Patient. A good transitional kiter gets banned. Now locking in the mechanic here. Mechanic, again, she's really good for this, promoting that Cypher Rush. Can get that tie, which honestly Ravens can go for with the excellent gameplay of Katulanak. So they can play a little safe here, but that's why I feel like they're gonna go for that. But DTM would have, let's see how DTM is gonna try and find this mechanic, because again, it's really high risk, high reward. Yes, in the last round the mechanic wasn't found, but what if she was, right? Then the Cypher Rush would never happen in this one.
Yeah, for sure. But here's a surprising news though. They have not banned the third survivor. So so third survivor is left open. I think people are still taking time to familiarize themselves with the new ban picking system.
Or I think it might be like a gentleman and gentlewoman agreement that, all right, since I didn't ban this one, like let's go back to the same rules. So everything's even. But I can also see that there might be accustomed to it, since IVT is one of the first in NAEU to apply this in a big scale, that is. So we do see Entomologist, and Entomologist has been making her rounds in competitive Identity 5, countering a lot. We saw an Entomologist previously counter an Axe Boy. She can also kite really long against the breaking wheel. So it seems like DTM is still sticking to his breaking wheel.
Yeah, like what you said, his go-to hunter, doesn't matter which map it is, he's gonna go with his go-to hunter. And here's where it gets a little tricky, because right now, basically the only one who can give problem to breaking wheel is the forward. Like when you exit the wheel form, you get stunned. It basically comes down to very good communication. We've seen this kind of compositions against a breaking wheel. And it can happen, but it requires very great deal of communication and just positioning. Like, when you escape through the tree walls in the middle, you need someone to stand by with the pallet to put it down for you, or at least the bees, especially when the breaking wheel exits the wheel form. So all of that is going to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, I would honestly say also that since this is Arms Factory, DTM will also have to pick his shots. Like there's such good areas for the survivors to just stay in when he's in that wheel form. There's the shack area, there's the windows and ruins, there's also the factory area, which is such a nightmare for the breaking wheel, has to exit that wheel form, and that's usually the best scenario for the survivors. So I feel like he needs to find the survivors out in the open. It seems like, wow, same spawn area near the shack area.
Yeah, the three-faced god, DTM, distinguished right there, is going to go into wheel form. You can see that the mechanic is already placed on the robots. He's just going to be playing around with Pablo right there. Pablo is going to be the first kiter for Team Ravens, and you can see making the rounds there. Oh my god. And this is what happens. One spike. And
one spike full football. So that's something to take note of, because once that other spike pops, this forward is going to try to go to a better area. But so far, so good. Still sticking with that one spike, and now able to run over that forward. Let's see if DTM will transfer. Okay, and now we see that's the trigger for this forward to activate the football and move on over.
He blew away 75% of his balls to create that distance. But again, it's a breaking wheel you're dealing with, and just like that, through wheel form, he's just gonna catch up again. But again, this area is a very good area to kite against the breaking wheel.
Yeah.
And he just has to be really careful and not to be trapped in the trap. And you can see already, Entomologist, the communication there. Entomologist is like, okay, we need the bees now to support forward. Forward's gonna use all of his balls there. He's, oh no, and then you can see!
Wow!
Oh my
the
God.
3-pointer from a mile away, throwing the trap, capturing that forward. So, again, a huge gamble there. I know he wanted to go in this area, but he does not have any resources to a rebound kite, to do a rebound kite. We've seen top hunters like Bobo from Do use football. All right, you're gonna chase me. All right, I'm gonna make this one count. But now 5 ciphers still remain, and now catching the mercenary early on here. He's gonna try to be able to spike him, get 2 spikes just so he can get a double down situation. But now mercenary has to be very careful. Let's see if he can get this rescue.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely get this rescue, but forward does not have any football to utilize anymore, and that's the danger though, because right now what they're doing is they're giving the breaking wheel presence, and just like that, last hit, the hit from the machinery, the hit onto the forward now, that's full presence pollen right there. 3 ciphers remaining, but then again, I understand why they're going with this move, because ultimately they just need one. They just need one. Sorry, they just need one.
Yeah, one survivor out.
Yeah, and that's it.
So yeah, I guess that they needed to just go for that save. But then again, if you play a little more recklessly, this breaking will capitalize on that. So now let's see how well they'll play this out. Mechanic does have that wanted order, so DTM can snipe out the main decoder here. Entomologist is at the middle, but DTM just playing this safe, wants to secure that no one is coming in, but that tinnitus isn't being triggered. So let's see if he's going to overextend here to allow the forward to expire without him guarding. And now spots out the mechanic in the sandbags area.
And he has the blink to, and that's why. Oh my god! Without like taking down the forward without even using the blink, and now having the blink to utilize, I think that was really a great play by DTM, because one, he lets the survivors guess. Did he bring excitement to counter the forward, or is he using blink? And right now, that element of surprise paid off.
Yeah, he made the right call there. 3 ciphers remaining. You saw the activation of accelerated decoding. Mercenary is the only one decoding, and now we see that the entomologist gets spotted out. Extended spikes does land, and now we see also an area of effect spike. So 2 spikes, 1 hit, and she will be falling down. So entomologist has to be very careful. Mechanic could still be, just drop, because when she gets picked up, she can struggle free. So it seems like DTM is just going to focus on trying to down this entomologist, while Mercenary is going to be the Mercoder for today.
Mercoder indeed, but I would like to see him pick up the mechanic to be honest. The mechanic has used up his self-heal, exhausted his self-heal, and right now he's just gonna stick back, gonna go back to the mechanic. He knows that the mechanic is trying to finish the cipher, 85% there, but you can see Agramon is already running away, which might be a little too late, but DTM, will he be able to find him? The footprints are there.
Yeah.
And just like that.
Yeah, Agramon is hugging these windows, wants him to exit that wheel form. Has to be just so cautious here. AoE, it's gonna spike 1, so at least she has to avoid that second spike, which she kind of did, so he can't go for that snap. And now just buying enough time here for that entomologist cipher to pop. 1 cipher still remains. Confined space is gonna trap her. And now mechanic is down once again, but they popped the last cipher now.
Oh my god!
It was time!
It was, because the last cipher there, 85%, it was being done. And the last cipher, 85% pop, and just like that, 3 people are running around. And I would say DTM is in a pinch right here, literally in a pinch right here without detention. He needs to get 4K, but right now 3 people are running around. Oh my god, Posh.
Luckily for him, Entomologist is 1 swing away from falling down, but so far she's trying to make him dizzy, going around this cipher, and now we see the bees just giving that speed boost, trying to go for that hit. Blink is about to finish up, and also the bees are no longer a factor. Tries to go for a drop, but still the trap catches, and the Entomologist does fall. But looking at this lower left screen, we see the mechanic is transitioning towards the front of this gate. It looks like a 2-person escape on the side of Ravens.
Yeah, and it looks like it's gonna be it's going to be a 7-2 for the
Mm-hmm.
first game itself in favor of Raven.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And I have to say, he didn't really make a lot of mistakes as a breaking wheel, but we've talked about this, right, Posh? Like, this
Mm-hmm.
terrain is not advantageous for a
Yeah.
breaking wheel, and you can see why. Like, just
Mm-hmm.
one simple window there, and
Mm-hmm.
ophthalmologist could have just looped the window forever and
Yeah.
forcing him to remove. So,
I would
um,
also double down on that statement with the mechanic, one of the slowest vaulters in the game. It was just hugging that window in the sandbags
yes,
area where I don't know if it's the sandbags, but the ruins area where the
yeah,
last cipher was. And I think that allowed the Mercoder. I'm telling you guys, Mercenary, you're
Mercoder.
sleeping on him. He's the best decoder in the game. With honestly, like that caught me off guard. I was so engrossed with the way that DTM was playing, the way he was maneuvering around, but
Mhm.
to my fault that I didn't see that the last cipher was already primed, and Ravens, yeah, having the winning strategy here, not going for anything too risky. They go for that last pop, they go for that tie, still holding on to their 5-point lead.
5 point leads. I don't know, man. I think that they really need to make a miracle comeback in the second game in order to
Yeah.
bring them to a game number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, Raven is looking very strong
Mm-hmm.
towards bringing this series home. But again, it all comes down to drafting as well.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen, like, we've talked about breaking wheel not being suitable here. So I think one of the things that LBH needs to do,
Mm-hmm.
on the hunter side, they need to draft they need to go with something more aggressive, more daring. For
Mm-hmm.
example, if it comes to them making the choices of the map picks, I would say choose a map that's more suitable for breaking wheel if they really want to continue with the breaking wheel trend.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but on the survivor side itself, I'd say go for a more conventional two decoders or one decoder, two supporters, and one rescuer build. I think that
Mm-hmm.
way it would secure at least a chance to get at least a draw or a three-man escape. And
Mm-hmm.
that way DTM wouldn't feel that pressure, because I have to tell you, in the second half, DTM is definitely pressured to get a 4K because of the performance of the survivor in the first half. So
Right.
it all comes
Yeah.
down to psychology and stress.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I like that you brought up the stakes, right? Because definitely you play
Mhm.
better when there's not too much stakes. Or who knows? There's some players that they got ice in their veins. They keep sheeshing at every moment that they just
Sheesh.
they rely on the clutch factor. So we'll
For
see if
sure.
LBH will be doing that, because what, diamonds are made under pressure. They definitely feel that pressure coming
Mhm.
into this, because again, it's a single knockout tournament. So let's try to review the survivors team that they brought out. So they brought out a mercenary, a mechanic. They brought out a
Mhm.
psychologist, a batter, and a gravekeeper. So again, pretty well rounded. But I like what you said. There's the harasser of the batter that was supposed
It's
to
not
make the
working.
well. Yeah, they were supposed to make that with a well-rounded one, but unfortunately, that didn't play out in their favor. So I don't
Mhm.
even think that the hunter of Ravens would even ban a batter coming into the next one. So do you think that the batter should make his appearance once again?
Um, if if they are going into round number 2 and they get a one hunter ban, right? So if
Mm-hmm.
they really believe in their batter, I would say go ahead, ban the Dream Witch, and then bring out the batter again. Because if the Dream Witch
Mm.
is gone, well, all you have is a Bonbon, a Sculptor, or
Right, right.
even a
BQ.
Breaking Wheel. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
BQ. So all of these are much easier to land. Um,
Hits, yeah.
yeah, hits, especially since the followers, they can basically just stack them up together and avoid the
Mm-hmm.
balls, and just avoid you trying to stun rescue. So
Right.
a lot of factors, but for now I would say that Raven's hunter Katulanak is
Mm.
definitely not afraid of the batter factor.
Yeah, that's true. Wow, accidental bars by Nell. Yeah, the factor
Ooh,
of the batter coming into
the
this
batter
match.
factor.
Yeah, because honestly, it didn't pose too much of a threat when, and I said beforehand, like I think this is gonna be the ace in their sleeve. It's gonna be harassing, but he just chased that batter, just was so
So
hell
much
bent and
passion.
intent. Yeah, I just like, I faced you in Tarot, man. Like I know I got to down you first. I know the threat of facing you. So When it comes to, I would also say the survivor and hunter pool of Raven seem a lot more deeper, because looking at the notes that was provided by Prod, shoutouts to Prod and also Eli, Katulanax has a lot of hunters, while DTM, like I mentioned, Breaking Wheel, Naiad, Guard 26. And it seems like, yeah, it just seems like those are the three he's known for. But you know what? Again, he can surprise us. But like you mentioned, Katulanax has Breaking Wheel, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, Sculptor, Undead, a lot of options. And in this game, you know what? It's really, ignorance is definitely not bliss. You need to be so well rounded in
Yeah.
your pool of knowledge in terms of survivors and hunters.
Yeah, and there's a famous saying that goes, know your enemies. And in this sense, if you know your enemies, you can plan against them, even if
Boom.
you're not, even if you don't have the best
Mhm.
micro skills in the world.
Mhm.
Even if you don't have the micro skills, the individual skills that you might need. But when you know your enemies, you can
Mhm.
plan around them. You know what they're gonna go for. You can plan around anti characters around that pick, and that's gonna give you an even bigger chance. It's gonna
Yeah.
what's it gonna do? It's
Mhm.
gonna frustrate the hunter, because
Yes.
who can I chase?
Mhm.
Everyone's so hard to chase. Number two, it's gonna, like what I said, anti characters. It helps. It's anti because it helps counter the effectiveness of certain hunters. And I have to say, for the other teams throughout the tournaments, the teams that make the most preparations with the homework done, they are gonna do very well. But if you come in with ignorance, then that's definitely not bliss.
Nah. That's definitely not bliss, especially in competitive Identity 5. And I actually I would like to say that's step 2, because I want to put another saying out there. This will be step
Okay.
1. And this is a famous saying. I don't know if you guys know who said this. It's know yourself, know your worth. Shout outs to Drake. Because before you actually know your enemy, you gotta know yourself. And I gotta bring back our boy Fafa. Man, he brought Sculptor out. He was so he brought out Spider. He brought out like just unconventional picks, and it worked. It even stunned Eli. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? There is a meta
Whoa.
to follow, but if you're that confident in your skills, and if DTM wants another crack at his Breaking Wheel, pick an advantageous map, because if you think this is the best possible hunter, we're gonna go. And it seems like we're actually gonna switch things up. We're gonna go with Daikiri. And Daikiri also actually has instead of Katulanax, and Daikiri actually has the same lineup of hunters, but I wonder if he specializes in a specific one.
For sure. I'm interested to see what they're gonna bring in. I mean, this is all part of strategy, man. Subbing in because they obviously have strategies for each BOs, and bringing in hunters that specialize in different BOs is also one of the things that Japanese teams have been doing. And even the ban picks of the maps are very important. Like what you can see now, banning the Ever Sleeping Town and picking the, what is this
Arms
place?
Factory. It's back to the Arms Factory.
It's
Okay.
like, yeah, we gonna go back
we're
to
gonna.
this map.
Yeah, we don't want to risk bringing that wheel back. And if you do bring back the wheel, I don't even know if they're gonna ban it, because they did pretty well. They just got that tie. But honestly, it gets me a little scared for the survivor side of LBH, because Daikiri now, yeah, same pool of hunters on the side of Daikiri and Katulanax, but now I'm pretty sure they specialize or one in the other. Again, we're students of the game here, Nell. When it comes to NAEU, we're very blessed to be part of this casting team. So again, we're taking down notes. But if you guys know who Daikiri uses, feel free to let us know in the chat. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But and people in Prod, no tram for us, no tram for the viewers.
No tram, sorry.
Hey, I want to bring it back to IVT last year, where Tram was MVP. So I guess maybe for not for this one, but we'll see. We'll see if in the next couple matches we're gonna see that Tram come out.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? In general, I just love. For me, I just love watching all IDV matches. Doesn't matter which region, doesn't matter which tier. It's always a joy to see them doing their best, and just having faith in their picks, and just doing their best in tournaments. And you know what? If we can, even though we are from Asia server, but we love watching NAEU, and I think that everyone in chat, I believe that you guys should definitely love it as well, just as much as we love it, because it's your pride. It's your pride.
I would say NAEU, one of those passionate communities out there. And I would say, Eli mentioned, a lot of talented players out there. I think they just need, and I like the consistency of IVT, because it's slowly growing and the competitive scene, and then I know there's always a constant presence in Koa. So who knows? Our scene also constantly growing. Some new faces are popping in and out, and
Sure.
I think that's courtesy of IVTs or IVCs. You know what? That just reward players for their hard work. So it's super important for you guys to support your favorite teams and support NetEase in terms of bringing events like IVT, just so that they can, you know what, I would say sharpen the skills of your
For
competitive
sure.
players.
For sure, for sure. If we can forget the hate and bring in the love, I believe we can assemble the strongest team for NAEU just in light for COA 6 next year. But
Ooh, let's
yeah,
go.
for sure. Like, but right now we're going into the band picks phase. We're going to the screen. Daikiri taking out Eli again. Eli, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to spend your days in the basement now.
Nah, you're not
And Ada's
allowed to the
gonna-
arms factory party. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, sorry, sir, but Ada's gonna accompany you in the jail, but so it's fine. But they're taking out Galatea, so Daikiri, some homework being done by Labyrinth. They know Daikiri's go-to hunter is Sculptor in this map, probably.
Most def, yeah.
Most,
Yeah, if ever that's the case, that leaves open Dream Witch, that leaves open Bloody Queen. They're still running on a 5-point lead here, so Ravens is in a good position here, just to be able to just get one win and draw the next game like they did last time, and then they'll call it a day. But I'm sure LBH does not want to go down without a fight. Now, very strong picks, Mercenary and the Mechanic. They did not pick up the Mercenary at the start, so this is good. Now banning the Barmaid, so banning the classic Barmaid Seer combination. Okay, so I thought once you banned the Seer, like Barmaid won't be an equivalent anymore. Yeah, but let's see. So now they lock in the Entomologist. So looking like a very strong lineup so far on the side of LBH.
Daikiri knows about Labyrinth that we don't know because he's taking out all of the healings like Psychologist, healing, Barmaid, and now even Embalmer. Do you think this might come up to a Bon pick?
Ooh,
no, it's a Dream Witch. Okay.
Dream Witch. Okay, I guess he just wants to remove all utility in terms of healing and also any draw factor. He wants to just double down on what Katulanax kind of set up, and he says, yeah, I'll see your 4 survivors, and I'll give you another 4 survivors for a team. But yeah, looking at how this lineup is, Perfumer, she just really needs to get that first perfume on point, because if she gets hit and that perfume is nullified, yeah, that's an easy down for any hunter if ever she can't utilize that perfume anymore, especially in a map like this where there's no level change or second floor where she could play the window trick. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. So LBH, let's see how they're gonna be able to turn this situation around.
Yeah, they definitely need to turn the situation around here. Even if they can't get a 4-man escape, at least try not to make it a 4-man down. Because again, that's gonna give so much pressure to the hunter side of Labyrinth, and they definitely do not want to do that, especially since what happened in round number 1. But I would have to say it's hard. It's an uphill battle, but with this composition, I think they can make it work.
Yeah.
Right now, they're going exactly like what we've talked about in briefly just now. Like, ignore the harassers, go for a more comfortable composition. 1 decoder, 2 supporters, and 1 rescuer. That's what they're doing now. And Toby, he's gonna make a scene here.
One of Nell's favorite skins here, making his way to the arms factory here. Now we see that Koteto dropping the bot already far away from where the main body is. Now the Entomologist is going to be the first one that will be leached. So Daikiri here, not wasting any time. Let's see if he can create a situation here. Entomologist, one of the slipperiest survivors out there. It's going to be really hard to pin her down, but he's going to try to swing and not go for any hit just yet.
Yeah, he's just trying to pay attention to the red light of the followers. Very, very nicely done there.
Wow.
Which situation not working? Why? I think he definitely needs to go through. He shouldn't be afraid.
And Blink wouldn't be up in time since it's the early seconds. So, I mean, that scramble, Daikiri definitely went out on top of it. And now we see Daikiri again dropping the Patroller here. Mind you, the Leech is still on this Entomologist. Entomologist drops the pallet, but unfortunately, the Patroller bite does happen. And now forcing him to actually stop his tracks. And let's see if he's going to go through the window. Blocks the window in time.
Oh my god, another block. And just like that, 1 hit down. My god, not even the leech follower. And just
Holy
like
smokes.
Kiri, yeah, he's ready to leech another survivor at this point. And that's amazing for Daikiri at this point. He's just bringing him towards the water pump area where one cipher is being done. 2 survivors are there actually. So
yes,
wow.
great chair
positioning.
placement. Yeah, the 2 survivors, the mechanics bot as well as the main rescuer, I believe. I don't know if that is the mercenary, but we do see the mercenary is in the area to make this rescue happen. But I would say fairly early down, since this is like the 2-minute mark. 5 ciphers still remaining, but they're close to popping. One's at 90%, the other one's above the 50% mark. Now he's just waiting for it to be primed at that 50% mark. Will eat a hit, but gets the rescue done. So let's see how the entomologist does in this rebound kite.
Yeah, I mean, and he's gonna release the Doggo again. Yeah, the Doggo is just gonna make so much plays right here. I'm just trying to say that Daikiri probably missed the chance to leech another survivor there.
Right.
Yeah, because if he walked along, I think he was just trying to guard and not let them slip past, like these slip past. Wow, nice.
Just get the down right away when the tide expired. And now entomologist, he kind of risky. If that kite lasted a little longer, he'd probably think back, I should have leached that mercenary. But you know what, it's still all good. Mercenary being healed up by the perfumer. Entomologist is going to see that rocket chair once again. And this is the slow, I would say quicksand effect of this of the Dream Witch, right? Slowly but surely you're going to start to struggle, and the more you struggle, the more you're going to sink into that quicksand. Now you're neck deep. So let's see if they can try to struggle free here, and also just get those anti-curses, because right now it's the entomologist that has an anti-curse. Now we see that the mercenary is here, and there he has another follower on him. Mercenary gets that hit.
Oh, yes, it looks like a double down situation. But you know what? Machinery needs to cover right here and then, and entomologist needs to get his bees up. The bees needs to be up.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that was an opportune time to release the bees for him to get that speed boost. And we've seen this in the previous matches, and Eli has called it out. It's really it's a bad situation when the survivor dies with the skills, and now the perfumer just releasing the perfume just to make sure mercenary does fall down, and now mechanic, her decoding speed has significantly decreased.
Yeah, I mean, this is not this is looking very, very good for Daikiri and LBH. Despite missing the earlier opportunity to leech another survivor, but just when you don't utilize your bees against a single hit hunter, like a single leech, single hit hunter, no one can really cover you, especially when machinery is on the verge of going down. So right now, 2 ciphers remaining, not too bad. Perfumer still has 2 perfumes. They have to make this rescue happen if they want to at least get a draw.
Oh, dropping the patroller here, able to try and go for the mercenary. Mercenary has expelled an elbow pad, and now the perfumer as well knows one skill to, well, probably pop, but now we see that the mercenary might have to pop an elbow pad soon enough, and now drops a pallet to try to cancel it out, but will the hit happen before he's able to do so?
It's totally okay to save one elbow pad, especially if they're thinking about late game, but the saving grace right there was Eli Oter on the perfumer. He avoided the hit. So basically right now it's down to 1 cipher here, and there's still a chance for LBH. But then again, Posh, so does Daikiri. He still has a trump card if he ever needs to abnormal it.
That's true. I think he's thinking about it, because that's a juicy cipher 2 abnormal. That's the only cipher actually that's been worked on, above 50%. So let's see what Daikiri will do. It seems like he is trying to look for the mercenary, I believe. The mercenary is somewhere in the area, but again, it's with that delayed hit, he was able to move on away, and now he's trying to chase away more survivors and swat away from that cipher. Mechanic eats a hit, and you see that the main body is just guarding this cipher, so they got to open up another one.
Oh my god, this is the best use of Patroller I've seen for a very long time. Like, throughout the whole game, just Patrollers securing the downs and the hits. This is very, very consistent, good use of Patroller. So kudos to Daikiri for doing this. Like, the pressure's so good.
Yeah, and the mercenary is up now, but you have to notice there are no more followers on the map, so Daikiri has to start leeching once again. We do see another cipher being worked on by Holtz. So Daikiri realizing there is a cipher that is shaking here at the factory area, and Holtz will be leeched once again. skills, we do see that the mechanic actually has an elbow pad too, so that could help out in late games. So it really, popping the last cipher in a Dream Witch match, you need to be prepared for that end game because you have to have that end game kite with that detention. Whoa.
Yeah, and he's gonna get down there again. The best shot for LBH right now, Labyrinth, is probably a draw, and provided if they can actually decode the last cipher, which is at 52%, but they're starting a new cipher again, which is
no. They all have elbow pads. They're all mercenaries right now.
They're all mercenaries. Mercenary and mercenary.
And now we see, they are switching skills. Now, they're only one hit and a Air Shock lands. A little overextension there by Eli Otter, but I think they really need to push for some ciphers here. And now Mercenary will see the rocket chair once again. Mechanic is the only one that is up.
Oh no.
So it seems like Daikiri really has a stranglehold on this match.
Yeah, the quick switch, do you see that? Just instant, I was like, oh wow, that happened. I thought that he was gonna hold on to the patroller a little bit longer, but I think Daikiri said, yeah, it's safe. It's safe to go aggressive now. It's safe to go for the blink. We don't need the trump card for abnormal anymore. And it paid off. And Kotato is the last person going to be trying to escape. Kotato knows what's going on, but
he was trying.
So
Kotato made a mad dash towards that dungeon area, but I mean, there's still Perfumer. This is the first rocket chair, and now a mechanic does get leeched. Now this is where the elbow pad comes in. Now Kotato using the elbow pad here just to create that distance, but now can she kite long enough for that dungeon to pop open? Kiting away from that dungeon, that's what's important where Daikiri is doing. And now it lands the last hit. Daikiri, a 4K hunter, just like his counterpart.
Yeah, man. I think that was a really, really well pressured, well executed plan. The sandwich situation, just blocking left and right, leeching the correct people, like leeching the machinery after the rescue onto the entomologist, and just overall making full use of the patroller, which is what I really love to see. And 4K again, second time. Just with a different hunter.
Yeah. Just how many times where the patroller was I popped. I mean, he used it till the very end. Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, breaking ankles with the patroller. I also love dogs now, but honestly, if you're a survivor there, you would want to just kick that patroller. Like, no, I need to kite this Dream Witch. But we see here again an improvement when it comes to time, but honestly, like in a Dream Witch match with that type of pace, the longer you stay in that match, the more she's depleting your resources and putting you in a tough spot. One cipher did remain, but it was really in control of Daikiri once the first survivor, which was the entomologist, exited the game.
Yeah, I just have to say, LBH definitely stepped up in the second game. Definitely went a whole lot better. It's just very unfortunate that Daikiri on the patroller was just too crazy, man. It's like releasing dogs left and right. When they hit you, there was no way. He didn't even give the LBH survivors any chance to cancel the timing of the patroller, like putting down the pallet when patroller is gonna bite, or vaulting the windows. No chance at all. So I have to say that Kiri had that all under his bite.
Yeah, there we go. No, the puns. There we
puns.
Honestly, let alone the positioning. Like the getting main follower hits. Like, yes, he did get a leech on that entomologist, but I feel like the main follower did a lot more damage. And the proactivity of him leeching wasn't as pronounced as others, but it still worked out. Usually, right? Once down, you leech, or when someone's camping, you leech right away. I think that just shows that Daikiri is so confident in his camping and his patroller usage that leeching, that comes second. I have time to leech, don't worry. Like, I'm not gonna pressure myself to keep leeching every single one because I know I'll find opportunities, and that's what Daikiri presented here.
Yeah, he definitely kudos. And towards the end, I think when he just thought that, okay, it's fine. I already have one person sent back to the manor, one person on the chair, and the Terra shock onto Eli Otter. Amazing there, right there. Just getting it with the blink, instant switch blink, and having two survivors down on the chair at the same time, and getting the mechanic as the last one. I have to say, it's very impressive.
Confidence,
for a Dream Witch
right?
to do that.
Usually, you'd want to play it safe, like, I'll bleed out strategy. So just
Bleed
to, but I mean, with Arms Factory, and I think the hunter instincts also kind of kicked in just to sniff out where the mechanic was going to be. And yeah, just still kudos to LBH because they had a great lineup. They really, you can see the improvement. They did have one cipher that did remain, but honestly, you're dealing with, I would say, very seasoned hunters. Just and Dreamwitch alone in Arms Factory is just a tough matchup in itself.
Yeah. Which makes me wonder if they actually banned the Dreamwitch, would it have made a difference? Because doesn't seem like they didn't seem like they could have done much better than a sculptor. So I have to say, but maybe the swap plays a deal, like maybe some mind games going on there. Like, okay, Katulanak's out, and he's the one playing Dreamwitch, which got the 4K. Maybe Daikiri is the sculptor player, and his Dreamwitch might not be as expected. Might not be like what's gonna be
That's
expected
true.
of Katulanak. So,
Mm-hmm.
but two
But yeah,
times, man.
I mean, that's just the 4D chess that they were playing, just the mind games. And as you said, yeah, you gotta do your homework and know what is at stake here. And it was a Dreamwitch match. And honestly, Katulanax he understood the assignment. He knew what to do. He knew how to get the victory. And now, Raven's at a very good spot now. Like honestly, now from a 5-point lead, now it's a 10-point lead. So honestly, yeah, LBH's Hunter DTM is gonna have a really tough time here because he can't go for it's all or nothing at this point. Like we know that's just a phrase, but it's literally that here, ladies and gentlemen. For him to push for a round number 3, he needs to get all survivor kill.
That's a very tall order, but it's the same map. It's the same map as what he did with his Breaking Wheel, and even the people in chat, they're also agreeing that given the map, which is an arms factory, and given that it's a Breaking Wheel, getting a tie is already very impressive. So it makes me wonder if the LBH Hunter is gonna change towards something else, or if Raven is gonna ban something else, like maybe a sculptor, a BQ, and just leave the Breaking Wheel open again. What are your thoughts, though?
Honestly, I feel like I think they might ban something else and ask for the Breaking Wheel since they did so well. But if they do that, I think that's LBH's DTM's opening to try and lure them to that false sense of security. Ban the mechanic, ban like those survivors that can go for draws, and try to make the matchup work in your favor, depending on how confident he is. If he's gonna play that same the same way he did, which was pretty good. Like I have to admit, like he didn't do anything wrong. It's just like I really feel like the map wasn't in his favor because a lot of the survivors, when they ran out of skills, they just ran towards a part in the map that was disadvantageous towards the Breaking Wheel. So I think I would want to see DTM's Breaking Wheel again, just so that he has that redemption, and maybe he might push for a 3. He has to push for a 4-man kill.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely love to see him DTM on Breaking Wheel again. But if Raven feels that DTM, like what you said, DTM might be thinking of a redemption play with a Breaking Wheel in the second round. But if Raven feels that it's a threat enough, they might even remove Breaking Wheel. So, to be honest, if I'm Raven right now, and all I need is just one escape, I have to say, I'm not going to be afraid of Breaking Wheel. Especially
rightly so. Look at that. Yeah, banning the sculptor, allowing, all right, let's see that Breaking Wheel again. We just need that one person out, and they don't mind, and that's the sign of a good team. They don't really overextend themselves. They're gonna go for just simple plays, and now they're gonna go for a very I would say transition heavy starting lineup with the mercenary and the patient.
Yeah, it's very versatile. Having a patient as well. To be honest, having a mechanic, maybe that's what sort of messed with Breaking Wheel in the previous game. So taking it out is definitely a very good choice. The seer, the forward, doesn't want to deal with a stun, so he doesn't have to bring an excitement. For now, I think if they are expecting another Breaking Wheel, I would say Raven shouldn't go for the psychologist. Instead, go for Enchantress.
There we go, Enchantress. I'm excited.
It's so good.
Yeah, I was waiting to see an Enchantress because we've been seeing it in IVL. We've been seeing it also in Southeast Asia. A lot of Enchantress plays. So now we're going to see Ravens use this Enchantress. Now, last one is that Gravekeeper. I wanted to say lock in that Gravekeeper, so that's such a good counter. But they will lock in a Perfumer. So this is actually, man, this is a tough lineup. Who are you going to chase first, Nil?
To be honest, I'll probably chase the Patient first. Or even the Perfumer first. For me, it's fine. It's totally fine. And even if I chase the mercenary first is also good for me. Like just maybe going for the one spike, and then depending where he runs to, then I'll shift to another survivor. It all works because we have to remember with Breaking Will, mobility is his strength.
Right.
Mobility is his strength, and it enables him to change target almost instantly. And he has to remember that it's his trump card, it's his strength. So if he can make the survivor leave their comfort zone, for example, I spiked the mercenary once, mercenary runs towards the factory, and then I move away, or the patient moves away to the factory, and then he changes target and doubles back, he might be able to catch a survivor off guard. And that's sort of the very common strategies that Breaking Wheel can do, especially with the speed of the wheels.
Right. Yeah. Mid transition, right? Just catch them while they're going back to their cipher out in the open, or right when they're transitioning away from like a window in the factory area. So let's see, because we've seen moments of brilliance in DTM's game last time, and now that redemption is gonna happen, ladies and gentlemen. So I want everyone in chat, if if you want Ravens to win, spam it. Let's hear it. Make some noise in the chat for Ravens, but also LBH's last stand. It's DTM, ladies and gentlemen. He is the last line of defense for LBH for them to push for this game number 3. He needs to get an all-survivor kill here for them to move on to game number 3. And again, we'll deal with the points later. This is in terms of rounds. They have to defend themselves. They cannot allow Ravens to win another round.
Yeah. And DTM definitely needs to be the distinguished Terra Master here if he wants to get a 4K against the Ravens. But will it be the Wheels that will prevail against the Flying Ravens? So we'll just have to see. Will the Ravens fly, or will the Wheels soar? Let's go.
I think the Wheels might run over the Ravens, but now running right into Pablo ZG, and it seems like the patient will be the first one in the immediate vicinity. So let's see. Like you said, he can change his mind. He can just switch to another target. No spike on this patient, and now he's ready. Oh, anti-airs his hook. So now that is a beautiful play on the side of the Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, chasing the patient first, definitely very, very, very good choice, especially since even with the hooks, he can still manage to catch up, and they can have it. He wasted one hook there, and just like that, oh my god, it's so dead. Gonna go. Oh my god.
Yeah, that hook, it got blocked off by the box area. Pablo ZG unfortunately falls down, but luckily for DTM, this is a great start. Now also harassing the sandbag cipher, so this is a good position to put this patient in. He has one more hook for that rebound kite, so let's see how DTM is going to play this one out, because he did see a survivor. I think that was the mercenary that did transition away. Perfumer does have that wanted order, but she wants to pop that cipher before she tries to commit to anything else.
Yeah, and Felchap right there, gonna rescue right before the half-line mark. And patient, one hook left. Gonna make sure how he uses it properly. Oh my goodness.
He was about to activate that hook. DTM just a step ahead here in this, and really pushing the pace of this match. Now patient wanted, the last effort already expired, and now we see DTM is in a pretty good spot here in the middle, so it seems like he will try to push for a cipher there at that water tank area. Mercenary at least didn't eat any hits, can go for a rebound save, allowing the Enchantress and the Perfumer to play decoders, but they seem really far away. Enchantress seems to be the one in the area to give that tinnitus.
Yeah, I have to say they're looking for the last rescue there. Enchantress is going to be the choice, but if he gets spiked one more time, full presence there. Oh god, it's so hard. I think the patient is going to die with one hook remaining. Enchantress right there. Oh my god.
That was that hit just really hit at the tip part, and the Enchantress unable to, well, she does have a full stack, and now basement also will be in the vicinity for DTM. So it's looking like DTM is rising to the occasion here to push for that that all-survivor kill. So let's see how they're going to play this one out. Perfumer seems to be the one that is transitioning to probably make this rescue happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very, very strong position for DTM. Oh, nice use of the Perfume to cancel out the spike. He's gonna get one spike though, Perfumer right there. But Perfumer can definitely go for the rescue if she wants to. But the thing is, she probably doesn't have. She probably doesn't
Yeah.
have Titana, so probably just here to give Tinnitus. But again, if you give Tinnitus here and not rescue, it's gonna be down to 2 men. When it's down to
Yeah.
2 men and 3 ciphers remaining, my goodness, it can be a potential 4K.
Yeah, the math does not lie, Nell. It seems like this perfumer has to make a decision. Enchantress is slowly whittling away, goes back. Interesting, and eats that hit. Let's see if she'll transition and make this rescue, because the Enchantress does have a 3-stack, so maybe that could actually help her out. But we see that the DTM is going to try to cut it off. He has Blink ready. Is he going to go for the Blink hit? Oh, chair hit, but no! Goes for the last effort, and he goes for the 3-stack stun.
Yeah, but fortunately, Enchantress, fortunately the perfumer manages to rescue right there and then, even with the blink stun, blink hit, reset, attack reset recovery. But now the Enchantress, he's like, oh no, where's the Enchantress? Can't find the Enchantress.
Oh, Enchantress is able to find her, and now gets the spike.
No.
And now that was actually a good split up. Will the Enchantress eat a second spike? No, created that distance, and now tries to go for that trap. Enchantress still trying to buy enough time. Can she get a stack to at least extend her kite? Trying to go a ring around the Rosie, but now goes for the corner here. Uses the 1-stack and now falls down. 1 cipher remains, and that cipher is just being worked on now. Oh, actually, not even worked on. Only at 6%.
It's a new cipher. Yeah, okay, this is looking... And this is exactly where we're coming in from. DTM, like Posh, what you said, give DTM the redemption play on the Breaking Wheel, and Raven, like, feeling that they are not threatened by Breaking Wheel. This is what happens. This is what happens when you allow DTM to do a second Breaking Wheel in the exact same map against you, because right now DTM is looking very, very strong for a 4K even.
But now, you know what, Raven's trying to extend this a little bit. You saw the Mercenary hiding there. Perfumer as well, allowing the Mercenary to actually extend and try to push for a cipher. We do see that DTM, he can't lose his cool here. He needs to just be very careful and look at the smallest spots here. But now, spots out the Perfumer.
Yeah, Perfumer has 1 elbow pad. It's the Mercenary. Mercenary avoiding. Yeah, at least she avoided the second spike right there. But I don't think it makes a lot. I don't think it makes a lot of difference, because right now she's just 1 spike away. DTM is just very, very detailed right here. He's like, okay, it's fine. I'll just snap first, and she's down to 25% health. If she comes again near, all I need is just 1 spike, and boom, that's it. 1 snap, she's gone. So focus on the Mercenary first. That's good.
Yeah, but now if he focused too much on the Mercenary, like you said, Perfumer, with that accelerated decoding, on a matter of time, she will be popping that cipher, almost at 50%. Now Mercenary actually transitioning away from the triple pallet area. DTM now, is he fully going to commit? We do see that the Mercenary does have elbow pad, and now elbow pad's away from that spike, and now it's actually above 50%, so she can try to push for this cipher. Goes for the snap, and now DTM is going to try to focus on this Perfumer.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure that the ciphers are not being touched much. Like you can see right here, 1 cipher is at 60%, another is at 30%. 1 more, just 1 snap there. And if, oh no. Ooh. Yeah, it was on cooldown, sorry, my mistake. But the blink settled it right there and then.
And now he just has to focus on the Mercenary. This Perfumer is going to take a while to bleed out. Mercenary has to, just kite for as long as he can. Maybe he's going to try to open up a chest here just to try and heal up, but it seems like only a matter of time. Once DTM finds that Mercenary, it's going to be GG's, and we are going to see a round number 3.
Round number 3. Who would have thought? Very, very unexpected right here, but DTM making it work. He's no longer, but fortunately, just drifting away. But you know what? They're not gonna even waste the time. They're just gonna surrender right there, and a miracle comeback from DTM right there.
Honestly, that was a checkmate situation. Let's try to recall with the incredible performance of DTM. Like you said, redemption arc. You know, his Breaking Wheel finally redeemed. Like, you didn't put respect on his name now. You didn't put respect on his name in the picks and bans, and now you have to, coming into round number 3. The Acrobat tried his best at the start, but stuffing 2 of the hooks, by the way. So the second hook, it did happen, but it was a little short. It was blocked by the terrain. And unfortunately for any survivor, it really is it's really bad if you die with one of the skills that you had. And unfortunately for that Acrobat, patient, the patient with the hooks, unfortunately wasn't able to use that last hook. and it was only a matter of time. Basement also played a factor here, and DTM really went all out on this this match.
Yeah, like you can see that in the beginning of the game, Patient right there, missing the hooks, not just the last hooks, but he's been missing every single hook. The first hook got cancelled out by the pollen roll. The second hook got cancelled by the hits, and the third hook again. So I would say basically all of his hooks didn't really work. The second hook was towards a box, just like what, a meter away, a feet away from him.
Right, right.
He didn't create much distance, so I have to say the Patient, like what you said, even the basement factor is definitely one of the things that actually brought gave the advantage to DTM to get this advantage.
Oh yeah, and honestly, DTM, kudos to LBH. They live to fight another round, which is going to be in round number 3. And now, I don't think we're going to see Arms again, or unless we're going to see Arms once again, that's going to be crazy. Like 3 Arms games in a row. But honestly, I think DTM now has to consider using another Hunter, because I'm sure Ravens is like, all right, we can't face his breaking wheel once again. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Labyrinths and Ravens, second round. It was really the Hunters that came out to play here, 5 and 5, leading to a tied game. So we're gonna settle this in round number 3, all or nothing really when it comes to this one. But when it comes to this one, Nell, if Ravens gets 5 points, they immediately win, because even if they do get a tied game, the LBH is not. So if the math is right, if it's 5 points, that's going to be GG's already for Ravens. So it's going to be really tough for the side of LBH.
For sure. Like second, the BO2, it was already a draw in terms of points. But let's not forget, Raven actually got the points advantage, 7-2 in the first round. So if they get another draw, even in best of 3, it's not gonna make much of a difference to Labyrinth, because Raven already has an advantage, and they will be moving on to the quarterfinals next week.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of weight to pull for Labyrinth right there.
But I think the momentum has started for them. You know, they got the ball rolling on how well DTM played. He's definitely not out of the woods yet. The whole team is still have to fight tooth and nail to get their spot. But and can I just say, Eli being the seer, he says, you know what, I feel like one game in between this match, there's going to be a tie at one point. I'm like, wow, Eli again on the yeah. So got 3. There will be no. Okay. So if Ravens get at least 3, there will be no second half. Thank you, people in prod. Shout outs to Thea. Doing the quick maths here again. We're here for a reason. We're bad at math. That's why we're here to talk. So when it comes to the game, ladies and gentlemen, they LBH has to play defense. They cannot allow Ravens to get at least 3.
Depending on which side goes first, either the Hunter or the Survivors, it's either a 3K or a 3 Survivors escape. So Raven, that's the victory condition for Ravens right there. As for LBH, they not only do they have to make sure that they get either a 4-man escape or a 4-man kill in the first half, they have to do so again. They have to get at least a 3-man escape.
Ooh,
they
you're right.
need to get 8-1 in round number 3. Put it simply, yeah. And I don't know, man. Like coming into best of 3 with additional bans, it's gonna be really hard. Right there.
I think though, DTM got that confidence. I just feel like if they allow as a breaking wheel, yes, he's gonna have that chance to do the same thing. But honestly, Ravens, I know that they're not gonna allow that to happen. They're gonna ban any chance for the breaking wheel to come out. They're not even gonna take a chance to target ban it with a map. They're just gonna respect ban it right off the bat. But yeah, you can't count them out just yet. You know what? Ain't over till the fat lady sings, as our clerk said. Unfortunately, we won't see the clerk in this IVT, but we will see how they'll be. They will be performing, and I can't wait to see who actually will be hunting first.
Yeah, makes sense too. But it definitely won't be the Owl Factory again, I hope. especially since we've seen it in the 2 games, and I mean, we used to talk about Ever Sleeping Town being seen too much, but it wouldn't hurt to see them this time. especially
Wow.
especially since it's a pretty balanced map
Mm-hmm.
for both survivors and hunters, considering that they can ban more hunters now and
Mm-hmm,
more
mm-hmm.
survivors. So it would be a pretty good map, or even a red church, and or even a hospital, which we don't really see much. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, uh, it can work either way, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, if it is hospital, I can't wait because that's really like a survivor sided map, and we haven't seen survivors pop off in this match just yet. The most was that tie, but yeah, full character arc for us. We miss Ever Sleeping Town. Who are we now? Like that's insane. We missed
Oh,
the
I know.
tram. That's...
We missed the tram, to be honest. The tram, I mean I wasn't here for the first time last year, but
Mhm.
apparently I heard that you guys got a MVP tram.
The tram got the MVP. We didn't get the MVP. It was the tram. They kept hitting people left and right. He wasn't taking any prisoners. He was hitting survivors, hunters, the cameramen, everyone. Like it was just you had to get out of its way. So who knows? And if ever Sleeping Town does come out, that's definitely a bigger case to ban the Breaking Wheel because that is one of the best maps to bring out a Breaking Wheel.
Mm-hmm. Breaking Wheel, but I don't think they're gonna allow it though, especially since it's a BO3.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are opening up Ever Sleeping Town for that, it's not gonna be an ideal choice to allow Breaking Wheel to be open.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
one more factor though, there's no flywheel effect available yet in this
Mm-hmm.
tournament server because we've seen a lot of flywheel effects being used.
Mm-hmm.
Even in IVA, even in other local tournaments, we've seen we've seen flywheel effects being used to dodge the traps, being used to dodge the full presence spike, being used to even dodge hits. I have to say, flywheel effect is going to be a very, very strong trait coming into future tournaments, which is very regrettable we don't see it yet. But just putting it out there.
So yeah, since we're at the third round, no bans, and it seems like you said, we're gonna see Ever Sleeping Town. So let's hope the Tram Gods are in both Survivor and Hunter's favor because they choose no prisoners, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, like you said, Flywheel, I think that's definitely going to be part of. I mean, we've been seeing glimpses of it in IVA, IVL, IVJ, so I feel like that's definitely going to be something that competitive players will have to get used to, especially hunters, and trying to bait it out. I still feel like yeah, hunters have yet to find a way because usually I don't know, like it seems like whenever Flywheel is popped, it's so successful. It's so good, and just dodging spikes, like you said, dodging traps, dodging blink hits, like it's so good.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm just happy. I'm not complaining because we are finally seeing the Ever Sleeping Town right now in best of three. So definitely looking forward to what they're gonna be playing. I wouldn't mind seeing X-Boy. I wouldn't mind seeing even a Lucino, an evil
Wow.
reptilian. Especially if
Whoa.
I mean, different servers like what we mentioned, talked about earlier in the game. We have people from different places. We have people from different places. We have players, teams, productions, coaches coming from different places, and all of us have different styles. So I think what we can do right here is we try and appreciate people in general. We
Mm.
try and appreciate the different styles people bring because one person's favorite doesn't equate to another person's favorite. And
Yeah.
if everybody starts making decisions on who they like and dislike based on their preferences, I think instead of bringing the community together, it's not gonna be much help. But if we can be more tolerant one another and just set aside the differences and just focus on the positives and try to bring it out, I believe NAU, like what I said earlier, they can bring out their strongest survivor teams, strongest team into COA 6 next year. So that can
Yeah.
happen. Say they're gonna
Honest-
be a dynamite then.
100%. I agree with you there. When it comes to preference, who knows, right? Because you know what, we always look at China as the gold standard when it comes to meta, but you know what, NAEU could, or any region could try to push that meta. Like, I mean, Korea just pushed the meta with Dancer, Mad Eyes, right? Who knew that they could bring that out in competitive, and it did pretty well. I feel like when it comes to different regions, you have to build that identity, and you also got to respect like preferences, especially in a tournament like IVT where sometimes you get new teams. Yes, not every team is going to have the same experience as the known names out there, but that's the only way they can get experience, if they put themselves out there and take a gamble and take a risk on themselves. And we are going to head into the picks and bans. We do see some strong bans coming out. Yep, banning that breaking wheel. Don't want to see it, as well as that sculptor. Opening up DTM to use maybe Bloody Queen, Dream Witch. So it's still a lot for him to choose from.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot. Getting the breaking wheel, the sculptor ban, but also having all these main survivors like Eli, for example, Eli, the seer, the forward, and the priestess ban in this map. Mm, not a lot of choices that you can go. Like if you get mercenary, you already have a rescuer. You get a postman. I would say probably an acrobat. If they have an acrobat, that would have made it would be really good to kite and even support. We've seen acrobat being very, very strong now, especially with the reduction of cooldown time between the balls that he has. But they're gonna opt for a coordinator here, so which is still good.
Yeah. You're gonna have to make that shot count. You definitely want to be able to have a clear shot and really maximize the usage of that. And now banning the entomologist, which is actually pretty good. So let's see what Pablo ZG will lock in with. I know they're gonna still shuffle around. His patient isn't there. We will see if he has any other survivor to bring to the table here. But like you said, maybe they want to go for more transition or more of you kiting heavy hunters, survivors, and now we're gonna go with a toy merchant. We've seen some toy merchants in this map, but there's specific spots where you really want to put the catapult in.
Yeah, I actually saw some players training, like high level players training. They have a training regimen. They mark down spots where they can make it from one leap to the second floor without flying, and for their teammates to fly as well. So having a toy merchant here is definitely very, very helpful in terms of rotation, in terms of making kitings. But please, guys, make sure that if you're on toy merchant, do not do not put the catapult that faces to the wall, because I know some people troll. And they and the catapults doesn't lead anywhere. It just brings a teammate to the wall.
Yeah, I think I saw some spots also. Like you can actually go in between, like a tiny crevice in the middle of the map, leading to the cemetery area. So let's see where Agramont 13 will put these catapults down. And now DTM going with a very conventional Dream Witch here. So we've seen Dream Witch in small maps. We're gonna see it in a bigger map. So they're gonna have to be. Ravens have to be very careful here. If they need to get at least 3 to negate a second half. So let's see if they're going to do that. But knowing how DTM has been playing, I'm sure that DTM is kind of warmed up to try and get more points and probably even secure maybe a 4K. If he's able to get that, then we're on even playing field now.
Yeah. I mean, DTM. This is the first time we see DTM here. He's been using Breaking Wheel twice, and Raven has learned not to underestimate his Breaking Wheel anymore, especially since this is map as well, Even Sleeping Town. Having a Dream Witch here, I have to say, the first kite definitely gonna make a lot of difference here. But with the exclusion of Priestess and Forward, which are the two best supporters in this kind of map, and also a seer which can provide all support, is definitely going to be very hard for Raven's team. Especially since Ravens, if they get a 3-man escape, they literally do not need to play a second half.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It is tough, but I'm looking at the potential, right? You got a decoder in the patient and the decoder in the postman that can also kite for a while, depending on where he's at, especially with the dog bites. Unless you get leeched, then he's able to find a sandwich situation. And yeah, you could also have the support of that toy merchant. So it's really tough. You want to expel the resources of these survivors, and honestly, yeah, maybe still play to the same type of strategy. Again, we haven't seen DTM play this Dream Witch, so I'm not sure what kind of build and what trait he wants to bring to the table, if he's going to go full aggressive. Now, spawning here and transitioning towards the middle side of this map, he's going to actually run into Pablo ZG. And it really depends on how well. We've seen 3 Dream Witch players already, including DTM. So let's see what difference he'll make in the other Dream Witches that we've seen so far.
Yeah. But I think it's gonna be the standard. It's gonna be the standard patroller. I mean, I don't see why not. But if you want to compare, if especially during the COA where there's where there's the
Blink.
silk blink
Yeah,
dream wish.
yeah.
I don't think I just think the patroller is more comfortable. It's more accustomed. Like you see, like right now, you can see DTM releasing the first patroller here. Already has a leech. Basically, the postman.
Right before he made the vault, the dog was able to find the ankles, and now it hits the postman with a main body. So postman now moves on away and tries to transition away from this graveyard area, but we're going to see DTM move the main body and also the leech follower. So note that the postman has not picked up an anti-curse and now will drop another patroller.
Oh no, can he fight?
Oh.
My god!
Oh,
He
wow.
can. He's gonna be beaten now. You know what? Actually, to be honest, if you don't have a priestess here, or you don't have a force support here, I would say usually the toy merchant needs to start setting up the catapults and communicate to the postman where he can make his leap, especially here towards the second floor or something, and you know, just technically just providing assistance here, because otherwise you're just giving up. It's just gonna be like giving up on a postman and say, you know what, bro, you can kite alone. If you can kite long, good, you're our MVP. But if you can't kite, sorry, you're on your own. So it feels kind of bad. So
Yeah,
I have to say the support is definitely on the toy merchant side here.
Yeah, if she did set up a catapult, but then again, you know what? The survivors
okay.
of RV, they don't really need to. They just need to tie it. Now he drops a catapult in this area, so the toy merchant is gonna go for this rescue. Can she make it before half? Oh, gonna destroy and goes for the dog bite here, but unfortunate, couldn't find the ankles, and now we see that the last effort does pop. Toy merchant still has a magic wand to provide and another catapult, so she can go for a rebound rescue, but it seems like the mercenary is the most healthy to do so.
Yeah, and you can see that 2 ciphers are remaining. It might not seem like the best kite ever, but cipher, like, this is where you can see like DTM, he couldn't really disturb anyone, but right now he's just gonna get a cheap shot onto the toy merchant, like just unexpected right there. Toy merchant at half health all of a sudden, but then again, toy merchant cipher is almost done. Look at the bottom left corner. This coordinator cipher is almost done. Coordinator is just gonna come straight away, or even just to finish the toy merchant cipher. Mercenary is probably gonna rescue, and toy merchant is probably gonna finish off coordinator's original cipher, and just like that, that's gonna set up for late game, just like that.
And we see that the toy merchant actually going to the second floor, transitioning towards the middle part, and now we see that the main follower, one of the followers, is here. Going to create a situation. He's going to guard these 2 spots, where the toy merchant is at and where the postman is, and now the patroller gets dropped here. Mercenary trying to play the mind games here, and now that hit allows for the rescue to happen, and now the dog bite here, allowing the postman to actually transition towards the second floor.
Yeah, and you can see that the cipher at the grave is almost done, and postman right here. Oh my god, he waited a little too late to make that leap.
I know, last cipher remains, but it's kind of far from popping, so it seems like they're gonna try to push for a 3-person escape, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna chair the postman just yet. I think they're gonna prepare for endgame here, while we see that the toy merchant is already rotating to an advantageous side of this map. Coordinator on that last cipher. Toy merchant is opening up a chest while mercenary is preparing also, but now the cipher is nowhere near from popping now.
Yeah, it's not, simply because the place where the toy merchant was hit, that cipher was interrupted. He couldn't really do anything here. Right now they just have to play the long end game. They have to heal up. They have to make sure no leeches are up, and that is exactly what Raven is doing now. There's no leeches up onto them. Mercenary is being healed to full health. Coordinator is just looking for another chest just in case he wants to swap in between the a perfume and a gun, but you know what? She's at half health, so it doesn't really matter much with the perfume.
I was gonna say that. I was like, oh yeah, perfume, that would be great, but if she was full health, that would have been awesome. But now, you see that the coordinator just dropped the perfume, sticking to just the flare gun, so let's see if that flare gun can extend the kite. We do see that the toy merchant is working on another cipher, as well as the mercenary. And now we see the main body moving towards the middle part, just so we can guard these ciphers that have been moving. We do note that the anti-curse is only on the coordinator, because she's the only one with that leech. So it's so important that she actually de-leeches herself. Mercenary also just being very careful with when he's touching that cipher, and Angel D running the routes here, just making sure he's not going to be caught at a disadvantageous position.
for sure. The dungeon is right in the middle, so I'm just saying if they're preparing for late game, right now you can see that the toy merchant just moving away from the leeches, the danger leeches at the shack right there. Knows that something is up here, so DTM just trying to guard the last remaining 2 ciphers. Like, they decoded 1 extra cipher.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
Tried
Okay,
to go
he was
over-
trying to
baiting
bait.
out a blink. Yeah, it has the blink now, so let's see if Angel D is gonna try to pop that flare gun. We do see him try to hug the corners here. Oh, blink hit connects, but luckily for Coordinator, that is her follower. So now we see Toy Merchant is just hiding so close near that cipher. Mercenary is also up and also just playing the long game. This is how you want to play this Dream Witch match. But now Dream Witch does find the Toy Merchant rotating away from that cipher, and now the Mercenary also gets caught up here.
I say Mercenary should just take the hit and continue decoding. Simply because by the time they finish decoding, they would have been able to pop, and Mercenary will still be at full health. But then again, it's a very risky play for them, I think. But I definitely think the Mercenary could have just insisted on
Ooh.
he's gonna get that hit, but at least he can continue decoding, right? And
now Leech is gone. And now actually all of their Leeches are gone. But Toy Merchant has to be very careful because the main body is there. And that was unfortunate. The tram really didn't work in the favor of the survivors. Coordinator is up already. Mercenary, that hit already taking effect. And we do see that ciphers are slowly moving. Accelerated decoding is definitely on their side. And we do see that the Toy Merchant transitioning to that 2nd floor just so she can use her glider to move on away. And now we see Coordinator. Clear line of vision. Will she go for that shot? No, she's not.
yeah, she's just trying to send her to a dead end right there. Toy Merchant just picking for help me. I think that again they're just trying to go for the late game right there. Did the tram get him? No. Yeah, but just try to heal each other up right here. And I think it's very wise of Raven because especially they know what a Dream Witch can do in the late game. And DTM right here, he's just trying to make sure that he covers all grounds. As soon as he gets his leech cooldown off, he's just gonna keep leeching each survivor and giving more pressure.
Yeah, we do see that oh my god, the tram hit, ladies and gentlemen, just when he transitioned. But then again, he wasn't really chasing anyone. Coordinator is the only one with that leech, allowing the Coordinator actually to de-leech. So that gives an opening for Angel D. But now, if we note that when the Hunter does focus on one survivor, Mercenary is healed up, has 2 elbow pads. Toy Merchant now, let's see if she'll try to overextend here. And now just pops that flare gun. Still holding on to this blink, wants to hold on to it till the very end. Man, that's a long stun.
It's very, very long. But again, there's another follower right at that point. Oh, and the big stick! Yeah, I was like, oh my god, the trajectory. How does DTM just knows what's going on here? And he's finally gonna down Angel D. He's gonna put Angel D onto the rocket chair, and he's just gonna keep leeching right here and here. Toy Merchant. And but look, Posh, they're actually decoding 2 separate ciphers, so doesn't matter what, because right now Toy Merchant is in the middle. And he's just trying to delete right here, buying some time. Fortunately, Coordinator is at his first chair, so they can afford to waste time there.
Ooh, and now Mercenary actually about to pop that cipher. Toy Merchant now transitioning away from that 2-story. Yeah, first rocket chair on the Coordinator, and she does have a longer time on that rocket chair. So it seems like the cipher is already primed. And he cannot use the trump card anymore. So it seems like Mercenary will try and extend here just to keep the attention away from that Toy Merchant who is de-leeching. So if she's able to de-leech, she can safely pop that cipher in the middle of this map. While Mercenary so close. All right, that is primed. So let's see if he's going to go for this rescue. That's at 99. The other one's at 96.
Yeah. Mercenary is just going to run back and open. Oh my god. Yeah, he doesn't want to get that. He wants to be at full health when the cipher pops. I think that's what they're expecting. But another leech there happening. Mercenary, can they wait another 5 seconds? No! Mercenary is still at half health. And this is... Yeah, but fortunately he's going to use his last pad there. Yeah, DTM has to make sure that they at least get to a second half if they want to have a chance to come back from this. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Raven needs a 3 escape, and there will be no round 3 second half, and it's over. But for LBH, if they get a draw, they are still moving to round 3 second half.
and we'll compute the points later, but it's still a 5-point deficit. We do see that the toy merchant actually launches herself toward nearer to the dungeon area. We do see that the coordinator is deleeching. Toy merchant also has an anti-curse on her, so let's see if Agramont can stay in this area, but it seems like she's going to try to make a mad dash for the exit here. We do note that the survivors are opening up the gate, but the blink next coordinator is out, and now we're going to see a second half in round number 3.
Yeah, not too bad. Like, we definitely want to see more action from both these teams, Raven and Labyrinth, and getting a tie is definitely the best that DTM can do in order for them to go to the second half. It was actually very nerve-wracking. I was on the edge of my seat. I'm like, oh my god, are they gonna get 3 survivors out, or is DTM gonna be able to at least get one more and ensure that they get a chance, a shot in second half? And kudos to DTM. The team is gonna fight it out the last stage.
Yeah.
But it's still gonna be a very hard battle, though, Posh.
For sure, because we did mention the 5-point differential, because now it's the survivors that have to be able to not, well, it can't be 3 points, right? If one survivor is killed,
It's over.
It's Ravens, right? Yeah, that's true.
It's over.
So yeah, we'll talk about that in just a bit, but now let's talk about the match stats here, because this was quite the long match. Honestly, DTM was playing it very slow and steady. He didn't really overextend, and towards the middle part, you started to see a little scrambly situations where the survivors, they got the anti-curses, they got the heals, they started to realize, all right, we need to play this match slow and not expel too much of our skills.
Yeah, for sure. I just have to say that they've been really, really careful not to at least give more points to DTM right there. Ravens just minimizing the points given to LBH. So I have to say it's a tall task for LBH to get a 4-man escape, but that's exactly what they need now in order to go to a tiebreaker. But you know what? Who knows? Who knows?
Oh yeah. We shall see. It was the hunters that were sort of getting more of the points here. If we look at the overall like point differential, yes, it is the hunters. I think survivors at most just get ties, and it's usually Ravens. So now this is the time for the survivors of LBH to pop off, because the DTM has done all he can to try and secure the win here. Getting a tie here is definitely good, especially in this meta where a lot of survivors could just counter hunters. So DTM now has to put his faith in the survivor side to see if they can be the ones to take this one. And also, if the survivors get 5 points, we're gonna see a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's rare, like a unicorn, but it definitely can happen, a tiebreaker. But I have to say it's a very low possibility, a very low probability, simply because, like what you pointed out, it's been a hunter-sided kind of match throughout these 3 games. 4Ks in this round number 2. Obviously, every round the hunters are making the difference here. But well, I don't mind seeing more matches, but again, I'm just saying this is probably the last and final shot for Labyrinth to come back. But otherwise, Raven is looking pretty strong to take this series.
And if it's still Daikiri, I mean, Daikiri still has his choice of, just using Bloody Queen, like you just and just getting that one survivor kill. You got also you could go with Dream Witch if they don't ban the Dream Witch. Breaking Wheel, we're not even sure if he will bring out that Breaking Wheel, if it's Daikiri or if it's Katulanak. So, when it comes down to it, it's the main point bringers were the hunters, and really tall task for LBH for them to be able to try and come back from this. But you know what? Never say never, never say die.
Never say die.
And LBH could be they could turn us in, could turn doubters to believers in this match.
For sure. Oh, but you guys in the chat though, what do you guys think? Are they gonna turn us doubters into believers? Are they gonna be able to bring it to game number 4? Just gonna give a really quick shout out because these guys have been here since the beginning. Yeah, Reina, IdentityV, hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here and supporting the teams. Hello, Yakult, Line, Alia, Quinn, Val, Webbies, please. You're supposed to go to bed. She said she was going to bed. He or she.
Wow.
But you're still here, so kudos to you. Sal Iris, Nyanbari, Maxis Berry, Juju, Rachel, thank you. I saw your comments, very constructive. But just to answer your question, I'm also a top survivor in Asia server, but nothing to be proud of. I'm just doing this for the love of the game with Posh, my best
Yeah.
pal. We're just here having some fun, trying to bring some fun to you guys as well. And just continuing a little bit more, Dream Eater, Marie Rose, Kayla, Anonymous, Juju, thank you so much for being here and supporting the teams. And yeah, win or lose, I think the most important thing is not to give up and just to keep learning and moving forward, especially
yeah.
for these teams.
And just like me and Nell always say, we're just professional fans of this game, and you know what,
Professional fans, yes.
just trying to be as constructive as possible. And also in the chat, keep it constructive, because you know what, these players are also under a lot of pressure. And honestly,
sure.
like when it comes to the game itself, you know, yes, you could do this, you could do that, but when you have
Yeah.
tournament pressure, comms, like it's really
Yeah.
tough. So you got to respect the players too,
Yeah.
and that's any player from any region, because they are putting themselves out there. So especially when it comes to LBH and RV, I can't wait to see what they have to offer here, since Ravens. They're looking to win this one because of how much effort they put in the first two games.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
LBH again put it under a lot of pressure here. So we shall see, and I hope you guys have been enjoying so far. I know it's super. This tournament has been going on for a while, so please drink your water, just relax.
Please. We're gonna look for our waters too later. I
True,
mean,
true.
yeah, I really true. Cool. But yeah, but to be honest, like what Posh said, we're professional fans just trying to share the excitement with you guys. If you guys have any inputs at all, yeah, you're welcome to share your opinions, your predictions in chat. Just to make the things a little bit more interesting. This is the okay. What about this, guys? This is the ever sleeping town after all, guys. Why don't you guys in the chat make some predictions on how many times the tram is gonna claim victim? Let's do it. How many times? Guess it with the
I mean,
number.
that was kind of crazy because I didn't think it would happen, but then we saw the tram hit a follower, right? So
Again.
yeah. So man, you got to make a sacrifice to the tram guides. I don't know. You got to pay the conductor or something. I don't know. I just don't want to get hit by the tram, guys. It's
Okay.
that's insane. And
Yeah.
I remember Eli bring up the changes that happen. Remember before, when you get hit by the tram, you're down. That
Yeah.
was insane. I was like, oh god, thank
It
God
was,
they
it was
changed
bad,
that.
true. Yeah, fortunately. But you know what, guys? Let's just join in on some fun. If you think it's gonna be one tram hit, just put the emoji so that we can tell, right?
Yeah, so
The
one
tram
train.
emoji. One emojis. Two trams. I personally, I'm gonna bet 2 trams. I think
Two
two
trams.
tram
I'll go
hits.
with, including the one we just saw, or this new match.
This new match. This new match.
I'll go with one. I think one.
One. Okay, I'll go with 2. And
Do you
loser
think
has
it's
to
gonna
sing.
be loser has? Oh god, it's gonna start raining.
I'm just kidding. we need some rain here.
Oh no, yeah, it's pretty hot where we're at, but yeah, that's gonna be insane. So let's head into the picks and bans, because honestly, LBH is gonna have to give an SOS, because they will have to be the ones to get at least 5 points to continue this game.
Yeah, for sure. 5 points indeed, and just a little bit of shout outs because right now they are also here, but just a very quick one. Forgive me. Anonymous Assassin, shout outs to Sin as well. Princess Pasta Crow, Idonui, thank you so much, guys. We're just gonna head back right into the band picks right here. But you know what? Feel free to predict with us, okay, guys? And right here, we're gonna start off with Daikiri. Daikiri is gonna take out Eli. Eli is just crying in his bed right here. He's not going to see the light of day again in this map. Machinery is going to be taken out. Fiona is also going to be taken out. So that's 3 very, very strong survivors being taken out. But then again, it opens up the possibility to a forward. And as for LBH, they took out the Dream Witch. Obviously, do not want to deal with the Dream Witch anymore. They had enough of the 4Ks by Dream Witch and the Sculptor. So it does open up Daikiri to a possible Bloody Queen or even Breaking Wheel. And
wow.
What
honestly,
do you think?
The safer choice for me would be Breaking Wheel, because we have seen the safer choice for me would be Bloody Queen, because Breaking Wheel we've seen I mean in Call of the Abyss, right? It's really all or nothing when it comes to when it comes to Breaking Wheel. So I'm excited to see if he'll bring that out. And Eli chiming in our casters chat. Eli says again, his seer abilities say it's ever sleeping. Best hunter he has is the wheel, so he might bring that one out.
I mean, if Daiquiri does bring out the wheels, at least, okay, guys, since we're trying to do a little bit of learning together, right?
Oh, okay.
Like in the chat, we want to learn. Okay, here's a little bit of things we're gonna say, a little bit educative. Having a Gravekeeper does counter. It's a very good pick against Breaking Wheel, because he can avoid the spikes at all times, especially when the Breaking Wheel is on wheels. So it's very good against a rolling Breaking, and you will never get a spike as long as you're under the ground.
Yes.
But just some tips. If you have one spike, and if you go into the ground, they can snap you out of it. Yeah, they can snap you out of it. So that's one thing we can see here.
Yeah, that's also annoying when it comes to the moonlit river park and
It
you
is,
ride the
it
tram.
is.
Like, I'm gonna snap you out of it. No, you're not even gonna be part of this ride. No, you must be this tall to fall on this ride, and that's what the Breaking Wheel does. But yeah, it could be Breaking Wheel, could be BQ. Those are top choices. Daiquiri does, as Eli said, have a good Breaking Wheel, but you know what? It can come down to just he needs that 1K, and that's why he's gonna pick the BQ. So it seems like, yeah, Eli did also say, he could go conventional and conservative, which I feel like, yes, you don't want to gamble too much, especially since LBH has been gaining a little bit of momentum. Ravens see the light at the end of the tunnel already. They want to secure that, and I think the Queen will lead that charge.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Queen with a 4K before, very, very strong. But again, what we've mentioned is, obviously LBH needs 4 escape, whereas Daiquiri only needs just 1K. So to be honest, Daiquiri, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, I would say he can play pretty much any hunters in his pool and still be able to get at least a result with 1K. As for LBH, this is their last stand. They have to make it work. But personally, I don't think Mechanic can be a very good
viable
choice here. Yeah, especially against a Mary. But we'll just have to see how it plays on. Because again, Batter can dodge. Batter can dodge the Mary, can push him away. Perfumer, obviously giving presence, but at least negating the damage. Gravekeeper with the shovel. Mechanic, if you're kind of heartless, you might do the body block with the doll. But I seriously don't see that happening, because they need the decoding power to happen, so they're probably not going to do that kind of play.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little tough, especially how vulnerable she is. And Nell geeking out with the skins here again. Promised Neverland skin, so beautiful. And now we see Daiquiri running towards the center. He has Holtz, he has THE that is also there, and the Mechanics bot is actually right at the middle as well. So let's see if he's going to spot that out early to try and stop the decoding. It seems like it might be a rematch here. The Batter might be the one that is getting the heartbeat, but it seems like a turn was made, and now Daiquiri taking his time because he knows he just needs 1K.
Yeah, as soon as one Cypher starts shaking, he's just gonna go straight away for that area. The Tinnitus is still being triggered, but she doesn't really know who that is. So Daiquiri just gonna move on, trying to see, opening up the mirror right there, and he's gonna know that it's the Batter. Getting a hit onto the Batter here would be very, very good, but we'll just have to see what happens. And he's just gonna go for the next target right there.
Okay, that defended the Cypher pretty well, and honestly, we did see some redemption arcs in DTM, but that Batter could happen. And now Holtz actually using the shovel here, and now Daiquiri finding Kotato here. This is actually the best possible find. Mechanic out in the open here, and now just switches right away to cut her off back into this graveyard area.
Yeah, I mean, Holtz was definitely a little scared there. Like going straight.
I'd be scared.
Yeah, it's really okay, I guess. But the thing is, when you do that, you have to remember to announce. Blink, nice. Oh my god. Oh my god, a little bit slow right there, but
the Mechanic, right?
Yeah. This is the Mechanic, and mind you, the basement is here.
Oh my god, but back to your point. Oh, the Batter tried to go for a swing, but a miss there, and Daiquiri now is gonna reap the rewards of this basement location. 4 Cyphers still remain. The Mechanic spot is still okay, and now the Batter actually trying to go for an early rescue here. This is actually gonna be kind of scary. If he goes tries to go for the hit. So far, no dice, and now eats the hit, goes for the rescue, and now Tide will be in effect.
Yeah, it will. Oh my god, letting the Mechanic go in first. Yeah, the mirror is gonna be up really soon. He's gonna get the double down here, but Daikiri's like, yeah, you know what? It's not gonna work because I have a mirror standby for you. But I believe the batter, yeah, that mirror placement's not gonna get the batter. But Kotato is gonna be down. The bot is still up, mind you, but again, it's you can see here why Mechanic is not exactly the best choice for a four-man escape because Daikiri knows this, and that's why he was like, okay, you know what? It's
I
the
need to
batter.
find the
No,
best.
yeah. Yeah, I don't want
And
batter. I go to Gearkeeper, then I go to Mechanic.
Yeah, and honestly, he could just camp it out here. And now it spells, halts out of it, and now goes for the rescue, but no tide turner here. He's gonna try and pop a mirror here, but he's gonna find out Kotato is actually, I don't know if he spots Kotato. He's gonna be actually committing to teleporting here. And now Kotato is actually out of line of sight, so this could be the opening LBH is looking for.
Yeah, this is weird. He definitely saw the Mechanic. He definitely saw the Mechanic running towards the shack, and that's exactly what Daikiri is doing here. But Daikiri, I don't know. I mean, you saw it, right? You saw that the line of sight was definitely towards the left, going towards the shack. The Mechanic was there, but it's not really. It's not really. I don't know. Daikiri just lost the Mechanic just like that, and they're gonna try and heal up the Mechanic there.
Yeah, so this again is the big opening that they're looking for in that scramble. Who knows? Maybe tunnel vision to down that batter. Again, that's like it's like the bull and the matador, right? The batter just wanting to gain all the attention, but now downs the bot. He's gonna get a glimpse where the Mechanic is at, and now the Mechanic is healed. So back to square one. 2 ciphers still remaining. He wants to be able to share this Mechanic once again. But this is going to be a little tough since this is going to be the second time we're going to see the Mechanic on this rocket chair. And the battery's going to try to swing. Let's see if he's going to make this one count. He's trying to hug the walls here. Oh, unable to score that hit. And Daikiri has a free opening to go to the second floor of the corner house.
Yeah, I like what Daikiri is doing here. He instead of no! Oh my god! He did not even.
But let's see if he can bait out. But yeah, unfortunately, the Mechanic there, having just the wherewithal to turn left instead of right. Daikiri being a little ahead of himself. This might actually go in favor of LBH. Now Daikiri forcing to go down here. And now Blink is definitely online now.
Yeah, I mean, now the batter is going to be covering for the Mechanic, and that's going to be a problem there. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, I think at least even though he doesn't use the blink, okay, that's the thing. He can, I think he's just trying to save for excitement at the very end. But again, the ciphers are being rushed so fast right here. Gravekeeper has finished the one in the graveyard, and right now technically it's the Perfumer on the last cipher. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it might come down to just a detention hit, right? So they really have to protect everyone at this point. Anyone can eat this hit because Daikiri now, the choices became limited with that scramble situation. And now we see that the batter is trying. Oh, it seems like he's going to focus on this batter. This batter has one cricket bat to use just to provide that extra space. And now, holding on to that trump card. Let's see if he's going to try to catch this Mechanic off guard.
Oh my god, to be honest, I just feel like there are some times where it's so questionable. You don't see, like right now they're just playing the game here where Mechanic tries to loop here, maybe drop a pallet, but
there we go.
Straight away.
Oh, it wasn't enough, but no, misses the hit. Blink does not connect, and now the Mechanic is trying to go towards another pallet. A series of just swings, and now Daikiri finally downs the Mechanic.
And 1k is all they need. To be honest, batter should have definitely tried to cover Mechanic right there, especially since Daikiri is already at. You know, Daikiri is already on the Mechanic's tail. That's his last chair. Mechanic's last chair. Batter definitely needs to be there to cover for Mechanic. But you know what? GG, well played. Raven is gonna be moving on due to points, and yeah.
See if he was trying to. Oh, okay, nice, and gets the hit again. But that's all Daikiri needed, ladies and gentlemen. Ravens moving on to the next stage in this tournament. But you got to give your props to LBH. Like the batter was covering, right? And they had like really big openings. Like they lost line of sight of the Mechanic having an excellent sequence of events, but the batter was not next to her, because if they wanted to go for all survivor escape, no man left behind. But unfortunately, Daikiri finding the slight opening, relying on that detention. GG, well played.
GG, well played. Yeah, still very good effort by Labyrinth against Raven right there. Not the best cover so far, but they made an effort and it shows.
I
Still, it
would
was a
say
very close
from the
point.
start to the middle, like the batter was doing his job, right? Just gaining the attention. But I mean, yeah, it really lasted till the end because that was the detention Bloody Queen. If you're able to cover the mechanic at least to exit, you could have pushed for the thing. But a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas. Daikiri though, we'll give the congrats to him because yeah, he just needed 1K and that's what he did. It got a little dicey there towards the middle and the end, but he still managed to get 5 knockdowns, 9 strikes, 3 pallets destroyed, ultimately leading to the victory for Ravens.
For sure. And congratulations, Team Raven. They're going to be moving on towards the top 8 quarterfinals, which is going to be happening next weekend on Saturday. So I'm very excited to see how Raven is going to go moving on forward. But let's not forget Team Labyrinth. You guys, this is a big stage. You guys come to IVT. It takes courage, and that's already a success in its own. Taking the courage to be on the main stage, coming out and putting yourselves out there for everyone to see, to applaud, to admire. And you know what? You guys are not going home empty-handed, but you're going home with experience, learning, and our admiration for your determination.
Yeah, they really put themselves out there, and I'm sure they gained a lot of respect and a lot of fans coming into this because it's not easy to qualify this hard, and also going up against a team like Ravens, which were the ones that were favored to win this, but taking it to the full 3 games, so that's still a feat on its own. So congratulations to both teams. I would have to say again, this is a showcase of the best of the best. We want to find the best of the best of NAEU, and yeah, unfortunately, only one will come out on top in this tournament. So yeah, we're still dwindling down the teams here. Again, an excellent match, excellent showcase of the survivors. They were actually the first survivors to get 3-person escape. If we try to look at the results, right? In Raven's side, they only tied, so they really had to go all out. But unfortunately, they needed one more to push for around number 4. But yeah, Daikiri as well as Kato Lanax were able to just find a way to just secure their spot early on in this game.
Yeah, kudos to all of the teams here, Labyrinth and Raven. Hope to see Labyrinth next time, and Raven, we're gonna see you next week. And you know what? Before we head on to the next screen, just want to give a little bit of call outs here. Rando Lando and Fukiame, Chiu Zubin, and Chantal from Australia. Please don't hate. Please don't hate me. She was like, why didn't you notice me? I notice you. I notice you right there. And Lacrimosa from Poland as well. Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. We are gonna see the match results here. You gonna go through it, Josh?
Yeah, honestly, first round, like Raven started out real hot, then Labyrinth coming in the middle and just breaking the momentum just a little bit, resetting everything. But eventually the first round kind of haunted them in the end, ultimately leading to a 5-3 in favor of Labyrinth. So it's a 1 round each, but if we tally up the points, Raven does get the victory.
Yeah, the points are so close. I'd say, yeah, they did their best, definitely.
Oh, by the way, Rando Lando, if that's the Rando Lando in our notes, he's actually the hunter of VOS.
Really?
One of the teams that we might see tomorrow. So shout outs to Rando Lando in chat.
Oh, Rando Lando. Okay. That's anonymous asking for a shout out for Rando Lando. So Rando Lando, you're here. Thank you guys. And these are the results here right in front of you guys. Thank you for supporting here. But again, did you guys make any predictions on the tram? Because obviously both of us lost.
Yeah, we lost. So both of us have to sing. I'm kidding. Let's not.
Yeah. Here's a comment as well. It's not nice to say you're greedy in tournaments because you're desperate to turn your game around. That's very true. They definitely have to do everything they can to win. Sometimes if you know that you need the 4-man kill or 4-man escape, sometimes the survivors just have to come and be greedy and rescue, but that's not being greedy. That's just trying to turn back. So again, another lesson right there about tournaments and rank differences.
Yeah, I guess maybe the term greedy is like maybe it connotes a lot of negativity. Maybe you just got to go all out. Maybe you have to really overextend yourself, because I understand you want more points though. That I think when it comes to tournaments, you really want to secure yourself, because you could say that, yeah, technically Ravens were greedy with points because they wanted to get the 5 points at the start. So again, they were just they want to set their team up for the best possible scenario. So
For
again,
sure.
learnings. Yeah.
For sure. And how can I forget you, Hanako? Shout out to you too, Hanako. But right now, well-deserved MVP, even though we've seen him only once. But it's enough. Katulenux from Team Raven, MVP right there. Total strikes 15. I have to say, his massive patroller spams, rampage spams, I think well-deserved MVP. To be honest, I agree with this.
Very solid performance, very steady performance that set the pace for Ravens in this tournament. So GG's Catalanax. I can't wait to see more of the Dream Witch. Dream Witch plays, for now, Ravens can rest up. They have definitely earned the right to, because they will have to play their hearts out next week.
Yeah. A very, very special note to take off from the production as well. Thank you so much. There are 4 eliminations with 3 ciphers remaining. That's why. So being able to take out so many survivors and have so many ciphers remaining is definitely another strong factor why Katulana is the MVP for our matchup between Raven and Labyrinth.
Oh, yeah. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break, because when we return, it is going to be B4U versus Ace. I would say the main event. Like, we've seen B4U time and time again, but will Ace be the one to, cement their status here in IVT? We're going to find out in just a bit. But yes, 5-minute break. When we come back, it's going to be Ace versus B4U. Don't go anywhere. More when we return.
Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。
Hey guys, welcome back. Did you get your drinks? Your popcorns? Because we sure did.
Oh no!
It's
Yeah, we did.
It's over there. Yeah,
It's
but
over there.
before, yeah, joining me is Posh Spice and me, Nello Mello, and we have a present for you. We have a
Show
present
it,
for
no,
you guys
show
in
it,
chat.
show it,
Okay,
show it, show it.
I'm
Go,
just
ready.
gonna take it out. Here you go.
That's so cringy, but still, let's go. We got the finger hearts, we got the K-pop hearts, we got all that. Again, just spreading the love and also the positive vibes here because, again, you know what? There's a lot at stake. We're gonna head right into it. Ace versus B4U. Let's meet Ace first. We got Lokian, Lays, Psyche, Poppy, Rain. Honestly, Psyche, one of the known content creators out there. Honestly, I've seen his collaboration streams also with Eli. Shout outs to Eli that's listening also now. Oh, really good mercenary. So, and Lokian, we did talk a little bit about Ace, and Ace has been improving their performance as of yet in community tournaments. So, shout outs to Eli for giving us that because they will be going up one of the big juggernauts here in NAEU. They will be going up against B4U.
For sure. I'm so psyched. I'm so psyched to see Psyche's team with sister of Loki, Lokian. So right there, we have the Ace team, and from the chat itself, they said that Ace is really, really strong. So I'm expecting to see a lot from Ace versus, like what you said, the juggernauts of NAEU going into COA 5 previous rounds. The previous COA. And right now we're gonna hop into it straight away. The lineups for B4U: Sprinzer on the Dream Witch, on the Geisha, on the Bloody Queen, on the Sculptor. So many high praises from the Chinese fans in COA 5 previously. So Sprinzer definitely has garnered a lot of attention for NAEU right there. And followed by B4U, my leg, often losing his legs here and there, but managing to run very, very fast. And then we have Schmidty. We have Problems with 101 Problems, but IdentityV is not one of them.
Yeah, it ain't one. Anyway, Dash Star as well. Yeah, just rounding up everything. Again, you know what? What's not been said for B4U? They've been the one representing the region so far. So the storyline here is that, and I feel the energy in chat as well, rallying behind Ace, because Ace has proven, you know, in previous tournaments, in community games, that they can take Before You to that limit, because yes, they have been representing the region so far, but I mean, just like in our Southeast Asia region, you know, there are emerging teams out there. They want to be able to get that shot to Call of the Abyss, and any team that can win IVT would get that huge confidence to represent the region once COA qualifiers comes in. So I'm excited to see how Ace will tackle this matchup up against B4U, because like you said, Sprinter is the ace of B4U because he's just so consistent as a hunter. So I think they have to be ready for how he's going to do that. And I think when it comes to B4U, you know what, they really go with that meta. So I think one of the strategies they might bring to the table if they want to catch them off guard is try to adopt the new meta, try to change things up, and try to use something that would surprise B4U.
For sure, like just bringing the fight. Like I know that this is a total separate event, but just so that you guys have a brief idea as well, that this guy Sprinter, besides being quite handsome, not as handsome as our Eli though.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, but he's been receiving praises. That's what we mentioned just now, and he's definitely have a personality to boot with it. Like you can see that he's very passionate when he plays, very passionate. But again, we also have Ace, like what you mentioned in previous tournaments, and some people even pointing out that they've been doing so amazing in Twitch tournaments. So I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah. So it is like, it's not a case of David versus Goliath. I think it's a Juggernaut versus Goliath here.
Ooh,
so two
I like
giants.
that. I would say that. Kaiju battle. Let's go. So now we're gonna go to Red Church. It seems like Arms Factory is banned. I can read small maps now, Nell, so I can squint. So
I can.
But I'm just guessing. But it seems like Red Church, and this opens up a lot of hunters on Sprinter's side. I think I'm gonna definitely something to watch is Sprinter, since you said a lot of high praises coming in. But then this also allows Ace to, you know what, stake a claim here to shoot their shot. If they're able to get one over Sprinter, man, that's actually a big boost of confidence. And coming from the wave of support from the fans and also from their results on previous community tournaments, this could be their shot to, at the Kings, I would say. Yeah, and you know how the saying goes. If you come after the King, you better not miss. And that's what they have to do now, since again it's single eliminations, and they have to go after one of the known players, the known teams out there in B4U.
For sure, going after the Kings. But you know what? Talking about being cringe, Sadao, how dare you talk about me being cringe? This is my response to you, Sadao. Another love for you. Oh, smack my head. But you know what, guys? Shout outs to Vivi from Korea server as well. Vivi from Luna as well. Yeah, I know you guys have a lot of shout outs to give, but we'll try our best to read chat once in a while. But then again, our focus is on this major matchup between B4U and Ace. And right off the bat, you can see Lokian is gonna take out Eli again. Eli's crying in the corner right there with Mikey. So Mikey and Eli's gone in Red Church, and B4U gonna swipe up forward Priestess and Patient right off the bat. Very, very high support and maneuverability. No decoders spotted yet, but we'll have to see what Lokian bans for the last one.
Yeah, you might want to ban that Mercenary, because that's going to be a very well-rounded international lineup, including the Patient that has been making his rounds in the in competitive Identity 5 stages. So banning that Mercenary is definitely the right choice, because B4U, again, very adept to the meta. You want to be able to take it out, but it seems like they want to go for some decoding. So again, best possible survivor to find, regardless, just down that doll of that mechanic, just so you stop the decoding. Because yes, you can down the mechanic, but if that doll is still around, it's gonna be really tough to deal with that Cypher Rush, because they'd gladly trade the mechanic for a popped Cypher.
Yeah, and speaking of the mechanic, this just in from the chat. Thank you, chat, with the radio signals. Dash star. Okay. Dash star is reported to be cats. Dash star is reported to be cats.
Oh, there we go. All right.
That's actually cats. Thank you so much.
Obviously. Yeah, he's on the forward, and Schmitty, on that Patient. Problems with the support, and my leg, the signature, I would say mechanic. But now Lokian going for this Dream Witch. This is going to be honestly, yeah, Dreamwitch also excels in this map. We've seen time and time again that, yeah, Arms Factory, Red Church, and maybe even Ever Sleeping Talon. But, you know, if the map is small and contained, it really helps the Dreamwitch a lot, especially where you position that main body.
Sure. But again, in this map, I feel like it's very hard, especially since everyone will be able to kite against the Dream Wish. Like for example, Priestess can provide the portal support from one end to the other, making it a little bit more difficult for the Dream Wish to change and position the Leech followers or the Spawn followers to follow suit. And even with the patient, the versatility of the hooks going through in and out of the windows, the forward. To be honest, the only link which I feel like is the weakest here is probably the mechanic. Yeah, to be honest, that's the only best chase I would say. But we'll just have to see how Lokin deals with this menace.
Oh yeah, for sure, and I agree. When it comes to the support and the transition, especially since you have the structure of the church, and you're able to set up those portals or give enough time for the patient to properly hook his way into those areas, you can create a lot of distance. So, I guess Lokian just, you know, wanting to establish the early Dream Witch respect coming into this, because Lokian has other hunters to use as the Breaking Wheel, but we've said Breaking Wheel in this map doesn't bodes really well. Also has the Sculptor. Again, Sculptor is pretty good, and also a Guard 26. So I think coming into this, I guess he just feels comfortable using the Dream Witch, but he has to be ready because, like you said, not only is this well-rounded team very kite heavy. This is before you were talking about their skills mechanically individually are so good. So individual kites are going to be pretty on point. And yes, Tomie skill.
Tomie again. Okay, you know what? Tomie is getting me pumped up. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say mechanic. My leg has already dropped his the doll right at the shack. Hiding behind the doll, and Lokin right here trying to find his first target. My leg is unfortunately going to go to the back gate, and he's going to be spotted out by the host. Lokin gonna be leeched straight away right here. The Spawn followers has stopped here unfortunately, but my leg right here not gonna risk it. Oh my god! And he's gonna get that hit though.
Yeah, main leech hit. That is huge. And now, yeah, just cutting it off. Great with that leeching placement. Lokian cutting off the route here. And now we're going to see a bit of cleanup happen for that long portal. So I like the proactivity of Lokian here. Looking not just downing this priestess, but also cutting off her routes. And now we see that my leg is kind of trapped in this area, and he's going to receive a patroller bite.
My god. Okay, Lokin is doing really, really good. That multitasking was very, very, very amazing. Terra Shock right there. Not only did he use the Spawn follower to clean up the global portal, uses the leech in the advantage of the Dream Witch, now bringing the chair on the graveyard. He did so many little things there, but it adds up eventually. 5 ciphers remaining. My leg has lost his legs. He's already on the chair in the graveyard. But fortunately, his other legs are alive.
Yeah, his robot legs are still up and running. So now Mechanic gets actually saved early on. So Patient with a backdoor rescue. My leg now. I thought usually you'd want the Mechanic to stay long in the chair just so he can decode, but now we'll have to eat that hit. And luckily for my leg, that was the leech follower. So now he's gonna have to transition here just to leech him once again to just add that camping presence. And now my leg just making sure he's gonna fall in after vaulting that, just forcing more time to be wasted away from the hunter. So they're looking pretty okay on the survivor side. Let's see how they're gonna try to go for just respond to this second share of this mechanic.
Yeah, I have to say so far Loki is looking very strong on the Tomie right there. My leg, they actually went for the very, very early rescue, and which is why the Mechanic couldn't really decode as much, but we'll just have to see how it works here. Patient starting on the last cipher. They have gotten all 4 ciphers covered right there. Priestess. Oh, and the bomb on from the forward from a mile away. That's a very, very and
a block. Wow, look at that. He's really trying to persist here, but he can't. Oh my god, forcing the hit. And now that was a lot of time bought for him to lose line of sight of the Mechanic. Now we see that the main body is moving. Luckily, the Mechanic does have that leech, but he was really persistent in trying to make that traffic jam situation work, but gets the Terror Shock in the process. My leg now on his last legs, literally because he's going to be sent back out of the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Dash Star Cats is still around, trying to give the support, trying to make things happen. Because again, 4 ciphers remaining. They want to try and maximize the stuff. But to be honest, I feel that they should just let the mechanic sit here. We're gonna say goodbye to his legs right there. I'm gonna be sent back to the manor, floating as a ghost right there. But 3 ciphers remaining. The bot patient is finishing up his cipher, looking to finish anytime soon. It's going to be one last cipher remaining. So before you are potentially pushing for a 3-man escape or even a tie. So Lokin has to make sure that the ciphers are pressured enough so that they cannot do as they please with the cipher rush.
Yeah, and kudos to Dash Star here. Now moving on to the red carpet area, just staying away from any possible ciphers, but Loki and spotting the priestess here. Not sure if he's going to commit. The priestess does have an anti-curse. 1 cipher remains, but luckily for him, that cipher has not been worked on just yet. It's not moving, and now Lokian making sure he's going to add more leeches to this map just to pressure, because he knows there's 1 cipher remaining, probably split pushing that last cipher in 2 areas here. So let's see how he'll be able to try and trap this priestess. Paul Blems just using a portal here, but we do see that the follower is going to try to swipe for a hit, but unfortunate there. Tries to go for an early hit. Patient is the one that is the main decoder, main body hit on the side of the hunter.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamwish, obviously we know that Dreamwish is a late game hunter, so even if there's 1 cipher remaining, Dreamwish can still make it happen as long as he gets the leech onto the survivors. As was pointed out by Sin as well, the survivors are pretty strong early game, except for the priestess, which is weak late game. But then again, with Blink and Cats just anticipating it going on here, I have to say, Posh, even though the estimation is such, but it still comes down to the personal communication, positioning of the players itself.
But I love that Lokian is actually leeching all these survivors. They do have anti-curses, but that actually buys enough time for them to not touch these ciphers. This cipher has been halted at 65%. 1 is at the graveyard, that is the patient, but he wants to either down the priestess or that forward. The priestess is already unleashed. He's going to try to go for a hit, but Schmitty still holding on to that hook. Might have to eat a hit, and in the process gets rid of that leech. Dash Star Cats still has a leech on him, but I'm pretty sure he's priming that leech to be finished.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher is at 66%, you can see that. Another one at 39%. Obviously, it's not going to be primed anytime soon. Lokin realizes this. He wants to get 1 more leech up. He's just guarding the grave. He's just guarding the graveyard cipher right here. His cooldown is up, so he's looking to at least leech Schmitty right here, and then get him down and at least force Problems and Forward to be in a pinch
in a tough
right
spot.
there.
Yeah, that's true, because they want to heal. They want to be able to unleash. But the way he's actually positioning these leeches, he's trying to create separation from them and the ciphers. So I think they gotta try to rendezvous at a certain spot where the main body isn't at. And we do see that Dash Star meeting up with his fellow teammates at the shack area. So they're gonna try to at least heal up and try to prepare for and de-leech. I think that's the main thing. Now they're gonna go for it, and we see that the patient is the only one with the leech. Dash Star is being healed up by this priestess, so it seems like Lokian might have to commit to downing this patient.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe not.
Like right now they're trying to heal up each other, but again, the icon is gonna pop up very soon. Fortunately, the forward was healed up, so at least that would have been, if in case 1 person goes down, at least the forward will be able to make that rescue. But right now, again, they are not letting up in any way. Loki right there with the blink, but oh my god.
Again, the massive prediction there. Loki and it's that patient would have fallen down here. Now just getting rid of the bot here, just so it won't give that tinnitus. Let's see now what Lokian will be doing. That's another blink. That's enough time for the survivors to just say, oh, the blink has been expelled. Priestess with the jukes, but not enough. Priestess falls to a main body hit. So at least 1 priestess is down. He's going to have to decide, is he going to chair? He's going to go for more ciphers. It seems like Paul Blems is trying to crawl away, but he will be chaired in a bit.
Yeah, Paul Blems is really in a pinch right now. He's in a deep problem right here. But again, I think they technically, Forward and Smitty, they have to meet up and try to heal each other up, because it's Priestess first chair. But otherwise, the second choice is just for the Cypher to go on and Forward goes for the rescue. which is what they're doing right now, right?
Yeah, Schmitty. Oh wow, goes for a backdoor rescue. Paul Blem's able to drop that pallet in time for the prime to possibly happen. So let's see. It seems like they're gonna commit to going to the graveyard area, but Schmitty's gonna have enough time to pop the cipher, and he's gonna know. Oh, they popped the cipher, and now detention is in the air. Let's see how they're gonna play this one out, because all of them one hit and they'll fall down, and now no leeches are available for Lokian to teleport to.
Yeah, for sure, and he doesn't have the teleport anymore. Lokin, oh my god, he spots out the forward because he's gonna try and leash there. I think best case scenario right here, Lokin gets a tie. But to be honest, it's definitely a moral win for B4U because they were in a losing position. 3 ciphers remaining, mechanic has been sent back. They were in a position to lose. But being able to tie here before you has definitely, it's a moral victory for them. And Lokian has to be happy with the 2 kill.
Yeah, honestly, the way that was played out, especially when there's 3 survivors remaining. I mean, the start was actually quite strong, and we were praising him for the start, finding the mechanic. The Cypher Rush wasn't so apparent with how long this game went. And for a tie to happen, that's actually a good start going up against B4U. So, Lokian, I feel like, as a hunter, he's just getting warmed up. I feel like we have yet to see his power spike. So, not to fret, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there's gonna be a power spike. I'm pretty sure. I feel it. So, and also before you actually pick the map, so they do like church. So for them to get a tie here, is kind of big. But again, we did mention that Sprinter is one of the aces in B4U to really gain the points for the team. So definitely not out of the woods yet. The survivors of Ace now will have to carry the momentum they have in the previous tournaments to this one because they're going up against Sprinter.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny that you mentioned that Sprinter is the ace for B4U because B4U is going to be fighting ace
exactly.
in the second half as well. And also another fact to point out, Lokin bringing out the Dream Witch, it's like a direct invitation. We would say that it's like a direct invitation to Sprinter to use the Dream Witch in this map as well. So if that happens, we're going to see the battle of the Dream Witches and who is ultimately going to be raking in the points for the teams.
Ooh, you know what? I just had this to bring out. Boom! He hits him with a reversal card. Let's go for another Dream Witch match. I see your Dream Witch, and I'll see you another Dream Witch. I feel like, when it comes to that, he might bring it out because we know Sprinter to have a good Dream Witch. He does have also. He plays a lot of meta hunters, so we'll see. But let's talk about that match because the survivors played pretty well. I would have to say the start didn't really go in their favor with the mechanic getting downed early on, but the rescues were on point. Even though it was early rescues, you could actually see the constant communications that were being played out by the team. They knew they had to meet up. They knew they had to heal up. They had to de-leech. They weren't pushing the pace of the match. They knew they had to play defense for a bit and spread the attention out. And like you said, Nell, Dream Witch in a map like Red Church, especially with the Priestess as a support there, the distance was so vast. Like with creating that distance, that is.
Yeah, and with problems as well on the Priestess, we've seen how he played it before. It's like adding a rocket fuel. Adding a rocket accessory onto my legs. I would use that analogy, but then again, my legs didn't exactly utilize much of the portals as he hoped he would because Lokin was very proactive, removing the global removing the portals first before going for the chase, midway chase towards my legs. So I have to say, very, very active. But at the end of the day, B4U proving to be more calm, more meticulous. They know that they have to heal up first. They cannot rush the ciphers. They have to heal up first. They have to de-leech. And that's exactly what they did. And getting a tie, not too bad. Too bad moral victory there.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with how they kind of counteracted that situation. Yes, a 3-person escape would have been better, but a tie is definitely still good because of how scary a Dream Witch match could be. That could have gone a whole lot worse. But I also want to point out, aside from the excellent communications, how many blink attempts happened that were predicted by, like, there was one by Katz, there was one by Schmitty. There were they were, I don't know if it was all part of the plan, but honestly, the way they were able to just juke away from the hits of that Dream, which especially when they had one hit left in them, was really good. So I think now coming into the next one, Lokian is definitely knows what he's up against, and he knows he's gonna probably play with the timings and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, Loki was amazing. Like, how many times can you say that you give such a fierce fight to Before You, one of the teams that have faced the Chinese teams in COA,
Right.
and yeah, so I definitely have to say Loki has done his best for Ace team. So not right now, the tides have been reversed. Where's your reverse card?
Boom!
Boom!
Reverse card. Where's
Tides have been
Grizzly?
reversed.
I know he's collecting cards, but he doesn't have this one. I'm gonna keep this in handy. But
You
yeah.
don't have it, yeah.
Mhm.
So my bet is Sprinzer is gonna go with Dream Witch, and it's up to Ace survivors to show what they can do, especially in the second half. Because if they can manage a draw, it's gonna be very, very good, very, very good for their morale, for Ace's morale. And I'm just gonna make a little bit of prediction here.
Let's hear
I'm
it.
thinking that Ace knows that Sprinzer is gonna go for Dream Witch, so they're probably gonna prepare some anti Dream Witch sort of meta, and if that happens, they're gonna be able to have the advantage. And I bet my 2 chili packets that this is gonna happen.
Wow. All right.
Also,
Cool.
okay.
Two chili packets on the line for. No, I don't have. I can't raise you, dude. I just have a reverse card here. Anyway, I can't raise you that. You're just gonna give it back to me. Anyway, yeah. I honestly, if they did their homework, and there's a lot of footage on Sprinter with how well he uses his Dream Witch. Yeah, they might have to prepare for that, but. I'm gonna put it out there. Like, how would one prepare for a Dream Witch? Because, yes, you know, you want to go for Priestess, you want to create that distance, you want to go for stunners as well. But there's specific. Are there any specific anti Dream Witch that you are expecting coming out of the lineup of Ace? Like any specific survivors?
Priestess is definitely one of them. Having Acrobat is also one of them. Having a forward is one of them. If they can get a seer, anything but mechanic, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mechanic. I mean, I know the concept here, guys. You might not agree with me, but the concept is if mechanic doesn't kite very well, he's just gonna. The best case scenario is put the robot down, kite away from the robot, and just basically decode on the chair. In some cases that works really, really well. But again, I think that Dream Witch can look at what Before You did, playing 3 players, 2 ciphers remaining, 2.5 ciphers remaining, with 3 players remaining. Look at how they played all the way until ciphers been primed and going all. So imagine if it's not a mechanic, maybe something like a postman or even a patient. But to be honest, Dream Witch, I have to say, having a different character other than mechanic might work. But if they want to go for the mechanic and mechanic is the first choice, I would suggest just letting the mechanic decode on the chair. As long as the leech followers aren't near the bot, I would say just let him sit there and maybe rescue at 99% if the hunter, if he's really, really far away from the rest of the survivors. So that's the best.
Yeah, I agree, because if you look at it black and white, mechanic, yes, main decoder, awesome. But when it comes to kiting, especially with the Dream Witch, you said it best. You want transition, you want support, you want to be able to move away. You create that distance, and mechanic unfortunately doesn't do that. One of the slowest vaulters, one of the slowest pallet dropping, and
it is.
And you can say yes, it was still a moral victory, but if you want to be able to push for a 4-man escape, you want to be very careful. If you pick the mechanic, you have to lay in the bed that you made. Yeah, if the mechanic falls, you have to be able to, all right, I'm just gonna cut my losses here. Let's let the mechanic just decode on chair, which I feel like Ace didn't allow that to happen for my leg, right? He just went for it. But it seems like they're gonna go for a brawny lineup here, having a psychologist come in.
That's okay, because she can take 3 hits. So technically, it's very good against a Dream Witch, because 1 hit, okay, fine. Maybe by the spawn. If you get bitten by a Dogu, at least, and get hit by a leech, at least you are still running. You are still up and running. So I would say it's still very good. This kind of pick, the tanky kind of lineup against a Dream Witch. So,
I agree. However, the trade-off was that the Priestess was banned, but Acrobat comes into the mix now. Maybe you want to ban the Patient. Maybe you want to ban the. If you think that Ace is going to bring out a mechanic, go for it, right? But if you're going to just commit to just getting supporters out of the way, yeah, get rid of the Patient, get rid of Mercenary, because Mercenary wasn't locked in yet. But Yes, the psychologist can shine, especially in supporting. Oh, bans the little girl. Okay.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, they do not want the pesky little girl ruining their ruining
With the
the game.
pages.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the pages. You know, little girl can be so annoying.
She could.
She's the kind of girl where if you use her properly, she can create distance among herself, with the hunter, and even go like assimilating with the teammates to
bind, yeah.
boost, the bind, just boosting the decoding power of a survivor, because technically it's one survivor decoding one cipher. So when you're inside a teammate, it helps. But the downside is the little girl. If you have a blink hunter.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! The moment you drop the page, the hunter's like, yeah, here's my chance to blink hit, reset, you're dead.
Yeah, and usually like the you've seen a lot of top hunters kind of predict those pages.
Yeah.
It's usually when it comes to little girl, when she binds with a survivor, she can also tank a hit. And honestly, if you're with mercenary, if you're with forward, if you're with anyone that can tank hits, or if you're with anyone with great transition, you just bind with whoever. So
For sure.
pretty good. I would say sprints are a good ban on his side. So now the last pick being mercenary, how the meta has definitely changed. That mercenary is actually not priority pick than last pick. So this is quite interesting. No priestess, so this is gonna be a very different matchup of how we're gonna see this play out.
For sure. We're gonna see how this match plays out. Just something to add on about the little girl. I think Sprinzer takes her out simply because if she gets one hit onto her, she can easily just rotate towards a teammate and just jump into them. And and you, as a hunter, as a Dream Witch with the host, you practically can't do anything against that. So taking that out is good. But coming back to the question, why Mercenary is out, it's like the last pick now. It's not really popular anymore because again, the meta has sort of shifted towards the team composition, the team synergy, the team communication. Right here, they're trying to go for more supportive lineup. So support before rescue. So if they go for that, obviously having a forward makes more sense. Like forward and having a psychologist just to tank more hits, it makes even more sense. Yeah,
and also I just want to add also, hunters aren't afraid to chase mercenary anymore, and now we see a leech on the psychologist. Now, if you invest enough time in the psychologist, if you invest enough time in the psychologist early game, a rebound kite from Cher is going to be really tough. Nice drop on the pallet there, just to create that distance. Well, CR is actually also near the area here, so they're going to have to be very careful. And it seems the psychologist is actually rotating away to the graveyard area.
Psyche, very good job right there. But Sprinzer, like he did so good. Like he knows where Psyche is going, and just like that, the Dogu has bitten on into Psyche, and the tides have turned because right now the leech is following, the spawn follower is following. He basically has two survivors chasing, and one of them gone. The stress level isn't even gone, and it's not even the leech follower, Posh.
Yeah, that's huge. But forward is actually here to provide a little bit of support, so let's see if that's going to make the difference. Forward being here means there's one cipher that is not being worked on by the survivors that are not here, and we see that he's going to leech right away. Just the proactiveness of Sprinter here, just making sure he's not just going to focus on downing. He also wants to harass this forward, even though they do have anti-curses. So a psychologist eats one more hit, she will be falling down, but you see that the Mercoder is almost done with his cipher, and now goes for the hit. Psyche is down, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is not looking very good. Like, even though one cipher has been done, but again, let's not forget, the forward being here means that it's like Sprinter's like, oh, thanks, I don't need to go search for someone else to leech. I can just leech you because you're nearby. And basically, having the forward here, like, look, what has the forward actually achieved? Not much, right? But again, it's only two people decoding right now. You don't have a mechanic, don't forget. And forward is injured, so just like that, it's gonna be very. Sprinter has made it his advantage.
Yeah, honestly, now the forward in a tough spot here because he can't rescue. Now, oh my god, what a hit. Great control of that hitbox, hitting the psychologist once the mercenary is able to rescue, but at least the mercenary is unscathed here, but I may have spoken too soon here. Mercenary, oh my god, the blink hit connects.
Oh my goodness. But fortunately, Acrobat has healed up the fort. But Rain, one thing comes one after the other. Just as they finish healing up the fort, the machinery has gotten the double hit. Psychologist is on the floor, which is a good thing. But again, Sprinzer spotting out the forward, running towards the psychologist. He's like, oh, okay, so you're probably running towards the psychologist. I can see you. And just like that, Sprinzer found Psyche.
Okay, cool. So looking at the skills here, forward definitely has to go for the next rescue, and he does have some football to use. Mercenary, he could just bleed out. And now, as he was removing the leech, and that was a main hit, and now the forward has to use the football to move on away. Wow, it is snowballing in Sprinter's favor.
Next level Dream Witch right there. If we thought Loki is like the is already doing so good right now. Brinzer, this is like 2.0, Dream Witch 2.0. Left and right, like two people on the chair.
I would honestly say not a wasted second, right?
Not a wasted second.
Once they overextend, all right, I leech you. Once the rescue happens, I'm not gonna hit the rescuer. I'm gonna hit yeah. He's just so proactive. Then while the tide is in effect, he's gonna down the survivor, able to get the hit on the acrobat, but the acrobat able to get the save. This is kind of big, but then the acrobat will eat that hit because the mercenary is leeched.
Yeah, that's the downside. Acrobat can rescue machinery, and you would thought that Sprinzer will chase the machinery, but most of the time, no, they're not gonna chase machinery. They're gonna chase the person who actually rescued, because again, machinery is not exactly the fastest decoder. It's more of a double-edged sword. If you get him the delayed damage, my god!
The bravery, just walking straight through the pallet like a boss, and like, all right, I'm just gonna hit. I know you're hiding here. Sprinter with the top level gameplays here. Acrobat sits on the rocket share. Mercenary's the only one up. Luckily, he did get an anti-curse, but it's looking real tough. It's all down situation here now. Sprinter once again being the ace of B4U. I'm telling you, man, he's on that next level.
Yeah, next level indeed, because Rain cannot even make it in time to rescue the acrobat. Just like that, they're down. Lace is on the floor. Mercenaries just got down. Plenty of time for Sprinter to go to Lace and just...
Yeah, they know it's a checkmate situation, right? Because 3 ciphers remain, 2 survivors, 2 injured survivors. Forward doesn't have a self-heal to use anymore, so I think they just cut their losses there and like, all right, we'll just see you at the next game. Shake my hand, let's go. We'll see you in the next map.
Yeah, just jiggle.
It folds.
It folds. It doesn't fold actually, but but just to put it out there, that's 5-2, guys. Sorry, 7-2 points in favor of B4U. Sprinter definitely showing why he has received rave reviews from Chinese fans during the COA 5 qualifiers, and right now COA 5 event, and right now showing again in IVT NAEU why he is one of the best, if not the best, Dream Witch Hunter player in NAEU region.
Yeah, and he's only a spider. I'm kidding. Yeah, he's definitely more than that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm a snake.
That's the hierarchy, right? Yeah, but I mean, this is Sprinter we're talking about, and let's try to recall, because yeah, exactly, a lot of sheesh given moments there. That was for a Dream Witch match. That was really quick, and we have to try to recall how economical he was with his movement, his leeches. With not a wasted leech or swing, I would have to say. So he knew when the rescues were happening. He was just aware. He was just a step ahead of Team Ace, and honestly, that's that kind of puts everything in favor, like first round in favor of B4U. But yeah, this is where it's gut check time for Ace, because they're gonna have to try and push back and fight back in round number 2.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually looking at Psyche. I'm like, yo, I'm so psyched to see Psyche kiting first. Actually, he's really tanky. But I think if one thing that can be done better in that sort of situation, okay, here's the education moment. A little bit of education here. If one thing can be done better right there is trust in Psyche kiting. Trust in him kiting. Just let him do his thing. He can take 3 hits. Just let him do his thing. Forward, finish one cipher before you actually decide to come and OB, because
true
49%, and it's not it's not helping the team at all. There's no pressure to Sprinter. He's like,
Mhm.
oh, 3 ciphers remaining, 1 has flown away. I'm not worried at all.
And actually, to double down on your comment, I think the closest person there was, the forward in the area. So he could have actually just maybe finished his cipher or maybe just transition away because, Psyche, one of the best in the business, ladies and gentlemen, doing informational videos out there and kiting. And if he falls, that's fine. Just, I think
let
the
him.
forward being there, that was really the first domino that fell for the domino effect to happen in Sprinter's favor because when he was at that area, the leech happened. So more presence given on the hunter side, and Psyche, he did kite pretty well, I would have to say. And let him take the hits, let him take all 3 hits, fall down, and again, that could have been a moment that could have went in the survivor's favor, but. Fortunately for Sprinter, he had the wherewithal to. All right, we see the forward here. Let's leech the forward, and that's when the ball kept rolling in B4U's favor.
Yeah, and maybe Psyche did kite. He might have kited into the forward cipher, but it's totally fine because if ever, the forward should be the one transitioning away because that's actually
priority.
a strong place. Yeah, it's a priority for Psyche to kite, the psychologist to kite there. And if forward really wanted to help, just forward stun one follower or even the leech and just move away, move to a new cipher. And I believe that would have been much better in terms of helping the team catch up with ciphers. And letting Psyche take the spot there.
And also, yes, we're a little hard on this point, ladies and gentlemen, because there was no mechanic. Cipher progress doesn't. It's so important at the start. Yeah, it's gonna be harder. So for the forward to stop decoding and get leeched was actually really in favor of Sprinter because it kept the cipher progress at 3 ciphers. Because if he transitioned, he could have gotten more, but. Again, we're just hinging on that one moment. There could have been a lot, but honestly, we feel like that was the start for Sprinter's momentum.
Yeah, and the free hit, not to mention, not just the free leech, but the free hit, which forces the mercenary to move away from his cipher to come and rescue. So that was also wasting a lot of time right there. So yeah, domino effects. But again, you know what? It's B4U after all, and it's Sprinter. It's Sprinter after all. And if he did anything less, I think he would. I think he would be very hard on himself. So I think that's what he's expecting. He's expected to do. That's what he's expecting to do. But I'm always hopeful. We're always hopeful for Ace because they put up a great fight. So let's see what they do in game number 2.
Yeah, still a lot of energy in chat, a lot of support coming from the community with Ace because they're testing their merit, they're testing the resolve up against B4U who have been tested in the international stage. So again, it's not over until it's over. Round number 2 is gonna happen, kind of like the previous match that we watched between our Ravens and LBH. LBH was able to tie. Take it one round at a time. Let's recenter, let's refocus, back to square one here. Let's create another blueprint here and try our best to be able to get a victory in this next round.
To be honest, if they want to win, Ace has to break Sprinter. I think that's the only way they can win. And in order for them to break Sprinter, the only thing that they can do is for Lokin to get a 4K. If Lokin gets a 4K against B4U, that's gonna lead to Sprinter being under pressure of having to do the exact same thing. So I would say that's the way to win. That's a strategy game plan for Ace. Whereas for B4U, as long as they can get 1 survivor out, 2 survivors out, they can just let the hunter take over, Sprinter to take over and just pull them up.
Yeah, just hold that momentum, right? Like they know that's what Sprinter is capable of. And honestly, they just have to do a tie, 1 survivor out, just to give them that leeway. Because, like you said, a 4 survivor escape is, it's game breaking. It's mentally breaking compared to a 3 survivor escape. It's like, wow, that's an extra point. So, and again, the rules are pretty good. Now we see they pick. I think this is Ever Sleeping Town again. So, yeah, I believe that's the ban of the Moonlit River Park and then Ever Sleeping Town.
Time for the tram predictions, guys, in the chat.
You know what it is.
Yeah. How many trams? First half and second half, guys. Go crazy, guys.
Are we going in total or just?
We're going in total. We're going in total.
75. I'm kidding, though.
75 minus 73.
70.
Okay.
We got the two. Who knows? We did get one for the total day, and it's kind of crazy here that I do like the variety of maps because honestly, in Southeast Asia, if we have this inside joke that we honestly pay rent in Ever Sleeping Town with how many times we see it. We live in
Oh,
the
wait.
2-story building. Yeah, it's you gotta fix that floor now. There's a
Yeah,
hole in the
yeah.
floor.
Yeah, because you know why? Because everyone in Southeast Asia, when you're Asian, you need to live in 2 floors. Otherwise, your parents are gonna say, "Why?"
They're disappointed you don't have 2
They're
floors.
disappointed.
So even though there's a hole in the floor, at least you have 2 floors. That'll still be okay.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and then there's a breaking wheel coming through the window. No, it's still okay. This is still a
it's
good
okay,
house.
it's okay.
Good place to live.
He's rude, but at least we still have our house. It's okay. But you know what? It's just a joke. Don't hate on us.
That's hilarious. But yeah, that's funny because again, we have to call a spade a spade. We've been seeing a lot of Ever Sleeping Town, so it's nice to see the arms factories, the red churches in first round because usually BO1 Ever Sleeping Town. So I like that we saw Red Church and also Arms Factory twice, by the way.
Yeah. If they can put hospital, that'd be nice. We have yet to
I
see a
love
hospital.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's
for
true.
sure. Yeah, it's true. Again, I'm not complaining. Like having a Ever Sleeping Town opens up a possibility to a lot of lineups. For the survivor side, you can have an acrobat, you can have a post, so many though.
Let me ask you and the chat a question. If you're on Ace's side, you just faced Sprinter's Dream Witch. There's a ban that can happen, and it's Ever Sleeping Town. Do you respect ban that Dream Witch, or do you go with the meta and just ban the Breaking Wheel? Because he's definitely gained that momentum with Dream Witch, and we've seen him bring out Dream Witch also in Ever Sleeping Town in international events. So that's you're stuck between a rock and a hard place there because Sprinter could use. I mean, he could use either or, right?
Yeah. Okay. For the chat, I'm not sure what they're thinking, but for me personally, if you want to win, you ban Sprinter's Dream Witch. If you really want to win, you ban Sprinter.
You ban Sprinter. You're out. You're out of the tournament.
You're out. You're out. Yeah. You know what?
All of a sudden, you see Sprinter's icon instead of a hunter there. Oh, the next level plays.
Imagine if you could actually ban players. That's no, that's not possible.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be crazy. I mean, yeah, he's there for a reason, and he's the ace of B4U. So, no, again, beast. Yeah. So ban the Dream Witch. You think he's? Oh wait, but we'll get to that in a bit. It's gonna be Lokian now, and yeah, as you said, Lokian, he can have a redemption of that Dream Witch, but you know what? Breaking Wheel is just so enticing in this map.
It is. It is. Breaking Wheel, so enticing, so good, and but then again, does Lokian has this in his or her arsenal? Because so far the input that I have,
right,
Lokian plays Dream Witch, but if he can use Breaking Wheel in this map, it will definitely be very, very good. Simply because of the unavailability of Flying Wheel. So it's not exactly counterable yet. Breaking Wheel isn't exactly a walk in the park just yet, simply because the latest adjustment is not into the tournament server. But well, at least the B4U, even though they have the forward and the seer ban, which indicates a very, very strong possibility of a Breaking Wheel. This Schmidi and B4U, and my leg still manages to pick up Mercenary and Priestess.
Yeah, strong start for Lokian with those bans, but pick your battles here. Priestess on Paul Blems, you saw how excellent he was able to kite Lokian here, and now they're going to add a little more decoding into the mix here since the mechanic was banned in the form of the Postman. And yeah, a Postman has always been one of the reliable kiters / decoders in this game, so Lokian has to be very careful if he's gonna try to commit to either any survivor that's not the Postman, because he'll be sending out those letters left and right just to get the cipher progress going. And now the last one being locked in is the Entomologist.
Wow. Entomologist, and not the Breaking Wheel, but the Sculptor.
Yeah, in our notes. Yeah, Sculptor Bonbon. It depends. Actually, these are the two that we were trying to debate on, because in our notes, it's either Sculptor Bonbon, but in a map like this and they have the big mobility, I guess you could go with a Bonbon. But yeah, at the start, because like he's not really afraid. A Bonbon usually like it's okay with having the Seer, but I guess he just wanted to have the option to just ban the Seer just for no more support coming out for the survivors.
I just think that entomologist is gonna be so annoying.
Oh yeah.
Against a Bonbon, because like the bees will slow down Bonbon's movement, especially since Bonbon already has short legs, so
Mm-hmm.
he walks pretty slowly. At least that's how I feel. I mean, sorry, he's standard, but he looks like he walks really slowly,
Hey
especially when
man.
holding up.
What are you saying about short people or short
No, no, no,
Bonbons?
no, 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 nothing, nothing.
Um,
My
I
leg
know, but I will agree with you that Bonbon's mobility is one of his. I would
weakness.
say his cons of using him, especially if you're in a map like this. Every step he takes is actually very valuable because you cannot waste a single, I would say, step, because it takes him a while to move on around. And he really relies on the camping, which I would feel that before you would be okay if they sell a survivor here and there, because ultimately they just want to go for ties. They want to go for a safe route. They just want to avoid a 4K, right? So they can actually play this a little passively. And you saw how well they were in individual kiting. So they might play to their strengths here and just kite out Lokian. See if they're in a good spot to go for the save, but if not, I think they're okay just not going for the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, there's a strategy called leave every man behind. So
True.
We've
Every man for
we've
himself.
Okay, for those of you who don't know, the strategy leave every man behind is when you basically, it's like what it sounds like. If one person kites like 5 seconds, just leave him on the chair and just let him contain the hunter on the chair.
Focus on
Until-
decoding. Focus on decoding. This game's
Yeah. I mean, the lineup here, only one mercenary as a
the main
rescuer.
rescuer. Yeah.
And rescuing against a Bonbon is definitely going to be very hard. Even if you manage to rescue, a good Bonbon can definitely make a Parashock and make you fail the rescue, or even a double down. So we'll see, because right now, Monokuma, jiggle jiggle.
Yeah, definitely it doesn't fold. So now we see that Paul Blems will actually be the one closest. So let's see if he's going to turn left and see if he can catch Paul Blems. But you know what? Being the priestess here can cut the line of sight here and also just be such a headache to kite. And we see that he doesn't commit. Postman and Mercenary are the next on the radar here. So it seems like Mercenary will be chased into, well, an area here where he will be able to activate that elbow pad. Bees are also there near the graveyard area, so let's see how Schmitty will last against this Bonbon.
Oh my god, my leg is not falling for that trick. He's already moving away from the windows. Lokin is like, yeah, I'm just gonna throw a couple of bombs, force Mercenary run away. But oh my god, he's just waiting to see which Cypher moving away from the Cypher.
Yeah,
Oh
but now
my
going back to his
God.
first target, which is Paul Blems, which again is kind of tough. He was holding on to 2 and about to be 3 portals, and now as he uses 1, he's still got 2 left. And now my leg just, yeah, like a moth to a flame, like just keep going. Like I'm just gonna keep rotating around here with my swarm. So let's see how this goes, because the confined space will try to trap my leg on this loop. But then again, he's got the bees to just distract and to kind of cut corners. And like you said, now he's trapped.
Yeah, I mean, what? Like, he could have definitely taken the road where there's no bees. I mean, why move towards the bees when you could just sidewalk away? I'm not really sure. But my leg, first chip damage of the game. But I'm pretty sure this 612 build with the detention confined space build with teleport, it's not gonna be a very good early chase for Loki right here.
Honestly, like they're starving him of presence right now. Usually you want to go aggressive with that blink, but I mean the confined space is working though, and now he's dropping some bombs. The bees already done with the cooldown, but there's not enough left. Goes for the hit, able to get 50% of presence here. So an excellent kite, and now there's actually a basement, but I don't think he's gonna go for that. Yeah, he just wants to camp it out here, hoping that someone's gonna go for this rescue.
Yeah, and just like that, 2 ciphers are done. Yeah, and if they really want to sacrifice, they can still do it, to be honest. But it looks like the postman is moving to a new
Postman is
cipher.
still, and we see that the Schmitty is already kind of positioning himself for this rescue, has one last elbow pad. Try to go for the control bomb. Yeah, but no, didn't go for it. So might go for a full blood rescue here, keeping Loki locked in this side of the map. So let's see. Schmitty definitely giving that tinnitus. He only has one elbow pad, while the other ciphers, a lot of decent progress on Postman cipher, but the Priestess cipher is definitely about to pop.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, Schmidi is basically just giving him tinnitus. I doubt that he will even try and rescue, but we'll see what happens.
It seems like he's gonna go for it. Tried to go for a dash, but he's being blocked off. Nice avoidance here, but no, he's gonna
get away!
Yeah, it seems like they might. Yeah, it's too risky of a save at this point. And now at least the Priestess was able to pop the cipher and now teleports to the Postman cipher.
Very, very nice. Like failing the that rescue right there. Like really good. Schmidi, he used his last pad and traveled 1 foot there. But again, look, just hiding the red lights, and Postman is gonna be spotted out again. Loki just trying to see where the last two ciphers are. Just trying to do some cipher control here. But Mercenary is about to finish his cipher. And then
this is the same situation, right? It was my leg that was sent out in Red Church, and same situation here. Now it's Paul Blem's and the rest of the survivors' job to try and at least go for a tie. But I mean, at most they want to go for a 3-person escape. But this is where Bon, you know what, the legs will come into a factor here, because he has to travel back and forth, and these ciphers are so far apart.
It is, and I don't know, like this place, like the early chase was already not that good, but we'll just have to see what happens here. If Schmidi basically does not have any more ads, so if Lokin gets him here, they can easily go for the trap.
Oh, not yet. No, that wasn't the first tram hit. But see, Schmitty is still kiting pretty well. Like, he's avoiding these bombs, but no, that last one does clip him, so he will fall down, leaving one cipher remaining. And you know what? You have the Postman Priestess to go for the rescue.
Yeah, but it's already Prime. Priestess is gonna go for the rescue. Postman's there, but the good thing is Lock-in has his cooldown of teleport up very, very soon. So we'll just have to see what they do. Problems. Yeah, Problems has a distance to cover it with one portal key. Oh my god, that portal. I don't know, man.
It seems like maybe the Postman. Oh no, I thought the Postman. Oh wow, Problem. Let's see, he's gonna have to time this right. He's gonna go for that pop, and now the rescue happens. But oh wow, tries to go for the hit. But Schmitty's gonna have to rock kite this and just using the pallets. Tries to go for another hit, but no, Schmitty able to avoid. Is gonna be huge. He needs to force a basic, but no, the holy key was used. And now the Priestess breaking that line of sight, and now Lokian forced to chase this mercenary. While the others, the teleport now cutting off the exit gate of Dashstar.
It's not gonna end well. Teleporting at that moment, you might even get a 3-man escape because of this. Because right now, the portal key has been unsearched. Schmitty is already at the gate. Lock-in is going, but again, he can easily just move away. But again, Problems is already opening up the gate very soon, and all Postman has to do is just move towards the dungeon.
Can they get the gate open in time though? And now he breaks the holy key here. And now this is going to be huge. Yeah, he didn't see him, and now he wants to make sure that the Priestess. The Priestess left, and now doesn't know where the mercenary is at. So now the Postman's opening up the other exit gate while the mercenary is still here. Schmitty just being very disciplined here. Now making sure he can actually try to make it towards the dungeon area. He can only eat 1 chip damage, and now can he make it? It is right there.
He can. He's going right now. Oh my god.
The Priestess isn't at the exit gate yet. Oh my god. Priestess has to exit the game for it to open up. He exits in time. It's a 3-person escape.
What a bog. Oh my god. The coordination there, that's exactly what we want to see. In high level competitive Identity V plays. The communication there, like we can see that MyLegs was eliminated first, but it bought a lot of time for B4U. And practically when it's down to the last cipher, that rescue by Problems, even though he got down, but after the cipher pop, beautiful coordination right there. And you can just see the disciplines, like what you said. Well done.
And you called it now when it came to that teleport, a little over. That was a big overextension on his side. Again, I think it was just I think he just felt frustrated chasing Schmitty already at that point. Tried to cut off the post opening up that gate, but you saw that they were constantly communicating. Dash Star Cats was away from that exit gate, and yeah, he was caught in a tough spot, so he had to fully commit. And the constant changing of targets was what the survivors want in a game wherein you have to force Bonbon to traverse from coast to coast in a big map. So beautiful coordination on B4U side.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you want to make that kind of play, it's very important that you at least damage the machinery into a delayed damage state, then you commit to teleporting away. Otherwise, you are having three survivors running around on the map. And right now, n- not only are you not able to secure a three-man kill, you're not even gonna get a tie simply because don't forget you did not ban the priestess. The priestess can easily just connect the dots, and just like that, he brought the machinery towards the gate. And I just have to say it's a very very tough battle for Lokin right there.
Yeah, honestly, it was more of he was you saw how the picks and bans are so important, and having that priestess there up against the Bonbon. Even though the Bonbon did have detention, you couldn't even feel a detention hit because of the distance they established, and the priestess was just out of the gate on the other side with that postman. And the mercenary, just Schmitty having the wherewithal of just conserving that last chip damage. So it looked kind of nail biting. He could have gotten down, but yeah, it was really hard for Lokian at that point. My leg being the sacrificial lamb for them to get a 3-person escape. Really before you playing that to a T. So great stuff on their side. So it's gonna be tough for Ace. They need to get everyone out. Everyone out or nothing. Yeah, it's all or nothing again.
Against Prinzer. Oh god. Well, this is very 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 unfortunate that the two strong teams, this is like a potential quarter games, semi-finals games, or even finals games. But you know what? They have both shown us very very good discipline, great gameplay and synergy. But again, asking for a 4 escape against Prinzer, that's like saying, hey man, I think you're not that good. I think we can get a 4 escape. For like if I'm an outsider looking into this, but as professional commentators, I would say it is an uphill battle. It's not impossible, but I have to say there's a high mountain you have to climb.
Yeah, it's definitely not a hill anymore. It's a mountain, Everest, right? I was gonna say that because Sprinter has seen the bright lights of Call of the Abyss, qualifiers, and yes, in some tournaments, you know what, the pressure did get to him, but he's honestly playing his best when his team has also given him the freedom to play whatever he wants. He just needs one survivor. He just needs actually he needs 2 survivors to get a tie and they win. And Sprinter has always gone above and beyond when it comes to his stats, when it comes to NAEU tournaments. He's been doing really well. So yeah, they need to go for a 4-person escape. But if they get a 3-person escape, it's still gonna push for round number 3. So we just have to put that out there. They cannot settle for a tie. Yeah, so that's still a tall order for man. We keep saying tall order. I feel like it's taller than a tall order. It's a
taller than a tall order. It's Venti.
I was gonna say grande, but yeah, Venti. It's a Venti.
Okay. Yeah, I mean
that's
one of the I understand though.
Let's also make this an educational thing, right? Let's talk about picks and bans. What would you? We went back to the first question I asked. So you'd say ban the Dream Witch. So you're gonna allow the Breaking Wheel to come through. Let's say they're gonna be able to get ready for a Breaking Wheel match. What are the survivors? What survivors do they need to lock in coming into this one?
Presumably that they are not banned. They definitely need a priestess. They need a forward. They need an acrobat, maybe a supporter, postman. Even if there's no acrobat, you would make do with a patient. That will also be very good, especially since 2 floors. It's easy for you to have that elevation. You can go up to the 2nd floor, or if you got one of those banned, you can at least get a toy merchant. So that's also pretty good, I'd say. And yeah, I have to say those are one of the few things, and I think Spritzer realizes that, which is why
Yeah,
he
Priestess banned.
banned the Priestess straight away.
And I think also he felt at ease in the first game when the priestess didn't come up in red church, and what more here, right? So at least he's not too pressured when it comes to chasing, because the support isn't going to be as immense as having a priestess on this map. So now sprints are just they're banning the Dream Witch, which is great. So it seems like they might have to be able to get ready for a breaking wheel match, which lock in that forward, lock in transitional kiters, lock in, I would say maybe make the forward the Soul Rescuer, unless they want to lock in Mercenary, which Mercenary low impact, but he's like the line of defense when it comes to the team, right? Especially in late game, he's so good. And now we see the Acrobat and the forward. So great prediction so far now.
Nice. I mean, there's no other kind of lineups you can play here, especially
But
if you know.
the only prediction that does matter is the Tram, though.
The Tram, yeah. So far, we're 0 for Trams.
0 for 0.
I feel like they're trying to get the MVP for themselves, which is why they don't want the Tram to have any action at all. But
of course.
yeah, but I have to say they're probably gearing up towards Sprinzer's breaking wheel, and having a forward breaking acrobat. Okay, that's good. Sprinzer's taking out the priestess in the earlier bans, and then now taking out the psychologist. Do you think? Sometimes I
DQ?
wonder. I think I have a very strong feeling it might not even be a breaking wheel. A BQ is more stable.
For sure. And honestly, Sprinter just needs a tie. And who else to go to but the queen herself of ties? But it seems like maybe they kind of caught on. Like if you ban the psychologist, all right, let's go mercenary just to lock it in, and let's see who he bans last. Because Patient's still here. Patient counters BQ and also breaking wheel in when the mirror pops up. He just transitions. But really up to the team. I mean, Sprinter did ban Little Girl, so maybe that's another thing he's probably considering.
Yeah, he can. He can because he did.
Another.
Yeah, you know, this is psychology. Yeah, Little Girl. Oh my God, Sierra Posh. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, definitely, he probably doesn't want to face a Little Girl yet, because Little Girl is just so annoying, and like we've already talked about this in the previous match. She, even if she gets hit, she can leech. And, yeah, that's a problem, and that's not what you want, especially when you're playing Sculptor. Yeah, Sprinter locked in Sculptor, and like getting pushed is so annoying, man.
Yeah, so that's actually another hunter that we kind of undersold with Sprinter. He has an amazing Sculptor. I mean, in Call of the Abyss 4, this was technically the meta Sculptor, Quenching Effect, Teleport. Like, oof. So I'm excited to see how he's gonna make the Sculptor work. Because I mean, Sculptor, we've seen people shift towards breaking wheel, right? But Sculptor can still work, and with the amazing statue placements of Sprinter, it's still going to be the assignment has not changed for Ace. It's still going to be really tough for them to be able to get all survivors out.
It is very tough, and realizing this, I don't know, man. With this kind of composition, you really need to have a very strong kiting route. That's one of the very basic things that teams learn, especially when they're playing competitively. Like if you're at the S, you have to know the positions. You have to know the positions of where you spawn, so that people can call out where the hunter is. The shot caller usually knows where the hunter spawns. You have to know your rotations. You have to know your kiting routes. You have to know certain actions, and that's exactly what you need if you want to have a high chance of success rate to escape. So right now, Sprinter, he's gonna be spawning at the 2 floor, and he's moving towards the 2 floor, going towards the S pallet. Sprinter's just gonna cut over. Fortunately, Pappy notices that he's going the other way, so that's good for him.
Yeah, and now just probably noticed it was the Acrobat, and now just giving up on that chase. Again, Sprinter wants to be able... Yeah, it's gonna go for Psyche. Seems like the patient and yeah, the forward do have that that tinnitus or that heartbeat, and it seems like
one hit.
Psyche, like you mentioned. He's gonna have to try to hook away from this spot. He's gonna try to go for it. Oh man, just predicting that vault of that pallet, and now creating that distance. And now Lays has to be careful, and now he goes back in towards the pallet area, and Psyche just breaking that line of sight using the hook and just moving on to the two-story building at the center part of this map.
Yeah, Sprinter really likes Psyche. That's like the
He
second,
does.
second time he
Psyche.
chases. Psyche! It's like, yo, I watch your videos too, and I know how you kite, so yo. But Psyche doing exactly what's supposed to be done, creating so much distance with that one last, with that second hook. Sorry, with that last hook just now. But
Whoa.
Sprinter, aggressive blink there, doesn't.
Yeah.
No hesitation at all.
Yeah,
Oh my
he
God.
didn't. And
Oh my
the
God.
Acrobat is here too, so the Cypher rush is definitely going to get disrupted by this Acrobat. So now the Acrobat has to transition away. And honestly, there was some decent progress on this Cypher here, around 60 to 40. It really depends. But yeah, forward's about to finish this Cypher. Mercenary does have wanted order, so it might have to be the forward to try and go for this rescue. But this forward gets spotted out by that chisel.
Yeah,
Whoa.
for sure. And like the statues were really great. But the thing is here, unfortunately, Ace is put in a position where they need to rescue, especially if they want to go to a game 3 or even get a 3-man escape. Simply because they are forced into this situation. Like if they don't rescue, then it's gonna be even harder to win. 4 ciphers
Yeah.
remaining, but I think they are gonna sacrifice because
Yeah,
no more hooks.
that's true, and it's gonna be yeah, it's gonna be tough for the rebound to happen, and they don't have that much support. So they need 3 of these survivors out, but no, we see someone actually trying to close the distance, and we see that Rain is actually here. Oh, eats the hit and gets the rescue.
Oh my God, what?
Oh, Rain actually will be falling down soon with the statues, and the Sprints are making it Rain himself, but Rain statues. Now Psyche has to be very careful. Oh, wow, gets hit in the middle, but Mercenary was able to body block that. 1 more chip damage, and Psyche will be falling.
He didn't go through the vault to stop Sprinter. That was such an amazing placement, to be honest. Just really getting the I have to say Sprinter's statues just crazy, and he knows that the forward is around.
Yeah, they have to go aggressive now and forward, actually eating that regular hit. That's actually just gonna try to deter Sprinter, but you don't want to fall in the process here because the Mercenary is down, getting healed up. No one is touching ciphers at this point. It's 2 ciphers left, and now he's making it rain. 1 more statue hit, and he will be falling down. But the forward now does have that full football, but they're not gonna risk it. So it seems like Sprints are 1 more survivor out, and it's gonna be B4U moving on.
Yo, this is such an amazing match to watch. Like we are reminded of how Sprinter is so
Acrobat.
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Oh my God, just through that chisel, Acrobat now eating that hit. All of the survivors are injured, so Sprinter has his taking here who he wants to focus on. Forward is working on a cipher. We do see that it seems like Sprinter is going to catch wind of the S pallet area. Forward now not wasting any time and just activating the football just to move on away from that CCTV, the chisel of Sculptor. And now yeah, Lays now has to be very careful because he did expend more than 3/4 of that football.
Yeah, I mean he wants to make use of that pallet speed boost. But again, when this happens, oh my God, how did that hit?
That was so crazy. The hitbox of that was just right at the tip of the chisel. Forward now on the ground here, and now disrupting the site for this Mercenary. It's gonna look really tough. Who's gonna make this rescue? Can they even make this rescue happen?
Yeah, man. I'm just I don't know, man. This is like a 4K to me.
It looks like it, and now the Acrobat has fallen. We do see that the Mercenary, is in the area here, and now gets the rescue. Yeah, able to get it. And now we see that the forward Lays, oh my God, tried to move on away from the pallet area using the football, but now it's gonna be the second time on the rocket chair for this forward. Mercenary still very persistent in trying to pop this cipher that is near the forward, but I mean Sprinter has been pretty on point with the statues, so let's see if he's gonna drop any of these chisels or he's just gonna drop the statues. Rain now just creating that distance. Acrobat already forced up, Let's see if he's gonna make a roundabout to go for this rescue. Rain now about to get cut off to go for this rescue.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get that chip damage, but it's so hard because look at Sprinzer. They're practically playing cats and mouse right here. Oh my god! But good thing Rain is dodging that statues very very well. Oh no! Rescue! Oh my god!
Yeah, tried to go for the last minute, but yeah, it's just so scary because Sprints are so good with those terror shocks. So I understand why Rain was kind of hesitant there. Mercenary will be falling down. Acrobat has already just popped the self heal. So I mean, it's already a GG at this point. But let's see how long Ace will be able to last here, and if will Sprinter just. It seems like he's gonna share the Mercenary, or at least
Yeah.
bring the Mercenary closer to where he wants to chase Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, he's just confident at this point. He knows. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes they do this. They just leave the person down, bring it closer, and if the Nidus is triggered,
Uh-oh.
yeah, he's just gonna chase. Right now, no, the trap! Come on, give me one moment.
We do see that the Acrobat does hide, and actually he rides the tram. So let's see if Sprinter could actually catch the last bus, but no. Just providing that distance. Mercenary, I don't think he's used that self-heal just yet. So again, it's just a matter of time, just the seesaw battle. But honestly, Sprinter just holding on to this lead. He's already secured the victory for this round. But again, Ace not going down without a fight. And we're going to see some statues being rained. Let's see if Poppy can avoid. And yeah, nice avoidance so far on Poppy's side. Has a white bomb to use. So let's see if this will come into play.
Yeah, Poppy being pushed
Ooh.
by the statues, and Poppy down. And Rain instantly going up. But again, he's already left the cipher right there. Sprinter teleporting, but not going to be finding anyone else. And here's the thing. Doesn't really matter what the Ace survivors are doing, but prolonging their containment time.
Again, you just got to give it up to their resolve, right? At this point, yes, Sprinter has like a checkmate situation, but they still want to show what they got. And yeah, nice drop on that pallet. Rain just trying his best to just prolong it as much as possible. But Sprinter, again, yeah, it seems like, yeah, he's going to be able to down this Mercenary. And GG's, ladies and gentlemen, B4U is going to be moving on in IVT.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That was total dominance by Sprinter right there. I have to say, not disappointing the fans of NAEU. But of course, we're gonna give it up to Ace as well. Just showing a very, very fierce fight against B4U. Just doing their best and not backing down from the kings themselves. So I would say that's very commendable as well. Good luck, Ace. For your future endeavors, please keep trying. Please keep coming back.
I mean, they're fan favorites, right? Ace is definitely going to see more tournaments here and there, but yeah, they were definitely tested by B4U and in a high pressure situation like IVT. And honestly, there were some moments of brilliance. I really feel like since the more experienced team definitely has ice in their veins, and they have more of the clutch factor, and they're used to the pressure that they did come out on top. But honestly, I still feel like Ace definitely has, this is just the one chapter in their story, and I hope to see more of them because they did entertain with their I would say their lineups were pretty good. And honestly, I'm a subscriber of Psyche's channel. I can't wait to see more of his content. I know Eli's listening as well, and he's also a big supporter of just people in Ace and also in B4U. So again, congrats out to B4U. Congrats goes out to OM, FT, and also Ravens, because they are the winners for today. We still have to crown a MVP, but honestly, I feel like it's no question, it's Sprinter.
Yeah, for sure. Sprinter is definitely the MVP. Even if
Paul
the
Blams, okay.
Even if the tram manages to hit 3 survivors, I would still say Sprinter was the MVP.
Yeah, and that's true. Okay, that's how I would say that's how solid he played with his performance. Yeah, just his breaking wheel. We didn't even see his breaking wheel. We saw his Dream Witch. We saw his Sculptor, and yeah, he's still he's as sharp as ever. And I'm pretty sure he's. I mean, before he has always has always gotten the attention of everyone in the NAU server. So the Kings are still there, ladies and gentlemen. They still have yet to, I would say, get challenged. So I feel like in tomorrow's matches, we're going to see a lot more teams duke it out, because again, we want to find the best of the best here in the NAEU region. And yeah, B4U would definitely be tested next week. But for now, congrats to them.
Congratulations. Such an amazing day we have. It's day for us, but it's probably night for most of you guys.
Oh yeah, it's
probably early in the morning. Yeah,
it was a long one today, and I want to give a shout out to everyone in chat that's still joining us, especially from the different regions out there. Yeah, supporting everyone, and also keeping everything, also giving your comments and criticism. Again, yeah, we want to be able to grow the community, right? Especially in NAEU. So again, any form of support is greatly appreciated. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Just a quick look at the at the comments. How many times must we say this? Please do not give negative comments. They know people are watching them. They might feel stressed or nervous. Exactly.
Yeah.
Positive vibes, guys.
Yeah, positive vibes, and also constructive, because again, we want to help out the region, right? You want to be able to, I know Eli Grizzly champion this, that they want to grow NAEU, and you know what, there are some new faces here, and you want to be able to set a good example. So here we have the match results, ladies and gentlemen. B4U once again getting the first round and the second round, just total dominance as we witnessed there. But Ace, honestly, chin up on their side, because I'm sure this is not the last we will see of them, and I can't wait to see more of what Ace has to offer in future NAEU tournaments.
For sure. Sprints are hard carried, but again, they were all amazing as a team. So good luck to Ace as well, and congratulations to B4U for moving on. And yeah, we are gonna be seeing more of them next week.
Yeah,
but right now,
yep, we will be awarding the MVP, not the Tram, but we got the Dream Witch of Sprinter. Average remaining ciphers is 2. That's insane. With how dominant he's been so far, like it doesn't even reach the exit gate, right? So that's how fast Sprinter works. Total strikes is 34. That's a lot of violence that he brings to the table. A lot of knockdowns. His average is 4. That's insane. His average is the perfect score. That's unheard of.
Yeah, man. He probably drinks a lot of Sprinter mineral water, but hydrated. Stay hydrated when you play.
Yes,
and
100%.
Yeah, for sure. And this is very well deserved. I wish they can hear me clap, but congratulations, Sprinter. And of course, just repeating over and over again what we've been saying. Let's all be positive. Let's all be positive. It's very easy. It's very easy, guys, for us to say something mean, to say something negative. It's so easy. But it takes real courage, it takes real values, and real heart, a big heart, to encourage one another. And in this case, encouraging the community itself, the teams and the players who I think must be pretty hard on themselves when they lost in this series. So let's not add more to their negativity, but bring them some love.
Yeah, especially support your favorite teams out there, and if you don't feel too supportive of one, just you don't say anything, because again, like if you have nothing nice to say, just leave it at that. And if you're constructive enough to give comments out there, again, it's more than welcome, but say it in a constructive way, because again, we want what's best for the game, for the region. We want to set good examples. We want more people playing this game and more people encouraged to, compete. So yeah, just a friendly message from everyone in the back. Also, you know what, there's a lot of hardworking people, a lot of hardworking teams out there. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the scoreboard. OM and FT taking the victory over LCR and NT. Big shout outs to LCR and NT. Hopefully we'll see more of them because they gave us an amazing match. And the first match in particular, it could have gone the 4 rounds, but yeah, OM securing the victory. And on the second half, we have the winners displayed now. It was Ravens as well as B4U. Again, B4U being one of the best teams out there to represent the region, but who knows? I really feel like the NAEU region is slowly growing. It could be challenged. And Ravens also getting a pretty big victory on the side against LBH. So shout outs once again to LBH and Ace.
For sure. congratulations. And before we go, we're gonna look at the brackets as well. Tomorrow we shall be seeing NFZ versus K9T, OVO versus X, TH4 versus Fusion, FCN. I believe
Ooh.
that's Eli's coach, and Boss versus NL. So
Yeah,
stay tuned
like
for
you
tomorrow.
said. Oh yeah, CRNL. Look at that. Boom. There's the match schedule, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you know what? This is just an estimation. The matches. I mean, this is how intense the matches are. That they go a little above and beyond the hour set because that's how much. That's how intense the matches are. So, like you said, mark your calendars, vote for your favorite teams, and encourage them in chat.
For sure. And yeah, stay tuned tomorrow, guys, because it will be the Gaming Grizzly and Eli O doing the first half for tomorrow's matchup, and it will be Posh Spice and me doing the second half.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say some last words here.
Please go before we close it out.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the people who are having me here. Much love to you guys. Thank you for the shout outs to us. We wish we could shout out to every single people here, but it's my first time here in IVT NAEU, and I've been seeing a lot of love going on here. And thank you so much. And this is sincerely love you guys so much.
Yeah.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, get some rest. More Identity 5 when we return back tomorrow. So stay safe and stay healthy, and we'll see you in Identity 5.